Dethroned at Worlds, but never broken. The dominant 2024 World Champions are back on land. Hungry to prove last year's silver medal was just a minor setback.
Hallo Levin. Passt alles? Sollte passen. Hallo Kasa. Hallo Redfix, hallo Gutnjarak, hallo Dave, hallo Toxic Light, hallo Matze, hallo Maurice, hallo Mamara, hallo Society. Heute machen wir Wetten, ja. Halbfinale.
And they're ready to prove they still have what it takes to conquer the globe.
Hallo Aster. On the Realm gegen Humble. Direkt ein Kracher-Match. Direkt zu Beginn. Wir lassen uns nicht mal Zeit, Bro. Von Anfang an direkt ein Kracher.
Semantic, hello. Make your way over here, buddy. Here we go! You ready? Let's go, let's go, let's go! You face each other? Face each other. Here we go. It's a tale and a rivalry as old as time, as old as esports.
On the Realm ist sehr gut. Hallo Eva. Ich sag, das ist das beste NA-Team jemals. Hallo Frey.
Been waiting 6 years to face this guy, so yeah, I'm more than ready.
6 years, Semantic. How you feeling?
Hallo Gabor.
I think it's more like 8 years. And I'm definitely ready.
Nice, they're both ready. You can go back to your seats, gentlemen. Fist bump. Ah, that's right, baby, that's right. Nothing but love right here on the main stage. But when that game starts, you can bet that hug's
Das war
going
crazy.
straight out.
Heute geht's um alles. Wer heute verliert, ist raus. Instant. Hallo Bilova. Bell of the Hugs. Wen bist du? Humble. Ich finde On the Realm auch ein cooles Team. Ich mag Bobby. Hallo Juri. Ja, Ruby. Die haben noch nie gegeneinander gespielt, ne? Und beide spielen seit 2018. Schon sehr unwahrscheinlich. Das? Weiß nicht. Alter, Gorke! Back from Frame! Ich weiß nicht. Bro, mal schauen. Bin sehr gespannt. Nach Luki, Redfix, ja. Also jetzt haben wir ein krasses Sniper-Duell mit Bobby und Luki. Ich hoffe ein bisschen auf offene Maps. Und ein bisschen Hoffnung habe ich.
Do the teams who have shown us the cleanest draft so far have their heads up?
I think the crowd as well could be a big factor here. I mean, certainly a lot of voices behind Humble, but you know, only Realm hungry for it. For me here as well, Naj is actually open. Not sure whether it's
Akaza passt alles.
to have that kind of defensiveness. Chester and Ruffs mainly are the two that
Übrigens Chat,
early pick. The Ruffs being banned out in.
Glaube ich erkläre es danach, aber
could be an option. Let's see as well.
Hallo Hauti. Ich glaube, Foot hat gewintradet gestern. Damit die Humble nicht facen. Damit zwei EMEA-Teams nicht im gleichen Bracket sind. Hallo Guru. Weil der Erstplatzierte, also Tribe in dem Fall, spielt gegen den Gewinner von hier und es wird Humble sein wahrscheinlich. Ich meine, Nob als Gem Carry ist immer gestorben, mit Gems, immer. Danach haben sie zweimal gewonnen, übel souverän, übel gut. Dann haben die mit Shade First Pick gegen den Finks verloren auf Bridge to Far. Wie auch immer das passiert. Und dann Bounty ist Angel Boy die ganze Zeit rein, obwohl sie Lead hatten. Gadget verfehlt, 08, hat ist die ganze Zeit nur gestorben. Dann gegen Toxic Lotus haben die auseinandergenommen und Toxic Lotus hat Tribe fast besiegt. Also irgendwas stimmt da nicht. Und dadurch, dass sie Zweiter wurden, sind sie nicht im Bracket von Humble. Also ich glaube, das war Absicht. Akaza ist bestimmt da, Guru.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes Griff can also pair to open up the map just a little bit in that regard. Ball could be an option here. Yeah, Naja will actually make a showing. I was unsure though, because in terms of that defensiveness,
Ellie ist offen.
challenging to make her work and having something to maybe back it up outside the Chester, which, you know, if you get that kind of luck on your side, you can get that nice stun to then have that ball be dropped and then just try to get
Also
it
eine Ellie,
I just do worry a little
oder
bit
beziehungsweise
about the defensive
die Naja gegen eine Ellie, das ist also...
No signs of real aggression outside.
Macht keinen Spaß. Hallo Maxi.
Something aggro or tanky if they want to go that, or they're just going to commit to control, and that's something we've seen, I would say, a little bit more this week, and it's a
Ja, das gestern war komisch mit Foot. Also ich sag, das war Absicht.
But instead it is going to be Humble doubling down. 2 anti-tanks, they got the mid of choice, which is one of the
Von diesem Match, Mamada?
in the game right now, especially that are
Also,
legal for this week.
natürlich wäre es gut für EMEA, wenn Humble gewinnt, weil EMEA braucht die Slots für World und LCQ. Aber ich mag Bobby sehr. Generell. Eigentlich gleich. EMEA, Bobby, Sergeant. Crazy Raccoon wird, glaube ich, gewinnen. Nichts was win-traden. Warten wir ab, bis du rausfindest, dass es ein Bua gewin-tradet wird, Levin. Warten wir ab.
Figure out the draft ourselves, and now we have 2 more guys who dressed up
Hallo,
for
Dave.
you today to guide you through this banger of a match. Ready
Purpose Pro.
maneuver.
Stark,
Thank
geil.
you very much, Sonny. Long have we waited for one of the biggest rivalries in Brawl Stars to finally
Trunk
play
Meter.
out
Hallo,
on the
Gugu.
stage. Whether it's
Nee, aber
6
Nate
or
spielt
8
immer
years,
Trunk.
We've been waiting a hell of a
Immer.
long time for Semantic and Bobby to finally throw down in a match that matters. And ready, it doesn't get more important than this. It's all on the line. No second chances here in our first quarterfinal.
No better way to kick off Championship Sunday than this. A rivalry years in the making. And the draft sort of went to expectation. Bobby locking in the trunk as the last pick once again. Last time he Sneaky Fields, it did not go his way. Gonna go for this Chester early on.
Stark von Semantic. Sehr stark. Oh mein Gott. Okay, das ist eine Ansage. Ich glaube, ist das wie World? Ja. Der Gewinner kriegt einen World-Slot mehr, Dave, für die Region. Der Zweitplatzierte kriegt einen LCQ-Slot mehr für die Region. Also es ist schon sehr wichtig, ja. Und gut Preisgeld. Und die kriegen noch LCQ-Punkte. BSC-Punkte. Nicht LCQ, BSC. Hallo Lux. Gut Hunger, Kata. Erfolg, Guru. Danke dir, Guru. Drafted? Ja, sehr. Also Chunk war kein guter Pick. Ich denke, Humble hat den Chunk-Pick sogar predicted. Das ist sehr dominant. SK ist nicht dabei, nein. Nur die Top 2 von EMEA sind dabei. Also Humble und Foot.
Semantic, watch him. He is diving after the trunk on every opportunity that he gets. He will not give Bobby any room to breathe here.
Doch, also... Nee, na, also Chester sollte in 8 von 10 Fällen gewinnen gegen den Chunk. Solange Trunk das Gadget nicht gut hinbekommt, ist Trunk tot. Trunk lebt vom Gadget. Hallo Fruchtsaft. Dann wetten wir. Halbfinale. Halbfinale mache ich Wetten. Hallo Gotza. Alles gut, Dave. Stark von Semantic. Hallo Pelikan. Der Humble spielt echt gut. Das ist wirklich eine Ansage.
Near interception as well. Bobby played that as best as he could. But he's facing 2 anti-tanks that he cannot afford to feed. Still hanging on to the super. Sands also looking for the initial push in. Once again, let's imagine.
Hätten sie den Ball da durchbekommen, wäre es ein Tor. Das sage ich Silver. Ob ich gegen die gewinnen würde, Levin? 100%. Schön, hast du getippt? Der Humble. Der Humble ins Finale getippt.
Semantic has to respect him, but meanwhile, this is an absolute wash on the rest of the map. Bobby's going to be forced away. That is a lot of snakes, folks. Hypercharge super out from Luki, and it's just too much to
Ansage. Hallo Lel. Digga, Semantic hat fast 500 DPS. 500! Stimmt. 33%ige Winrate. Humble war extrem gut gerade. Ich sag, die haben Trunk gepredicted. Ich bin echt überzeugt. You gotta win that. You gotta win that. You gotta win that. Anstatt dein Mate zu motivieren, you gotta win that. Bastard.
I mean, already some frustration starting to emerge there, and I know exactly who Patchy was talking to. Oh yeah. In that moment. We saw Bobby try and go after Semantic on multiple occasions, but Chester is a consummate tank killer.
Ich sag Crazy Raccoon auch nix. Ich finde, der Crazy Raccoon ist mit am überzeugendsten gewesen.
Luki on the Naja, obviously she's not known for high amounts of burst damage, but she's a
fantastic
control brawler.
Ja, schon. Das untere Bracket ist recht stack. Genau, DPS ist Damage per Second. Das heißt, ausgerechnet, wie viel Damage er pro Sekunde, also, wenn die Sekunde läuft, so 300, 300, 300, das über das gesamte Game.
It's not globally banned, so it's going to have to be one of those crucial 3.
You gotta win that. Alles schon mal.
76% win rate in sets that he gets to play Naja. That's ridiculous. And she's his most played brawler in the lead up to this tournament.
Geht nicht, Bro. Also ganz ehrlich. Stell dir vor, ich damals bei SKE, Küken macht einen Fehler und ich laber ihn erstmal voll mitten im Draft. Was eine Kacke. Wirklich. 1-0 für Humble. Ich glaube es auch immer. Ja, aber ich mache ihn nicht dumm an. Also. Genau, Mamara. Das macht doch. Stellt euch vor einen Bua. Stellt euch vor einen Bua. Ich bin mit Mamara im Team. Mamara macht einen Fehler. Dann sage ich, Mamara, du musst das gewinnen. Nein! Glückwunsch, Kabus. Hab's mitbekommen. Das stand 10-mal im Chat. Stark, Kabus. Hallo, Pasi. Was ist los, Frozen?
Just a very effective control brawler with a gadget that can stuff any dives.
Another one lurking in the shadows from Only Realm is that Shade last pick. They would love to play.
Du weißt, was ich gemacht habe, Kili, oder?
So well adapted to one that he spams honestly at times. Might be a bit too much aggression to go for now. It would synergize nicely with the walls.
Schlechtes Argument.
For Humble to play into this aggression. Lumi is going to be vulnerable in close range.
Ja, okay, dann weißt du es.
But something that does fine at mid to long range so they don't get countered with the last pick.
Kaze taken away from Semantic, one of his most, in fact, his most played brawler in general over the last few weeks. If you're in the realm, you sort of round this
Appreciate last.
Brock's sort of still on the table, and yeah, it's hard.
Weiß nicht, also ich finde allgemein Aggro gegen einen Meeple ist schwer. Da muss das schon sehr, sehr gut spielen. Mit dem Stun. Das ist der Drafter, ja. Der hier ist. Oh, ist weg. Das ist der Drafter, der Coach von Humble Lux. Das ist Kanan. Kennen. Wie auch immer.
You can't get through walls. How do you play around this shade? It is something that you absolutely must respond to. Break the walls or play around them.
Fat splatter.
Man hat dies.
It's not a kill confirm right there. They're just going to try and deny super. They're going to try and inflict the same damage on Humble that they witnessed at the hands of Zeta on day one.
I don't love this draft out of Only Realm yet again. It's not the most convincing. You've got some broadly effective brawlers, right? You've got the Otis with a mute button.
Die sind gut, Gott sei Dank. Die sind gut.
Again, can punish chokes with fat splatter, make it hard to pass through them. But Chester is going to be very good against the Kaze. I think Lumi's going to be really annoying to play into. Her gadget, Grim and Frostbitten on this map is a massive pain.
Ich denke, das Game ist recht abhängig vom Meeple. Ich denke, der Meeple kann da recht viel carryen.
This one is going to play out. It's about getting that blue star and then playing D. But Only Realm don't want to let this get back too far too soon. A bit of initial damage on boss and a lot of respect given to Luki on this right side. Gets again positioned for free. They don't have a way of playing around this wall with the exception of Fat Splatter.
Das war Patchy, glaube ich, will ich haben. Der Meeple. You gotta win this.
It's going to take another gadget from Lumi to make some real damage happen. Or a super. And they're also avoiding giving Lumi
spielt kein Stun. Oh, hallo Juri.
Manchester Meeple does catch Luki out for a time, but this poke damage coming in from Semantic. It's going to start to become pretty oppressive. There's a Gruen Frostbitten. Bobby has to move out of that spot there. It's very awkward for him to play into this corner. And Humble just going to hold.
Jester kann man überall picken, aber da. Jester ist sehr stark, ja.
Another Mansions to push Luki back a little bit, creating two lanes.
Humble getting impatient. Semantic going to try and push forward. There's no dice. They really do have a kill confirm with Boss's super. So they're just making sure they use it the right way. They also don't want to get blasted away by Patchy. If they go for Bobby on the right side, it's going to be the gadget. Bobby locked in. Boss finds
Boss.
What? You're kidding!
No connection. Bobby now low, but able to heal up. Meeple super in play. This is going to force Luki to be a bit more passive on the left-hand side of the map. Boss has to bide his time. Another Mansions comes in. Only Realm somehow still fighting in the top corner of the map. Patchy's getting low though. Semantic wants to pressure. There's a super at the ready. We don't know what it's going to be from the Chester, but it could be impactful if it's a bomb.
Semantic still biding his time.
Guter Hyper von Boss. Semantic aber tot. 10 Sekunden. Das sollte machbar sein. Mit einer Meeple-Ult gegen Shade. Das sollte machbar sein. Jetzt gewinnen die. Stark. Du bist noch da?
Preying on the impatience of Humble, but you have to acknowledge that was a complete misplay from Boss on the right side. He had that kill in the bag versus Bobby. We'd be looking at a very different game.
Bossell.
Just one of those morning stars around the block.
Ja.
That position by Only Realm is stunning. Very impressive performance from them, considering they were forced into a corner for the entire round. Now Humble have to respect this. They've got to play around that Meeple hypercharge. They've got to be wary of the Fanstorm.
Nee, also jetzt drehen können, ja, aber...
On this map, Sands playing towards the left.
Ja.
Much different lineup.
Der Lumi ist sehr stark.
They have Luki in a different position, preying off of Sands' aggression. Luki now with the long arms. Not going to be offered any opportunities, it looks like. Really just takes a couple of attacks from Shade to get his super. That combined with the trickling super charge from someone standing within the radius. Another attempt at boxing with Manches of Meeple. Also search to keep Patchy away. Another near miss. Humble really reaching with these abilities here, but they come short every time.
This is elite play from Only Realm here to stay alive under this kind of pressure, but Sands might not have anywhere to go.
Was? Links! Ja, der Ult rein! Der Ult rein!
Just to break them up. Semantic over to the right. This is going to buy some time, but Bobby is rooted in place. Luki though can't.
Okay, die haben Lead.
It's Patchy falling though.
Sands
realizes he's got to go aggressive now, as Only Realm have given up the lead.
Only Realm for the first time on the aggression, but Humble are going to make this as slow and painful as possible on the retreat. Only Realm doing a good job of keeping their composure here. They're just going to have to go up 1 inch at a time. And now onto the next layer of this layer cake, and Humble retreat even more. Now conceding.
Oh, ich glaube, Sans stirbt, oder?
Retreating all the way and can't hang on. It looks like just shriveled down to a shred of HP. 20 seconds to go, though. There's no turning back for Only Realm.
Okay, still, this can be used now, this Mantis of Meeple, to get Only Realm back into the middle of the map. 17 seconds remain. They've got to get themselves that 1 star. Now we're into a countdown. Sands is going to respect Luki. Pops the long arm and the lure, and Sands takes the hit. He's forced to back up. Patchy with a super ready to go, and Bobby encroaching, getting closer. Semantic now has to trend towards the right. Bobby's brought down. Now Sands, can he work with this super? The answer is no. And Humble.
Das ist stark. Gegen den Lumi zu pushen ist schwer. Die dürfen einfach nicht sterben. Und die Realm. Und Humble braucht einen Kill.
Look at the anguish on the players' faces as well. Semantic up here sweating. High pressure gameplay as Only Realm are pulling out a level of mechanics that I think we were not really expecting. Versus Zeta Division, they looked quite good. Mechanically, the drafts were not really there. Now we're looking at mechanical mastery.
Das ist dafür Blue Star, vor allem.
They have literally drafted themselves into a corner on this map.
It's true.
Aber ja.
Made it hard for themselves. I feel like they have to be that much better in order to win these rounds. And they did so in the first, but it's tough to do.
Stark vom Boss.
Patchy brought down in the neutral zone, and Sands has got nowhere to go. This may well be a capitulation from Only Realm, falling behind by 3 stars early.
In the past, Only Realm, when they find themselves down, they've been known to throw in the towel, give up. Hopefully they've learned from their mistakes by then and have kept themselves of sound mind. Here comes a super from Luki going for one.
Stark von Luki. Ja, okay, ist over. Das muss ein Win sein für Humble.
By 7 stars here, Luki in cycle with the Shade Supers.
Looks like the gloves are off here for Humble. The challenge has been issued now to the tune of 7 stars. We'll get a minute left in the round, but Humble have a healthy lead. Sands is getting kept up in the middle of the map, and that is a blast pick that Patchy would sooner forget. Luki runs up on him now, and a Grim and Frostbitten's going to deny Bobby his escape.
Ja.
It's 12
Nee, das wird nichts für Only Realm.
Humble and Only Realm are reeling.
Need to see some supers here.
Ja, Lux, er braucht halt einmal die Ult. Wenn er mal die Ult hat, kann er kochen. Aber sie zu bekommen ist nicht einfach.
He's ready to super away just to stay safe. That hardened hoodie is going to give him a bunch of damage.
So, WATCHPARTY nur? Soll ich nicht mal mitspielen, oder was? Stark vom Boss.
Doesn't get much
Ich will
better
mit.
than that.
Achso.
Humble might end the round on volume of stars without the time running out. Patchy's got a hypercharged super, but even a full team wipe may not be enough. Here we go. Patchy's going to be rooted by the blast beat. Boss is healthy though.
Timo, ich hab gehört, du kannst Lumi.
Starts to get slap happy in the middle of the map, and there is not a damn thing Only Realm can do. Completely humiliated in this last round.
Nee, nicht mehr, Jan Zickler.
It's a 2-0 series.
Bin nicht mehr aktiv in E-Sports.
So far, have nothing to say.
In the 1 monthly final, Only Realm won.
Wer kann keine Lumi? Ich. So ein Kack-Brawler.
Is that the only realm that we see today? It's the only way for them to make it to the next stage, otherwise they go down 0-3.
Ihr müsst Humble voten.
Their coach smiling up.
Falls auf der Webseite seid, Humble.
You gotta be kidding me.
I was gonna say, does he have a dinner reservation he's gonna make now, or is it just
might be a Vic day?
Yeah, that's crazy. You did that. Okay, maybe an acceptance
Ach,
here.
nein, das ist so ein Kack-Brawler.
What may be ahead? Glasses off here for Sands. He needs to take a moment to collect himself. Really good.
Wieso Grunchi?
But it was, I'd say,
Axel FIFA.
some errors here from
Das
Humble.
Spiel?
Mentioned Boss had a kill confirmed
Geht.
he wasn't able to make. They were happy with that, but again, it really
So eine
did feel
Hassliebe.
like the draft put Only Realm in a position where they were constantly playing catch up.
Pretty much, you saw Otis locked in a corner for much
Soll der
of
blond
this.
sein,
The only
Grunchi,
way
oder
that
was?
they were winning this is by defense, and it was not enough. And as soon as they found themselves in a losing position, it's as if everything fell apart, particularly when Luki got his first super.
Hallo, Maria.
Everything fell into cycle. Humble knew that this is exactly what would happen, and you have to acknowledge also that Only Realm were well aware that this
57
of permitting
DPS.
Shade. I have a feeling though that they saw this as a last pick only brawler. And it's a total error because their response to this was Otis. That's not a Shade reaction at all. A complete oversight.
Stimmt, Only Realm braucht Draft Guide und Bobby.
Right, plays a ton of roughs and Jae-Yong, but his Lumi, he has an 81% win rate in scrims in the lead up to this tournament. Sets in which
Wen,
he
Levin?
that brawler, he pops off. He gets to show a little
Hallo,
bit of
Margi.
expression. And catching 2 players out with a double root
Hallo, Kau.
speed hypercharge.
Hat gestern Fell gewonnen. Riven hat gewonnen.
The map win. Let's
Ralph
move
Riven.
along, though, to Bell's Rock. And potentially the last
Kid
chance
first?
for Only Realm to stay alive in this game, and they
Okay.
go instantly for the kit. They certainly don't want to let Semantic have that brawler.
Ein seltenster Skin? Oh, ich weiß es
And this
nicht.
is also an Only Realm special as
Star
well,
Shelly oder
it'll be
so,
interesting
keine
to
Ahnung.
see one of the masters of kit play versus the other. Bobby, of course, a player that has put a lot of effort into learning the intricacies of such a interesting brawler when they can play as a support. Yeah, polarizing. You know, you hate to face it in showdown. In 3v3, it's just as confusing. Play as support, go for some cheese synergies.
Ist Asiate? Kennen, der Coach.
And yeah, you'd be poorly informed to think that you can catch Humble off guard with this selection.
You want to know Boss's win rate on Jae-Yong?
Let's hear it.
92%.
You're kidding. In scrims versus professional teams.
Yes.
Das ist krass. 92%ige Winrate in Scrims auf Jae-Yong ist krass.
Jae-Yong-centric strategy performed very,
Get the
very
rill.
well. And that's obviously
Maybe.
all to be said with Ruff's
Olli
availability.
kann auch
We're
sein.
gonna go in for the Olli
Okay.
now, so you've got a burst of speed, and we know exactly that. You want
Jae-Yong Meta.
see the Ruffs paired with the Olli, right? To guarantee that hypercharge to get like a large radius.
Du musst halt mit Jae-Yong ein Team um Jae-Yong bauen. Du bist ein Support, du bist kein Carry, weißt du? Also Boss schon, aber Jae-Yong an sich ist kein Carry. Du musst da schon ein Olli zum Beispiel oder ein... Keine Ahnung, Damian, irgendwie so. Jetzt da mehr Kacke, aber das Beispiel. Ich weiß, Jungle hat nur 15 Winrate. Lag aber auch an Boss. Boss ist geisteskrank auf den.
This is such a classic humble draft here, getting the Byron involved. So both of these teams apparently willing to play to each other's approaches.
Hallo Malte.
What else is available here? Obviously, Bell's Rock is the kind of map where, you know, Rico has to be banned on.
Nee, Kid Daryl macht keinen Sinn, into Olli. Was?
Oh
Oh
man, we've seen this strategy before. The Kid and the Daryl combined
Hallo Mats.
are a menace.
Das ist ein dicker Loose.
And Sands can obviously, you know,
Das ist ein dicker Loose.
the Byron can really facilitate
Das ist noch schlecht.
healing and a super that can really just turn a fight on its head.
The risk here with Kit Daryl is it relies on you hanging back for the majority of round 1. Then you can start to cycle off of 2 and 3, but you have to have enough defense. And
Ich sag, es wird ein Bull.
it's usually a cheese strat. This works versus players you aren't
Hallo Hassan.
Cordelius is going to be
Nein, nein, wenn das ist Nono kommt. Das ist nicht meine Com.
So
It's a really
it's a
annoying
sensible
pick
reaction.
six.
Yes, it's going to be good for defense. It's not going to be as amazing
Tor des
for
Jahres.
offense. They can jump
Not
the
great in
walls
the
and deal
neutral
with
Macht keinen Sinn.
Yeah, exactly.
Kid Daryl ist nicht gut in Torli.
Yeah, so they'll get
Die hatten die Hypnose, Bro. Das macht keinen Sinn. Der ist viel zu tanky. Die haben den Jayong. Die können das wieder hochheilen. Das ist ein guter Pick. Die haben auch einen offenen Pick. Die haben den Charlie, die haben den Cordelius, die haben den Bull. Hallo Simon. Hallo Keno.
Gives you like evasion as well, especially if the Kid tries
Also
to
das
super
macht,
you.
sehe ich nicht.
Then a vulnerability frame. So, what might be last chance saloon here for Oni Realm will be a knockout game on Bell's Rock. And you see Humble, of course, with this
Wir müssen die Kid halt schnell finden.
His boss has taken up Cordelius Juicy.
Jetzt haben die. Macht keinen Sinn in Torli. Das macht das. Oh Mann. Wenn der Feldziel erreicht wird, zweimal ja. Und ich bin mir recht sicher, es passiert. Hallo CM. Aufgegeben? Nein, die wurden überrannt. Die haben nicht aufgegeben. Hallo Sarvat. Weiß ich nicht, Mann mal. Einfach da sein, dann passt das.
Sands here for support, gonna instead go for some initial damage. Boss definitely jumps away, but now he doesn't have it to deal with.
Wieso?
Patchy gonna go for it into the realm. Bobby looks to claim it.
Ja, okay, das war schon stärker von On the Realm, aber Bro, immer noch stark vom Boss. Ja, Boss. Also ich schwöre euch, Boss spielt in diesem Brawl Cup unfassbar gut. Ich sag, Boss ist diesen Brawl Cup Top 3. Zirkusmusik. Er hat mich gestern schon abgefuckt. Top 1. Ah, gibt noch Tensei. Ball flach halten.
This may be Oni Realm's last chance here at Brawl Cup to say something for themselves and for the region. It's been a tough year. In fact, it's been multiple tough years since the
Das ist Top 1. Nee, nee, nicht Top 1. Hoch, aber nicht Top 1.
And they've been waiting for this matchup. We only have to hope it's not
Der Boss gesellt. Ja, aber sonst allgemein, er spielt so consistent und so gut. Schau an, wie gut er ist. Also, wow.
Pushing in, looking for anything, and he stays alive. He'll at least be able to get something here. Maybe a bit more super.
Das ist eine Machtdemonstration von Humble, ehrlich.
Only Realm running it down like they do a lot of times, but it just doesn't work versus former world champions.
All right. Last chance here for Oni Realm to make something happen. Sands out on the super. Bobby gonna try and roll in. Luki affected by the super now. Big stun though. Here comes the dash in. The only super catches Patchy out. This is rough. Bobby low. Not a lot of damage here outside of the Darrow getting up close and personal. But on the side
Das ist einfach aus, weil es ein 100-0 Draft ist. 100-0.
Looking at Only Realm, there was some discussion on the strat. Don't push in, Bobby. Just get your super. Get it for the next round. Sand's going to soften them up, and Luki continues to heal Semantic.
In der Match, die haben die Hypnose. Sollte reichen. Also Humble sollte das gewinnen. Ehrlich. Hypnose auf Daryl, Luki macht Gadget. Der wird sterben. Aber ich denke, die gehen erstmal auf den Byron. Ja. Stark von Semantic. Aber wir müssen Byron rausholen, Jungs. Ah, stark. 3-0. Das war's mit Only Realm. Platz 1. Das beste NA-Team jemals.
Thrown from the top of the crater. Sacrifice to the Brawl gods. As Humble take one big step forward in their Brawl Cup campaign.
After 8 years in development, hopefully it was worth the wait. For EU it was, but for NA they've only borne witness to their own funeral.
Mann.
Only Realm, NA's #1, knocked out in a flash.
That means the whole region must pin their hopes now on.
Ich weiß nicht, Kabus. Also der Draft war wirklich schlecht von denen. Also ich fand den Draft schon sehr, ja, schwach. Wir können der BP voten. Für Mr. Overall, für EMEA. Ob Humble oder Foot ist egal. Realistisch sage ich Crazy Raccoon. Das ist was anderes, Crunchy. Das ist ein Brawl Cup. Das ist einfach so ein Zwischenturnier. International. Oder global, besser gesagt. Hallo Nico.
Got an interesting piece of information for you guys. If Tribe win their next match, you have the opportunity to single-handedly remove the NA region from this competition. Does that feel good?
It feels actually really
Dali
good.
Theo.
Even more
Dali Chat.
like there's always been
Top Match oder will Humble sein?
and North America, and it would be feel great to have Europe again.
Ja, ja, ist knapp gewesen, TC.
I have a history of Tribe Gaming.
100%.
You always lose to them in World Finals. Now I beat them in the last two, so I would like to keep my streak against them with a win.
Salut Dave.
Okay, that's a fair point. Now, I did notice as well, though, leading into this match,
Humble
you know, there
Ketty.
was also a lot of
Schon,
mutual
was ich sehe.
respect for each other as well, as people who have been competing in Brawl Stars for a long time. Does it feel
Revenant, nein, nicht Revenant,
mutual respect
Bruder.
is still there? And
Nicht
obviously,
Revenant.
they're great competitors, right?
We have a lot of respect to all the team. Like, we are really good friends. We just sad that they lost, but someone needs to go out, and I'm happy that we're still on.
Well, the first team to make it into the semi-finals is, of course, Humble!
Immer gern noch, Mats. Salut Jost.
What an insane match! Not the outcome we expected. I thought we would go all the way. Unfortunately for Only Realm, their journey today is cut short.
Yeah, such a
Er ist eigentlich Dixie grad. Das ist crazy.
It wasn't how they wanted this match to be, was it? They wanted
Salut,
to
Sans.
take it all the way at the very least. And
Ehrlich, Arthur passiert.
yeah, I'm just kind of upset for Only Realm because I
Doch,
really
doch!
had high hopes for them.
Arthur ist immer noch gut.
Just, a bit of
Doch,
a-
doch. Arthur ist Top 8, glaube ich. Kann das sein?
I mean, it's humble. It's humble. They're world
Gereicht genug
champions.
Schweizerdeutsch. Arthur ist immer noch Top 8, Bro. Der spielt immer noch E-Sports. Problem ist halt, durch das Seeding faced er halt jedes Mal Humble. Weil er ist genau in dieser Position, er faced immer Humble. Humble oder Foot. Das ist halt eklig. Er musste einmal rauskommen. Was schwer ist. Alle Maple. Weißt du, wieso spannend war? Weil ich täglich 4, 5, 6 Stunden live bin. Er ist im Jahr vielleicht 30 Stunden live.
Yeah, the trunk was a good
ein
example,
Unterschied.
and off to a bad start for Only Realm immediately. We even talked about it at the desk. They were, picking trunk yesterday already. It worked.
Natürlich,
kinda,
Pauline.
And we both said maybe today it's not a good option. They went with it anyway. Sometimes comfort picks do
Galbana.
pay off. Not today for Only Realm. As we already
Ich
established,
glaube,
EMEA is
bin mir
the
nicht sicher.
only region
Alle
that
Fluchti.
now still has two teams in the
Also,
race
nee,
to
nee.
actually make it through the finals. East Asia has 2 teams, but they're on the same side of the bracket. So EMEA technically the only region who can take both the World Final slots and the XRL secure slots home.
Yeah, if Humble continue this reign and make the grand finals, and then on the other end of the bracket for esports have that same run, they will face off in their grand finals and bag both.
TikTok Shop
for
T-Shirt.
esports, that's obviously a long way,
Die Org.
considering that they are playing with a substitution, but Lenar has been playing.
Novus
as
EMEA,
well.
ja.
But again, for North America so far, I just worry now. It's all down to Tribe Gaming to keep them in the race. For Only Realm, I think that for me, I'm just disappointed because when they play at their best, that is a team that undoubtedly could
10
win this
Minuten
whole
warten.
thing.
I just think confidence has always been a big deal for this team. You talked about it right at the start of the weekend, and you said last year when you spoke to them at World,
Ja, ist tot.
you knew that they were going to bomb out of that tournament.
Before they started.
And I think the loss for those guys...
Königsumhang.
Shell shocks. I saw Patchy after their first day of games.
Kann nicht sein.
Actually got out of this group. It looked like they were eliminated already, and I don't think they've bounced back from that.
If confidence is key, then Humble certainly has what it takes to make it all the way through. First up though, they're the first team to wait in the semi-finals, trying to find out who is gonna go up against them there. We have a little bit of a different content piece for you now. Guess the brawler.
Welcome to Guess the Brawler. They have 30 seconds to guess.
Easy, Chat, wir gewinnen.
The time starts now.
Pistols, wall break.
Cold! Nani!
Nani.
Was ist Scheiße? Ich dachte für Zuschauer, hä?
Banned for the storm. Serious? What? No, skip. Skateboard. Ollie. First brawler. Shelly. Japanese fans.
Phase, hä? Ist er dumm?
Dash. Okay, skip. Arcade machine.
Spielt er denn gut?
Ja.
Gestern hat er gut gespielt, ja.
Nice. Nope. Not bad. I think we got this. Okay.
This is round 2 and I'm here with Team Humble.
Okay, ich bin noch besser. Jetzt, Chat.
More than 8. Okay, 30 seconds. 3, 2, 1, go.
So my brother.
Dynamite.
Bombs. Dynamite. Yeah.
Chuck.
Train. Chuck. Red.
Mo.
Red Mo. Spawns shadows. Sirius? No. 3 shadows. Super. Skip. Okay. Can control enemies with first super. Willow. Long range brawler, my favorite one.
Ach, wieder, oder?
No. Semantics. Spider. Mutes enemies with a super. Mortis. Ink drops. Yeah. Skip.
Stop.
Shit, no. I mean, 6 is fine. 6 is fine. We're not happy with that, but we're fine with the record. Yeah.
Welcome to round number 3. I'm here in the lobby. I'm here with 2 fans. You can win the gold Brawl Cup postcard. Wow. But you need to have at least 3 brawlers correct, okay? 3, 2, 1, go!
Okay, so he's an old man, he's living in a hotel, and you think of ice.
Bro, du musst schnell sein, aber er erzählt Geschichte.
Also an old man, he's like a magician and he poisons people.
Byron.
Yes. Okay. Oh.
Ihr müsst schnell sein.
Daryl. Yes.
Hälfte der Zeit drum, sie hat 3 Brawler erklärt.
Like, say hello to my little friend.
Say hello to my little friend.
We got, he's like, he throws stuff.
Dynamite?
Like free stuff.
Ah, tick.
Yes. Okay.
Time is up. Oh my god. You were amazing. Guys,
Ja, oder?
you won the postcard, the gold postcard, and this was Guess the Brawler.
The fans did pretty well, the players and the casters too, I must say. Now we have something else for you. I hope you were all keeping up with our bingo card. I hope you did Uber today.
Me? Oh. Yeah, we don't have bingo yet though, right? Apparently
Not
it's been decided that I'm wearing the brightest outfit, but I think I've got some contenders. I've had some contenders. You're... Okay. Either way.
We only crossed it out today because the last 2 days I think I still did a bit more.
You're wearing each other's wardrobe sometimes and just not even realizing at this point. It's like
way.
It's quite bright.
Day one shadows look a little familiar. I'm not gonna lie, mate. No comment.
Don't know what you're talking about. The oh my goodness came out of you already as well.
It did. I felt like it was the good time for it.
Tickled that out of
It was that hot zone moment, wasn't it, with Reverend
okay.
Spark, and I thought that was warranted. I had to
Die labern echt viel.
saying that because I would have absolutely been saying it on the casting desk, so it made sense.
And now you have waited for long enough. Let's head straight into our match number 2. Tribe Gaming versus Revenant X Spark. They both have been performing exceptionally well. Tribe finished with 2-3-2s, running complete but lethal for esports regardless. They redeemed their prior Brawl Cup run against Toxic Lotus as well. They did top that group in the end, and we all called it the group of death, so that's quite a remarkable feat.
Yeah, for me as well, Semantics saying a lot about how his, back and forth with Tribe Gaming historically over the years could come to light. I think he's forgetting that Reverend X-Pac are actually a serious threat in this competition. They kind of remind me of the Toxic Lotus of last year, and, again, with less LAN experience on their side, no doubt about it. I think they could definitely cause an upset here if they start to gain some momentum against Tribe, who are coming into this competition the weakest they've ever looked, actually. If you look at their monthly finals,
Hiroshi comeback, yeah.
Single monthly final win. So I think for Tribe Gaming, yes, they're looking very, very strong on the world stage. Their drafts from Killer have been on point, and their confidence is key. That LAN experience is going to come full circle.
Diego Gamer is the secret for me. And while the results haven't been like the best for Tribe, I also think the rest of their region has come up and it's looking more competitive. So I believe in these guys at LAN. Diego has been really fighting. This isn't his first time at LAN. This is his first time at LAN like as a starter on a roster.
Edgar Global. Die checken. Lav hat gekocht gestern auf Edgar.
Even if they haven't had the peaks of some of the others, but look at Only Roll, they had those.
Nee,
They flamed out on stage. I don't want to see you peak too early. I want to see you make it all the way to the finals. I really think this team has got what it takes.
We have the global bands on stream.
Das ist Deko. Wenn die draufdrücken, kriegen alle 100 Punkte.
And I must say here, we have Revenant X-Spark always being extremely reliable when it comes down to playing their comfort picks. Tribe Gaming, of course, now had a lot of time to prepare what exactly they want to play, and I feel like Crow and Colette might be a bit targeted there.
Hiroshi, Levin, ja.
For sure. I feel like whenever
Find auch nicht so gut.
my mind always goes to tanks, but interestingly enough, we are seeing how they're using that against other
Zum
teams.
draufdrücken. Haben die schon.
Keeping more in the back pocket. Starting to really experiment.
Immer am Anfang des Streams machen die das einmal. Sonst skippen. Was soll ich skippen, Bro?
14% only for Revenant X-Spark. Is that warranted over?
No, but this is bound to happen, I think, for a Road to Brawl Cup team who are still a little bit.
Die casten nur für Brawl Stars, soweit ich weiß, ja.
The group that they were in, right? I think the Eternal maybe weren't really ready for competition at this level, so expectations are still tempered for Revenant X-Spark.
Ja, die Punkte kriegt man sehr schnell, Onyx.
I hope you are ready as well for Match 2.
Well, we are well and truly underway because it is time for our next
Verdienen die
quarter-final match.
viel.
Now,
Also ohne Scheiß, wirklich, also Caster verdienen wirklich viel. Die verdienen teilweise mehr als die Spieler.
First up to take onto the stage, we have the team who
Kein Witz.
not only survived the devastating Group D, but dominated it in Tribe Gaming, and their opponents with the entire region of SCSA on their shoulders, and the
Stark,
real
Marie.
sensations either side of Sergeant. Whew. It's Revenant X-Spark. Let's do this.
Wahrscheinlich ja, Gronchi. Darf man diesen Stream restreamen? Ich hätte alleine gehen. Du kannst doch einfach Supercell streamen, Bro. Hast du mit Ton. So wie ich es mache. Einfach Supercell streamen.
Once feared globally,
Schau mal auf Twitch, Brawl Stars.
former kings of North America faced harsh critics back home. Now battle-hardened with fresh firepower, this household name is here to reclaim their global respect.
Chat, der Gotti.
Last year's Cinderella story was missing its happy ever after, escaping the brutal SESA qualifiers.
Ich habe eine Mission.
Steadfast leader brings fresh blood.
Eine Mission habe ich, Chat.
Finish the fairy tale on
Wen bist du?
the global stage.
Ich bin ein großer Fan von Sergeant. Der in deiner Mitte. Er ist so gut. Er ist. Wow.
Make your way over here, Luffy.
Zum Icon. Welches Icon?
Saying right now, Luffy. Come on over here. Don't try and hide from me. Come on. I'd like you to stand. I'd like you to face each other. Just face each other. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen,
Sergeant ist wirklich eine Macht.
SESA, two regions trying to hold on to their spot in the Brawl Cup. Sergeant, you ready?
I've never been more ready. I've never been more ready.
Rede mal!
Been more ready. Luffy, you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Touch gloves if you want. Let's do this, right? You can go back to your spots. Here we go.
Das war's schon?
That's all the markings of a great match. A game
Das war's schon?
you will, but what do I know? I tell you who does know, the desk. So let's get this match underway.
Dachte Boxkampf, dachte ich auch.
RBM. Diego Gamer. Hiroshi.
Ich pack den. Wenn er so spielt wie gestern, ich pack den. Nee, Dave. Der Gewinner von hier spielt gegen Humble. Und an der Stelle müsste eigentlich Foot stehen. Also die haben gewintradet, damit die nicht Humble facen. Tough, oder? Ja, Hassan. Hallo Moritz. Kannst du Global Ban? Von den Teams aus, ja. Die Teams dürfen 2 Global Bans entscheiden.
I want to talk about RBM quickly here. He's always been known as a tank player, but lately he's shifted
Bestes Game, sehr eindeutig von Humble. Also Only Ram hat nichts gemacht. Wirklich, die wurden überrannt. Also wirklich, das war krasser als gegen Bounty Hunter. Ohne Scheiß. Ne, Diamond ist einfach kacke, Maria.
Otis as an opener here. This is a brawler we've seen Diego Gamer really try and draft in a lot of these matchups, and honestly, in his hands, it looks sick.
Narja's open here. I'm not sure whether it's necessarily the brawler which shines through in the scrim sort of data, but often is banned. So I mean, it's definitely up for grabs here. Chester, I feel, is a definitely.
Ja, also Only Ram hat wirklich schlecht gedraftet.
In the ideas of Revenant at this stage.
Ja, Machino juckt keinen, Leo. Hier juckt das. Das ist die große Bühne. Machino ist egal.
Can be really problematic. Lily as well can certainly be something which are very hard to play against. So another wild card pick from Revenant's Cult. They sometimes break open. So there's definitely still a lot of potential here.
We are in gem grab, so I do like your kid's idea. Lily's also still left open. Those two are always dangerous, especially later on in the draft. You have that comeback mechanic, snack up the gems in the last few seconds with a hypercharge, get out with a gadget.
Das ist da, wo man Penny damals mitgespielt hat, mit dieser Wand, so eine Wand direkt hinterm Gem-Spawner, in so einem Busch, der nach rechts führt. Keine Ahnung, wie soll ich das erklären?
This is nice drafting because you'll notice that both Mortis and Edgar are unplayable here, but one brawler that is open is Fang. So if you're reading into, you know, Luffy's tendency to want to play these all in, like high upside, high mechanical ceiling brawlers, then having Charlie just to stop them in their traps, I think
Thanks, man.
You've also got two very serviceable mids here as well.
Yeah, it's got like the panic button push, hasn't it, really, with Charlie, and you can kind of use that to your advantage in those
Sergeant Abby.
Like your shout of the Fang. Now the Shade's come in, though, it may not prevail, but Shade has had some very good showings this weekend. It's also had some very poor showings, so I do worry with the potential of the wall break still available on the side of Revenant. That's why I don't like Shade at this stage of the draft.
Shade is okay. Yeah, I agree with you. You can break up the walls already with Chester. Now we would have even more options open. Rolf spans out, but Griff, of course, could still come in on that right side.
Hello, Corey.
Nita, now, they also need to double down here. Really want to make sure they don't
Rotes
get
Main,
any
Akaza.
assassins against them. But there's the Griff
Lane Büschen.
action.
Nee.
Opening up the map against the Shade. Always a great idea. Now, we have two soothing voices for you for this match to bring it to life, Kenny and Trev.
Thank you very much, Sonny. It's good to be here on Championship Sunday. While these teams took two very different routes to reach this stage, they have one crucial commonality. They are down to
Glaube, kann sein,
the
ja.
weight of Championship Sunday is heavy.
Oder?
And both of
Oder
these
gegen
teams
Zeta?
being
Weiß gar
tested.
nicht.
A miracle run in Stockholm for the right hand in. Meanwhile, North America are trying to shoulder an entire region. Tribe Gaming versus Revenant X-Mark.
Super early wall break coming in from Sergeant, taking out pretty much all of their back bush. They know this Shade's going to want to get in
Nee, das war übel eindeutig. 3-0. Knackiges 3-0. War nicht mal knapp.
But seems to be working so far.
Sergeant on the back lines, working on that top
Keine
side.
Zeit mehr.
Shade goes to the haunted
Alle.
hub. Piggy bank to bounce him back. Super, the money dishing out to that top right-hand side. Luffy still juggling all of it, though. Somehow remaining alive. Hiroshi just going to rush this down and ensure the kill.
Yeah, well, the bear coming in nice and early. A bit of heals with the bear with me go back RBM's way. Sergeant gonna get muted from range by Diego Gamer, and he's taking the 1v1 matchup, but Sergeant using those mechanics to juke, stay alive, but the Fang Splatter will seal the kill.
The KD is just entirely favoring Tribe right now. I mean, there's not
Ober ist schuld. Hat er dich angeschiftet, 12er zu machen?
anybody on this Revenant X-Mark squad have really
Middle Main.
until now, finally starting to accumulate some gems, and you're
Was
starting to
top?
see the vision. Clearly this Griff
Warum darf Hiroshi wieder Chester spielen? Ey, gute Frage.
also is an option to maybe
Der Diego spielt sehr gut gerade.
something like a Shade. Chester able to get that shut down. Little candy popper going in as as well. RBM manages to get the trade. Still Jim's favoring Tribe Gaming, but it's getting a lot closer in terms of positioning.
Yeah, that super kind of knocked him into range. Another set of walls over the right-hand side gone, and Luffy knows all he can do now.
Ja, aber je länger das Game geht, desto besser ist das für Revenant. Okto, das muss man auch sagen. Wieso nimmt Sergeant den Gem? Wieso nimmt er die Gem? Sergeant Abi? Ach, Hiroshi. Stark, Superwalk? Oh, schlechter Hyper.
Look at this. The longer this goes down, Shade's superpower slowly dwindling away. The one thing the Ghost can do is get through walls, and now in the wide open, he's gonna have no range to work with.
Yeah, next gem gonna be spawning on Revenant's side, and that would kickstart this countdown.
Wie kommt das so nah?
Lingering on the right hand side, the super of Hiroshi, but Luffy trying to get that gem off their opponent's side. They're gonna need it, but he's got a super over the other side for the Charlie, can make them drop everything they have, just about picking it up. And a gadget used there as well, but the pinch will see the end of Luffy.
Bad news on the bottom side as well. Hiroshi with the big play,
Weiß nicht, ob so.
trying to make up for it. Bruce the Bear left all alone. As Chester now walks it back.
Ich weiß nur, dass Revenant gerade das erste Set gewinnt.
Has a super, has to dive forward at a moment's notice. 15 is plenty for the count as Sergeant plays bodyguard. Excellent comeback there from Revenant X-Mark.
Well, it's something we've seen already, depriving the Shade, but it's not, not giving him supers this time. They're just taking all his power away by not giving him any walls. Really, really smart strategy here from Revenant X-Spark, and super unusual to see them just break probably the most important wall to them off the start in the usual game.
Aber Revenant führt.
Shade, very smart from Tribe.
Tribe need a quick game. They led very early on. The piggy banks, the more they accumulate, the harder it gets for Shade to persevere. You're seeing it now, Luffy able to hug this left-hand side while Hiroshi 1v1ing RBM. Nice job, as Sergeant already has that super. This is a much better
Illich, Superwalk. Triff's eh nicht.
Members go down in game 1.
I mean, the start was the main issue in the previous one as well. Huge piggy bank there on the left-hand side from Sergeant, just
Revenant hat draft.
those coins and making them explode. These two
Recht
sets of
deutlich.
walls on the left-hand side. Luffy, no matter which way he goes, he's not got a nice matchup, but a super missed in the mix there from Hiroshi, and he won't be.
Wie gewinnt Luffy das Matchup?
Has to be able to grab these kills and allow for his team to expand with space. Diego Gamer and RBM gonna have a tall task ahead of them.
Ich schwöre, Diego Gamer spielt so gut diese Runde. Wirklich. Der spielt gefühlt alleine. Halbfinale Supermob. Dann ist es in mehr Kanalpunkte im Pot. Ist ein bisschen witziger zum Wetten. Vertrau mir. Ich weiß, was ich koche. Boah. Ach, die ist so gut, ne? Gestern auf Chester. Heute wieder.
Purple button down the right-hand side lane. All the members of Revenant rushing down the middle as Diego Gamer on the left-hand side pops one of his own. Luffy, 3 gems on his noggin. They have
Ist halt ranked,
on one
Doktor.
of the two in the bottom left-hand side, but Bruce the Bear is fierce. Luffy has just enough walls. It's gonna be a close call up in the air, but doesn't.
Aber Bro, Hiroshi, du musst die Hyper-Ult nicht auf den Bären outframen. Das muss auf den Gem Carry. Die hätte eh nichts mehr gebracht, aber Bro. Hallo Luis.
And it was a much better start for them as well, so it's weird to be seeing that, to be honest with you. They were thriving in the late game in the last one, but Tribe took a fast lead early on in terms of gems, so they're going to want to change this game plan back to what they were doing before, because that really didn't go well for them.
Ist krass, wie ein AC selber draftet. Schlechtes Spiel.
They got through with it, especially after all the piggy banks didn't get to go down as early. Luffy capitalized on the moment, was able to
Wer gewinnt, Dave?
Hiroshi does the same on that right-hand side. So once again,
Eine große Wette. In der Regel viele sehr viel setzen. Aber wäre cool, wenn ihr noch ein paar Kanalpunkte hält für die WM.
It's a good job Diego's holding his own through this mid, to be fair, because both of his lanes are folding again and again and again. And don't get me wrong, I think we expect the Shade to be doing that. All he needs is the one play like he did last time, but down he goes again.
Stark von Hiroshi.
Didn't get any supercharge back from it.
War mutig.
But slowly, these wall breaks are starting to shape up the map entirely differently. Diego Gamer holding on to a super of his own.
Ja, aber letztes Mal WM waren in der Kanalpunkte-Wetten, was waren's? Fast 2 Millionen Kanalpunkte? 2 Millionen Kanalpunkte? Natürlich Supermob. 2 Millionen, 1,5 mindestens. Aaron allein hat 700.000 Kanalpunkte gewonnen. Nur Aaron.
Going to be just trying to make the same play as last time with a hypercharge when he manages to get one. Fat splatter through the mid, but it is starting to get away from Tribe at the moment. Low on the left-hand side, so Luffy lunges on the right. Through the
Gewonnen? Ja, aber sie haben mehrere gewonnen.
but he's just backing up into the arms of Sergeant. The haunted hoodie up top.
Ja, 40k rein und 700k raus.
To go around, and now this is wide open area in the middle of the map. Now a ninth gym, just one away from Revenant X marked, and this hypercharge on the right hand.
Gefällt mir nicht die Hyper. Aber ich Control und Gem. Hallo Maxi. Da ist auch keiner sterben, das könnt ihr ausgleichen. Können ausgleichen. Das wissen wir auch. Logischerweise. Aber denke ich jetzt mal da oben. Der muss Superwalk nehmen. Superwalk muss den Jump nehmen. Er muss den...
Claims a 10th, all tied up, but complete positioning right now for Tribe. Somehow, amidst this, they're still holding on.
Jetzt müssen sie rein. Hätte den Gem nehmen müssen. Oh Gott. Okay, was frisst die auf? Digga.
Just the mechanics diff, I would say, in game number 2 and 3.
Also Hiroshi und Diego haben den Win echt gut gecarried. Auf Twitch, Luis. Auf YouTube geht das leider nicht.
Especially on that gym count, we had a moment in the one game, I believe game number 2, where Luffy ended up clutching up for his team, grabbing a few gyms as well. Really worked out for them. I mean, I don't think they had the easiest route to victory. I actually think in hindsight, Revenant had a really good strategy, played very well, but I mean, a big-time playmaker from the man on your screen.
Absolutely. All it takes is one play, and those big kind of hypercharge mutes in there, which allowed the Shade to get up close and personal, reset that counter, just changes an entire game. And it was the two games that
Chat, ich habe eine Mission.
had these big individual plays with hypercharges. Luffy in the second, and then it's Diego in the third, getting the hypercharge mute and getting them back into that mid. So really strong stuff here from both of the sides. It's going to be very hard to separate these two teams across 5.
One of the question marks with Revenant coming into this weekend, of course,
was sind die Chancen?
lack of experience compared to Sergeant. Their last
Nein! Sergeant Ami!
at the World Finals, a Cinderella run in Stockholm. You can just see it. Frustration. A younger roster, some new teammates as well. Obviously,
so kann man's.
they showed signs of life there. I would say a very commendable set. Now they're a little more settled in, but that's one they got away from them. That really should have been a 1-0 for the red roster.
Yeah, I think it's rare to see Sergeant getting like that as well. Usually, you know, smiles are on their faces when they were dropping a couple of sets. Yesterday, still smiling, still being like, okay, we're in this. But I think that just goes to show that they are making big blunders, big mistakes in games that they should be winning, because you definitely shouldn't be losing against the Shade.
Idol-Video? Wie Idol-Video? Ach so.
Build that map exactly how you want it, and you still drop in those gems. It's a tough loss for them to swallow.
Tough loss for sure, and of all sets I would say this weekend to be frustrated with, especially when the moment is biggest, that's very warranted, I think. So the leader
Nee, Jase. Ich werde die nicht placen. Was hat uns zack? Ich kann ihn nicht schicken.
Few bands flashing on your screen. Pierce is going to be out of the equation. I think a very consistent one on the right-hand side. 3 control-oriented brawlers. So clearly there's an intent here from Revenant X Park early.
Absolutely, and I mean, some really strong brawlers banned out on the left-hand side as well. You've seen the Pierce, the Otis, and the Lu, so smart to get those out of the way on a map like Dueling Beals. We've seen the Lu absolutely dominating. When we saw, I think it was Lukey pick up Pierce on day 1 on this map, there was nothing anybody could do about it either. So really smart bans, I think, from the Tribe Gaming side. You got to be looking towards some of the more control brawlers, but a lot of them are banned out. Leon.
Genau, Jase. Egal was passiert, es ist nur Sergeant. Ist egal was passiert. Hallo Colin. Das gleiche wie wenn Arthur spielt und Arthurs Mate kocht, dann hat Arthur gekocht. Wenn Arthur kackt, dann haben seine Mates gekackt, weißt du? So das gleiche.
They immediately go with Finks, so this is going to be their mid of choice, and obviously the time warp is great into the daggers of something like a Leon or just any single projectile brawler, and on top of that, now they have Mina
Das ist natürlich.
way up the map, especially if this
Das
is
Ding, Digga, ich werde dir Fink. Aber Dueling Beatles. Ist okay. Dueling Beatles ist okay. Und Ems ist gebannt. Deswegen sage ich top. Crow ist gebannt, Ems ist gebannt. Mac ist verbuggt. Ah, Chester ist offen.
They knew what they wanted to go and they know how they're going to execute it. But Chester comes in over the other side then for Tribe Gaming. And I like it. I like it a lot. We've seen Chester again and again and again, and for the most part, it seems to work.
deadly damage from the Mad Hatter. I think that's a big reason why they picked this up. Also a preventative pick and just a safe one, man. He's just really good in the meta right now. I think this is really just what's dictated in our current gameplay. It's anti-tank and tank, and it's just something, especially at a professional level, you always have to be prepared for, especially knowing that you don't have the 6th pick. You better cover all your bases here on the 4-5 turn.
Well, Sirius is going to come out on the last. Doesn't seem like he's been succeeding too much, to be honest with you. Still a very solid brawler, been getting picked up fairly frequently, but I think for the most part yesterday, I think it was like a 0% win rate.
It's a penny.
When played 4 times, which is slightly worrying when you look at a brawler like that. So we'll see what they do choose to bring down. Something like even a penny, still pretty decent on this map. Good into Sirius, going to be able to splash through a lot that he brings in and outrange a couple of the other.
Nee, ich sag Penny.
I think Penny's exactly where they're going. You can see a salty barrel working out into something like a Leon, also some control into that. Oh, did not expect that, but I do see the vision a little bit. So Barry, a long-time brawler that used to show up a lot, especially in our Brawl Cup of 2025. He was very solid in a setting like this. Let's distribute heals up the middle of the map.
Das sind Mag. Wenn die von der kleinen Form in die große Form geht, hat die Leben der kleinen Form. Ist verbuggt. Arthur hat gedraftet.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we'll see. As I said, it wasn't expected, but the Berry providing so many heals is going to be very dangerous, especially with something so aggressive alongside it as well. So Revenant X-Spark, desperate to get this set on the board. Tribe Gaming, more of the same needed from them, because they don't want to be taking this far. They want to get this done in 3.
Let's see how they line up off the rift. So Lollipop drop going down to the left-hand walls. Diego Gamer takes that side. Super Walk trying to move forward. Heels going down.
Ja, stark von RBM. Da hier Schuss getroffen hat, ne? 6 Schüsse, 6 Hits. Kriegt der Gewinner von einem Cup, Geld, Punkte und ein WM-Spot mehr für die Region.
But super good Leon super there. There were so many times where he could have been just narrowly seen by someone and was eventually the Berry started shooting back, but he couldn't do anything about it. This has been seeming like a hugely dominant Tribe game, but percentage-wise, it's even.
And percentage is all that matters. Hypercharge going down. A lot of ice cream on the map. He goes for 2 as well. Wherever Revenant walk, there is going to be a heal, and now a time warp as well.
Digga, holy control. Das ist schwer für Ding. Am 2. November. Er muss raus. Einfach überleben.
What a TP play as well at a perfect time. Now it's a 2v2 situation as Diego Gamer going to be trying to operate.
Ja, die haben genug Damage. Das passt schon. Also die spielen das sehr gut. Die spielen das wirklich gut runter. Damit die Roche nicht so schnell stirbt. Aber Sergeant ist schnell gestorben jetzt.
Really good and a great way to bounce back, considering we saw and we heard how disappointed Sergeant was with the team performance in that first set. So to be able to bounce back and put a performance like that.
Ja, Luis. Ja, ja. Du brauchst 80% Winrate ungefähr. Dann passt das. Ich glaube, die müssen sich mehr auf Barry fokussen. Wenn Barry mal stirbt, dann haben die besseres Matchup. Die müssen dann irgendwie rausfokussen.
Proving a real issue for Tribe Gaming. They can't get in this game. They can't stay in the mid when they eventually get some control. Another time warp being placed down there, and that's going to be a lollipop drop down. Luffy gets scouted, but he's trying to get around the rear, and this time warp still proving a massive issue.
Now Luffy flanking, top right-hand side, Super Walk trying to push them back, but RBM circumventing all of this. Diego Gamer falling back as well. No real kills, just plenty of heals going down. Sergeant putting the team on his back just like he does this region every single
Also Sergeant ist gut. Und die Things sind auch gut. Kriegen die wirklich nicht tot.
And even when they're in the stickiest of situations, Sergeant's there to drag them out of it. Diego Gamer just coming back through the mid now, but they've only got 17%. Luffy trying to make these attacks from the back, but Diego
Sergeant
aggressive now instead of playing defensive, and then comes back.
Ja, okay, das war zu aggro. Aber was gewinnen die? Das kann die gar nicht mehr verlieren. Geht gar nicht. Stark! Wirklich! Crow ist Global Ban. Glaube ich. Auf jeden Fall war er gebannt. Ich glaube, es ist Global Ban.
that paid off. A little boldness out of them too. It's a old-timey idea that worked out super well. That berry pick certainly caught me off guard. It's not something that I saw a ton of.
Trap Gaming ist die Antwort, Chat. Auf der Webseite.
Who's really good, I think, at just being a point guard, distributing heals, going at enemies when needed. And on top of that, like I mentioned, I think that was actually a really creative solution to go against Leon invisibility, especially for throwers in general. They don't do well into assassins, but because there are so many ice cream cones just trickling on the ground, well, Leon can't take a step.
Yeah, it was really tough for Luffy there. And to be honest, I was surprised to see it come down as a first pick regardless. Wouldn't have really been one of the first ones I'd have gone towards, but you know, they were clearly confident in it. It just didn't pay off at all. And the amount of DPS he's going to be able to do at that range is just...
Können Berry Schatten die Mates heilen?
This is the risk you run when you don't make a defensive first overall pick. Now the other team
Lux, bist du da?
can make a reaction play, and that's exactly what happened. And then they back-pocketed the Berry, who had a nice amount of kills.
Also ich habe auf Revenant getippt.
A KD kind of set right there, but it was a lot of control-oriented stuff. And that's exactly what this Revenant roster does. Superwalk did his job. Hiroshi up the middle of the map, distributing all those time orbs, dropping them in the middle, and just allowing them to occupy the entire hot zone. It basically covers up that entire thing, similar to why Lou shows up on this map a lot. And Control, of course, going to be the mainstay of hot zone. But as we progress,
ja, sie kann heilen. Aber schießen sie auch gezielt auf die Mates? Oder muss man in die Pfützen laufen? Wenn man jetzt den Berry Shot nach hinten wirft, so hinter die eigenen auf Gegner. Also schießen sie nicht auf Mates. Ja.
So I would have expected aggression to be banned out, but we've kind of only got Ali out of the way. Mo, yes, it's aggressive, but it's not the same as these tankier brawlers out of the way. Chester banned out as the third and final then for Tribe Gaming. Over the other side, Lumi, Ems, and Nita out of the way, so they're getting rid of some of the counters that might set up Sergeant well. But an Otis first pick sets Tribe up to stop it.
I like this pick for first overall for a lot of reasons. We talk about it a million times. I won't harp on anti-tank anymore, but I do like the vision that Otis brings in particular, especially with Chester out of the way. Chester with his cap and bells, fans outshot. But of course, Otis, especially with the vision gear and all of this grass, a stun as well. It helps you get goal scoring capabilities. I just think that's a very good one, dependable. Whoa, but on the right-hand side, Sandy didn't shock me too much. I mean, maybe a little surprising this early, but it's the Shelly. Why?
Das stimmt, Revenant draftet heute viel besser.
Yeah.
Shelly?
I'm very unsure, because they can just go nothing aggressive and just play for a bit more control. They've already it's not like they've overcommitted too much already. Otis is a brawler that can just play kind of any matchup. You know, he's not going to be bad at close range, he's not going to be bad at mid-range. The map's broken up. If it goes to overtime, he's always going to be capable of doing something.
I mean, do they want the map open up? Is that why they go Shelly? If so, you paired it with Sandy, who's a mid-range brawler. And now Surge out here as well. I mean, what's going on, Trav?
Yeah,
this is unpredictable.
I don't know. Chalk it up. I mean, I don't know what's going on with these
Otis. Dann wird Sandy Shelly gepickt. Und dann Surge?
It just got kept at level 1 for like the entirety of the set.
And it was really good.
It did win. It won. I'm not sure I'd say it was good.
Was kommt jetzt, Bonnie?
And that's what matters at the end of the day. Got to get these.
NA India draft.
It's baffling me.
Staggering, just very unique.
Search and ranked,
I would say for brawlers, well, Otis, I would say towards the tops of tier list, not necessarily maybe S tier, busted, broken level, but the rest of these question marks. I mean, certainly not close to that. Serious fight, meta semblance here on the left-hand side, but we're just full of surprises so far. Revenant X-Mark, it worked really well with the 6th pick of Griff for their final selection. Didn't win the set, but I still think nonetheless the strategy was there. The gameplay was still solid. Just a couple of mistakes and big plays out of Tribe is what prevented them. Let's see if they come up with a genius one here.
Hello, Bacon.
Yeah, I mean, Sirius is going to have so many spawners into the Shelly. If Shelly goes aggressive, going to be feeding the Surge. It just doesn't seem like she's going to have
Vico?
times here. I don't got a game plan because, you know, who comes into Brawl doesn't have a game plan. Poker's going to round it out. They've got a lot of fanning shots, to be fair, so they're going to be able to see quite a lot of the bush with the
Ich verstehe keinen einzigen Pick. Ich verstehe nur Otis First Pick.
I don't know. Well, I'll speak for the Poco.
Den Rest verstehe ich nicht.
This is partially to get vision, like you said. I mean, that's obviously a great asset, but I imagine it's for the gadget to go against Otis. I mean, that is a way to neutralize that, so I wonder if that was part of the influence. 1-1 overall. I would argue Revenant have, for the most part, played the better set, but a couple pop-off plays have helped Tribe Gaming in this. And of course, in a mode like this, where one goal can make the difference. It really could go either way, as Diego Gamer already establishes control of this right-hand side.
Sergeant's a god.
Though, blowing up the middle of the map, a kick over. But now with 634, has to back away. That's a big-time kill, but RBM, who I think he could have kept
Kaum
walking there,
frag
could
mich
have been
nicht.
real disastrous for Revenant.
Yeah, I think he was a little unaware of how...
Draft kannst du nicht mal draften, Bro. Das geht gar nicht.
Superwalk just gonna grab this ball, expect it to be sent into the corner. And that might be a pass to the mid goal here. Luffy gets the ball.
Come again.
Macht Yase-Move!
I'm not sure what to make that. Maybe expecting a buck blast, but it
Yase-Move!
happened. I don't know about that pass. I think there was a real opportunity to walk that forward. I'm with you. That was questionable at best.
I mean, you try it, and if he uses a super, then he's broken the entirety of his map open. But that's not what you'd expect.
Ja, bringt trotzdem nichts für Revenant.
To get the ball to the right and give them a bit more breathing room.
Now Hiroshi
Sind wir im Mythisch-Rank.
as well. I mean, just so many kills for Tribe Gaming, but they still haven't knocked one through. They're trying to move their way to this ball. It's a really difficult position. Sure, it's in Tribe's side, but they have to walk all the way around. They're in a chokehold, and Hiroshi knows this. They just
Die werden gespawnt, trapped. Ja, Armen.
Now Luffy finally attempts to grab it. They're gonna leave it on this top hand side.
Seid doch hyper.
Goes down on the left hand, and Sargent
Das ist over.
and finally ball control. This is unbelievable.
Well, a hypercharge there from the Poco, and this is the time to go if you're gonna go. Sergeant gets muted out though.
Das wird doch nix.
Best showing from him, just Superwalk left alive. Just him to defend this ball. Not sure he's gonna.
Oh, ich hätte sogar geultet, weil ich Poco.
The Shelly off the
Boah!
Oh, Sergeant almost with an incredible defense, but the ball just rolls in anyway.
I thought Sargent made the play of the day. That is unbelievable. What a wild set we are watching right now, and it's just game number one. Hypercharge for Sargent now. Buck blast going down left and right as Hiroshi looks to clean things up. Musical instrument up the
Kriegen
middle
sie.
of the map.
Wenn Sandy Gadget hat, kriegen sie das.
For a cautious
Hat
play.
er
Keep
nicht.
in mind with the gadget, Sandy essentially gets a free knock-through, but has to wait for them to respawn, so they're not indestructible.
Fast Blast to block off the pathway. Here's the super and the passion.
Ah, ich hätte sie offensiver gesetzt, die Sandy Ult. Ich hätte sie viel offensiver gesetzt.
Gets it past Hiroshi, and I can't help but feel that's another attempt missed.
Safe to say it's just a sloppy game for everybody, but nonetheless still a 1-0 lead to the blue side. And with 15 on the shot clock, Hiroshi, the time is now.
Bro.
Striking distance, a blunder. Now Superwalk has to make up for this. Sergeant moving down.
Anstatt auf Mate zu warten, versucht er irgendeine Solo-Aktion.
No, he's muted. RBM makes the play, and despite the kills, Revenant X-Spark don't have enough in the tank.
I don't know what's happening, but it's a super entertaining, very scrappy.
Muss das machen? Korrekt, auf Mates warten. 20 Sekunden noch. Wart auf die Mates. Doch nicht solo. Und wenn du es machst, dann schaffst du es auch.
Followed by the goal, but RBM measures that distance well and stays out of the way.
How do you fare amidst the chaos? Some wise words from our colleague Corey the other day, and it couldn't be more true in this set. Luffy now on stage 2, instantly Superwalk, able to get this off, top left-hand side. So
Level, du kriegst Karma fürs Trollen.
had some serious problems in the last game. They got staggered, and it was just Tribe Gaming 3v1ing them. It was just a lineup of kills.
Check die Vision. Ja, aber das muss auch klappen. Bei sowas kann das Game throwen. Er kann es auch retten, natürlich. Aber
Hiroshi getting hit hard here, and Luffy already level 3 is a big thing for him. Gadget popped and he runs Superwalk down.
wenn du es versuchst, dann machst du es auch.
Absolutely pinned. Now the spawners rushing up the middle as well. In the mouth of the goal is a lone Sergeant and Hiroshi trying to take care of business.
Das wird nix. Das wird ein... Muss Comeback werden von Revenant.
Yeah, they're going to be pleased with the position they're in at the moment. No Sandy super, no Poco super, just Sergeant on the left-hand side. Needing to do a lot of work with just the one super they have. Hiroshi gets hit hard, hypercharged there by Superwalk. Should be pretty close to super if he's doing that, not just for the raw stats. Sergeant goes for it. Can't find the opening in the Screeching solo. Not enough to bring them down.
Luffy's just got such a good matchup one-on-one on the Sandy and on the Poco. I mean, you're seeing it, just a super feeder now that stage 4 finally falls. Sergeant, you did see it, has that purple
Fällt mir gar nicht.
alongside the super, and they're going to need it. Time slowly trickling away, still enough to go through with this, but it just hasn't really feel like they've had enough of a momentum swing to get to the other end.
Gewinner kriegt 35.000, glaube ich.
Sergeant coming back up with hypercharge and super in hand.
Hamlet hat gewonnen, ja.
But they've only got a minute to try and make this happen.
Corner.
They left it too late last time.
Sergeant trying to weave his way through all this.
Nee, Aaron, aber heute ist finaler Tag.
Will go down. Invisibility to cover up the red roster. Hypercharge. Do they see this coming? Now he's going to work his way to the right hand and blowing up the mouth of the goal in the face of Luffy. Looking for Diego Gamer next, and it's a team wipe for the red roster. And now they'll take their time as well. They want this to
dass
go
du Reload-Speed
on and on.
bekommst,
Get
wenn
this
du in der
closer to
Pfütze
the end of
stehst.
the regulation.
But Like, do they though? Surge is going to have level 3. He's got a hypercharge. They're against the Notice. I don't know if they're going to be that good at range in overtime. They're going to need a Sandy
Sehr wett. Ich mach gleich im Halbfinale, Aaron. Halbfinale schaut die Wette. Die Wette. Boah. Wenn er da Ult bekommt, wäre geil. Okay, aber er lebt, das ist gut. Overtime wird aber sehr eklig. Nee. Nicht gut. Na, warte mal! Warte mal! Warte mal! Pep hat gekackt! Ich habe gekackt! Digga, ein heiliges T-Shirt! Heilige! Einfach in Neongelb, bitte im Licht.
They just all went left. Awkward silence is fallen over the Berlin crowd here. I mean, nobody knows what to make of that. Just mistakes from both sides. The spotlight bright here for the Brawl Cup stage is now Sergeant looks to go at Diego Gamer. Does have the most honors in his disposal. The Sandy will be the replacement there. Super doing his best to get these peak shots, but again, Luffy can get this so easily if he just makes a few taps.
Yeah, gadget there on Sergeant as well brings him low, but Superwalk will give him a little gadget in there as well. Hiroshi just working for a super of his own, but nice heal there. Keeps him in the mix. Luffy going for the left-hand side, pass to the right though, as Sergeant might have an opportunity to get
Nee, Sergeant. Du bist der Goat, aber Brother, das schafft niemand. Hat er Gadget? Nee.
And that's gone from very bad to very good for Tribe.
Phenomenal team play right there. Gets the super pass, a heads-up play that will allow them to score early. And once again, it's Tribe Gaming in the driver's seat. Eyes on Sergeant Super on the left-hand side as Hiroshi has to deal with a clone of himself.
Jungs!
Luffy shut down, but man, it was close. Diego Gamer might try and clean this up.
Hätte er nicht von hier an die Bande hoch und hier in Ulten? Hätte er das nicht scoren können?
Not overextending for a chance at a goal, but there's the Sandstorm going in. Diego Gamer looking pretty low, and Superwalk will help Hiroshi in that matchup. RBM coming forwards, gets one kill. Sergeant searching for a super, but RBM's got a hypercharge, and that's wasted.
A lot of pressure on Revenant right now, especially with Luffy having a hypercharge. Diego Gamer with a couple spawners on the map. The shadows are lethal. Sergeant baits this out though, doesn't get
stark von Sergeant. Sehr stark von Sergeant. Ah, shit.
Denied by Luffy. Yeah, no stun there in time, and still Tribe Gaming have the lead with 42 seconds on the clock. Revenant X-Bar aren't going to get many more opportunities like that, but the Sandstorm will help them get in the mix. Superwalk trying to get up, but Diego Gamer causing so many issues, but they've super the ball straight.
Gebe ich dir recht, Yusuf. Aber es sind auch Menschen, die machen auch Fehler, Bro.
So now the job for Tribe Gaming a whole lot more difficult, but it helps when you get a kill. 2v2 situation. Numbers returning to Tribe Gaming.
Ja, Kabus. Ich sag auch, die sind zu passiv.
Left-hand side. It's going to be down to one Revenant push here. A Sweet Dream's going out as well. Diego Gamer not lacking, but does survive. Luffy up in the faces of the enemy side, and Sergeant just has to pop up on the button, but he knows the inevitable. Tribe Gaming
Tribe 2-1.
in a chaotic set do just enough
Fleckt er ihn?
to get by. Who can
Hat Sergeant nicht das abgeschossen?
Listen, I'm not one to comment on it usually, but he's just shot.
Ja, aber Safe spielen bringt doch nichts, wenn sie hinten liegen, Mann. Gamin. Das macht doch keinen Sinn. Die müssen noch rein. Die können doch nicht Safe spielen. Die verlieren in Overtime. Die müssen rein. Die müssen Aggro spielen. Sergeant flame teammates. Kann nicht sein.
Both of these teams, I would say, especially compared to what we saw in match number one, humble, textbook play, that was just a bad beat, right? I mean, I think that's about all you can do.
Nein, Mates Flame geht nicht.
Both of these teams are
Randoms ist okay, aber nicht Mates.
But certainly not perfect. I mean, you can see the frustration. There's so much to unpack with
okay, sauer.
unorthodox drafting on both sides, I would say. And on top of that, just mistakes driven across the board. I mean, we had multiple times there where I feel like goals could have gone in, and that's why I think Sergeant is so upset, especially with such a young team. He just has to know that these young rosters are sometimes going to make moments like this happen. It's really hard to show up on your first ever quarterfinals in something like a Brawl Cup, a World Finals against some of the best in the world.
Was hat er gesagt? Das war so leise.
Yeah, I think it's a good job we cut a few of those voice comms off, to be fair. I think he took his headset off once and
Schade, Teddy, stimmt. Ich hab keine Ahnung.
But he had 11 kills. I mean, Sergeant, he's well worthy of having these conversations with his teammates. If he's dropping 11 kills on a brawler, we were questioning so heavy into that match for the Shelly. But it's behind them. They've got to move on. Knockout and Bell's Rock is up next, and it needs to be a win for Revenant.
Left-hand side is calm, cool, and collected as well. I'm sure they're counting their lucky stars, especially considering that replay. You saw it. One of those moments where they just drop a game in overtime because of, well, a bad comm. They just let them literally walk by. So both of these teams certainly flawed, but nonetheless, one can go to the
erste Oliban, kann das sein?
Would be cool if Revenant made it. Obviously, they would get a rematch.
Frage ist immer random.
Especially after that semifinals last year. It would just be Sarge, of course, repeating that, but on the left-hand end, same can be said for them. Tribe Gaming
MVP kommt immer am Ende der Runde, logischerweise. Und diese random Fragen immer mittendrin.
Leon comes down as the first pick then for Tribe Gaming, trying to take this one back. Didn't really work for them in Dueling Beetles. Didn't work at all. It really
Ja, aber das hat die Ecke mit Clown drin.
Surprising to see them bring it back in, but it should do a bit more on Bell's Rock. Obviously, you've kind of got those still lingering speed boosts at the lollipop drop, which can put you in some great positions early on. Ban-wise, Ollie, no surprise to see that out of the way, along with the Mina and the Kit. Don't want any of those cheesy Kit comps coming in again. Nadia, Jean, and Pierce over the other side, banned out from Revenant X-Spark.
Two entirely different methodologies in terms of bans as well, so it's just all assassins on the left-hand side, so they pick up Leon, one of the last remaining, I would say, top-tier ones, and on the right, they're just going to grab the control brawler / the long range that they wanted. So Gus, and I imagine they pair this with something. I think thrower right now is hard to commit
Blank kommen immer noch zweiten Set. Ehrlich?
if they want to control the walls. And instead they go Jaeyoung. I like this. This is something that showed up a lot this weekend. It wasn't something I was necessarily so keen and focused on, but now that I've seen it played through enough, I do think this is still a very valid strategy in our meta.
Yeah, I think Jaeyoung's a great shout from Revenant X-Spark. It has been played
Ich schau mal,
in bounty and knockout games where it just does so much. The ability to switch between those modes, provide heals, get the speed, get the Weekend Warrior going occasionally as well. Couple of quick back-to-back picks from Tribe Gaming, clearly very aware of what they want to go. The Brock and the RT in the 4 and 5 picks, sorry, back over to the 6th.
Der Coach ist Killer, ja.
And a lot still to be desired here, I feel. Seems like Tribe might be breaking up this map and playing a range game.
Really like this composition in general. I mean, just a lot of safe bets, and RT on defense is so good. He's got the long range, so can kind of keep.
Also wenn Jean RT gebannt ist, spielt man Leon RT. Sehe ich, check ich. Oh, Sergeant Angelo, Chat. Sergeant Angelo. Kann kochen.
The Jackie-esque form can be so overwhelming to deal with. Revenant X-Spark down 1. Been flawed for a lot, but same can be said for Tribe Gaming. It is truly anybody's match. A date with Humble awaits the winner of this. Both of these squads, the last remaining team for their region. They want to hold that banner high. They want a shot at least an LCQ. Here we go, folks. Set 4. Let's get it.
Well, slipstreams early off the start from Superwalk, getting them into the mix. Now, a nice pierce through the wall as well from the Angelo to get rid of that lollipop.
Spielen sehr aggressiv.
Establishing control behind these walls and forcing that rocket jump back from Diego Gamer.
Weiß nicht, ob mir das gefällt.
We'll see that a lot, especially considering Leon's really the only assassin as
Ja,
that we've got right now. Everybody just trying to get those pivotal supers, move towards those hypercharges. The super walk, has to trail carefully here. Sergeant goes for long range shots as well. Rocket Rain. Diego Gamer just opening up the map a little bit, but it's kind of awkward. Didn't love that from him.
Yeah, super odd wall break there. Luffy's coming really aggressive here as well. Hiroshi might have been able to get that kill. Does force a lollipop drop to tank though, as RBM's not the most healthy on that right hand side either. And it's back to the stalemate in mid. A few supers acquired here and there, but I like the look of that Gus one on the right.
Maybe a little too cautious from the Gus, but nonetheless does keep himself alive. That is what's most important, especially in this where you only get one opportunity per round. Another lollipop drop. This one gonna be much more protected, but a great gadget choice. Gas starting to close in.
Oh, RBM in der Ult. Boah, weiß nicht, ob das der Play war. Weiß ich nicht.
Keep the roster low HP. He's diving in right in front of their faces, and it's a team wipe. Tribe Gaming go down in flames.
Didn't seem like a 3-0 game, I'll tell you that, but all members of Revenant X-Spark left standing at the end. Another gadget instantly being popped by Sergeant to stop these lollipop drops, putting them in a bad position. Hiroshi, super on the right-hand side, but he's against RBM. Doesn't want to be close and personal against him when he can drop these legs so easily, but Sergeant in a position of dreams for that, really.
Feels like this is another 6th pick where, did not.
Diego Gamer spielt echt gut heute.
Really thought that was going to be favorable to Tribe Gaming, or excuse me, for Revenant X-Spark, but it ends up being Tribe Gaming. It's now Super Walk. Has the heals available, a little extra speed for Sergeant. He's going to have to really pick up the pace here for his team since they're down in numbers.
Yeah, Super Watch providing some speed, but gets too tapped by Diego. And Sergeant left all alone.
Leoniper.
Clean that up, pick a
Er ist so getippt für Revenant.
And now it's not looking too bad for Tribe Gaming.
Besser als Brock bei sich. Ein bisschen, ja.
Luffy hypercharge available too. Ooh, he got scouted out though. I was waiting for him to use this. Now he's gonna pop up in the middle. Doesn't have a ton of health points.
Ja, das war nicht gut von Luffy.
So the welcome to the swamp. Going to be encompassing the middle of that. We'll heal him up back slowly. Won't even worry about getting poison damage. Just trying to preserve.
Hyper wasted, ja. Und Ult. Ne, Brock spielt Jump.
Just cut short by Sergeant. Gadget popped here again. There's super over the top with the rocket rain from Diego Gamer. Speed, or heal, sorry, now used by Superwar to keep Sergeant healthy. Luffy gets hit hard, might have to back up, and a hypercharge for Hiroshi on the right is dangerous for RBM.
No room to hide for Revenant on the back line, so they're going to take the speed advantage and move their way forward, try and gain a little positioning. We're getting closer to this fog closing in as well. That's where everything will go down. All these purple buttons and super that you see on your screen, each team waiting to use them.
Yeah, Luffy popping this super now, kind of waited quite a while, but gets scouted out. He's having a real tough look at this. There's the heals as well. Hypercharge is being popped left and right from Revenant. Sergeant pops his, RBM uses a super, doesn't have another one just yet. The gadget by Superwalk, Hiroshi
Stark von Sergeant.
go down. Luffy left alive, Sergeant V2. That's not winnable.
Die schwächte aus für Revenant. Bro, wie kann einer das so lange durchhalten? Erklär mal bitte.
Saw it on stage, an instant reaction there. That's another one where it's just so close, but just these little mistakes, these last second moments just not falling their way right now. And this is it for them. Southeast Asia's sensation, the chosen one. Can he deliver once again? Backs up against the wall, new roster in 2026. They're gonna have to pull off something special.
Absolutely. Tribe Gaming looking really good right now, even winning some rounds that it didn't look like they were gonna win. But RBM obviously.
Ich hab das Gefühl, Angelo auf Brock wäre besser, oder nicht?
Someone comes quite aggressive onto him, but it seems they're playing very slow. Not gonna be able to get this one down as Sergeant's pushed back. Does pop the gadget now.
Ich hätte einen Gas auf die geschickt.
Finds a shot on Diego Gamer, leaves the lollipop drop for once.
Fanning shots from all angles out of Tribe Gaming, and it'll force Revenant X-Spark back. Now Sergeant tries to retake control. Hiroshi firing shots down this right-hand side. Little extra speed for Jay Young and Diego Gamer, just playing at patience, both sides being really cautious.
Yeah, well, a really nice lollipop drop to get them into this position here. Sergeant not going to take it that many hits just yet. Has a super and super walk alongside him as well.
Langsam müssen die Aggro gehen. Langsam brauchen die einen guten Hit.
There are the heals, but he pops a super of his own as well, and RBM going to be. Oh, I think just gadget backwards, Sergeant.
Yeah, you can see an angry face. I'm sure it's on his real face too, but RBM, knows better, knew the fog would close out. What a execution there, and they execute every
Ich glaube, es ist vorbei.
Revenant X-Spark in addition to brutal beat, and now they're really going to be feeling the pressure.
Tribe on top of the world at the moment now. Revenant X-Spark backs against the walls, but there's the gadget from Sergeant to pierce through that wall. Luffy coming hyper-aggressive early on, but a heal used by Superwalk. Luffy low, so runs back into the arms of Diego Gamer for a bit of help. And all three members of Revenant in the back right.
Thundering from the skies is Diego Gamer. No more room to hide. Superwalk low HP, trying to tiptoe his way all around this. Goes through 3v2 situation. It's been a long time coming, but Tribe Gaming
Tribe gegen Humble.
to a top four.
Devastation.
General Sweep kann sein. Humble hat die Möglichkeit, ganz an NA rauszuhauen.
Southeast Asia. But Tribe Gaming, as you said, Kenny, putting NA back on top. They're going to be getting to the top four here and fighting it out in a big, big game in the semis.
Back on the map for North America. This awesome stuff. It's been a while since we've had this opportunity, so I won't make you all wait any longer. Let's see what Barney can get out of these guys.
North America
Ich kann MVP voten.
and thrives. I've got RBM joining me here. Tell you what, speaking of thriving, all of your matches.
Sieht er? Sieht er? Ach so. Confianza sieht er. Ja, okay.
Game fives. Do you and your team, do you feel like you thrive under pressure?
Parece que todos vuestros partidos llegan a un cuarto, un quinto mapa. ¿Crees que es porque vuestro equipo juega mejor bajo presión?
No sé si decirlo así, pero yo creo que cuando es bajo presión, como que todos nos estamos más focos, ¿no? Como que queremos acabar el partido y pues demostrar nuestro nivel, y al final bajo presión uno siempre muestra su mejor nivel. Entonces como que
Danke, follow Pedro.
When we play under pressure, it feels like we are playing better. We win the game to finish. We would like to win earlier, but we just play it.
You played incredibly well, of course, but you know, I
Frag
want
mich
to
echt,
talk
wie
to you
die
about
im
the
Call
dynamic of
reden.
your team. Like, So how well do you guys
Spanisch?
play as
Können die alle
a
drei
team? How
Spanisch?
much do you trust them? What do you guys, what do you guys feel like brings the best out in you?
Kann man mit voten. Auf der Webseite. Event.browsers.com.
Dentro de la partida para poder ganar.
Yo creo que lo que hace que nuestro equipo tenga esa dinámica es de que siempre jugamos comfort, de que jugamos los brawlers que cada uno se siente cómodo con ellos. Y aparte, cada uno cumple una pieza fundamental del equipo, entonces cada uno es muy importante. Yo veo como un reloj, que es un reloj y cada parte...
Nee, er ist von Kuba, glaube ich. Kann das sein? Puerto Rico? Irgendwie so. Das ist Spanisch. Auf der Webseite billig an.
Well, you've made it through to the semi-finals. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hear it one more time. It's Tribe Gaming!
Congratulations to Tribe Gaming making it through to the semis. With that, we now know semi-final number 1 is gonna be Tribe versus Humble. So Humble has it in their hands to eliminate potentially the whole entire NA region.
What are we doing?
Besides, honestly, Reverend Dick Spark definitely showed us some signs of life here, specifically in this hot zone sets that they ended up winning.
Yeah, which I already want to break down and touch on because Sergeant, when you go back,
what are we doing?
Game was just a one-man band. He was the aggressor, he was the support, he was the anchor.
Ja, schaff's noch easy, LL.
Every way with that berry. There's one moment as well where he was waiting for his team to recollect. They went down and he was.
Er will den hauen. Wer auch immer rechts von ihm ist, er will ihn hauen. Ich weiß nicht, wer rechts von ihm war, aber er will, also, er lebt gefährlich.
In the way that they would like to have done. So I feel like this man is so talented, so gifted. I would love to see him be brought over to EMEA. I mean,
10 Minuten hast du, Maria.
I want that glory in my home region, you know.
He's an insane player and has been for multiple years already.
87 DPS. 92 DPS, hä?
Knockout was decided in a very quick fashion here. I must say.
Ich glaube auch, Gabus, da muss eine Security dazwischen, Bro. 10 Minuten. 10 Minuten hast du Zeit.
Never let their opponents heal up or score. After all, Brawl Ball is all about that.
Absolutely. I mean, I think all of the guys on Tribe played really well, and I think your point of Sergeant on Revenant is really unfortunate that, you know, there was a few overextensions here and there for his teammates in those big moments, and you could see how frustrated he was on stage as well. It's disappointing to see them not progress further.
Tribe moves on, but Barney, I heard you have a little something for us.
That's right, yes I do indeed. Ladies and gentlemen,
Wollt ihr das
before we
hören?
continue with Championship Sunday, we have a very special announcement for all of you guys at home and of course
Hello, bro.
right here in Berlin. So please join me in welcoming to the stage the General Manager of Brawl Stars. Put your hands together, make some noise for Frank!
Oh, okay, vielleicht announced er was, warte mal. Maybe announced er etwas.
Hallo Berlin und hallo unsere Zuschauer zu Hause. It is time to announce the location of the Brawl Stars Esports World Finals 2026.
Hä? Japan, oder nicht? Haben die nicht gesagt Japan?
I know we made it pretty hard to guess, but millions of you guessed along inside of Brawl Stars.
Schweiz.
We're
Schweiz!
specifically excited about this one. Not only because the esports scene in the country and our dedicated fans, but also because it's the biggest esports event we've ever done.
Okay.
So, are you ready? Seid ihr bereit? Let's go!
Ich dachte, die haben schon announced, Japan. Ja, Bro. Ist er aufgeregt? Ja! Ich glaube, er freut sich. Bro. Yeah, Frey. You play Brawl Stars? I play Brawl Stars, yes, bro. Bro, jeder weiß schon, dass es Japan ist. Chill. Okay, Tokio.
Brawl Stars is coming to Tokyo. be the biggest, best Brawl Stars event ever. Hopefully, November 20th through to 22nd. Are you guys going to be there too?
I'm
Thank you, bro.
so excited to be there. It's going to be absolutely insane. The
This is
biggest
Schweiz,
and
yeah.
best Brawl Stars event that we have ever had. Crazy Raccoon are going to be defending their championship title in their home turf. So you know how that's going to go. Fan meet and greets, exclusive merch,
Ja, oder?
cosplayers, the works. This is what it's all been building up to.
And the best fans in the world too. I think the Japanese guys will be absolutely electric in the crowd. I think it'll be an incredible event, and I'm really, really looking forward to it.
I am too. We have 12 of the best teams in the world with us there. $1 million prize pool, and maybe also some exclusives for you.
Maybe. And some special surprises maybe in store as well. So, of course, as always, ticket sales, check out on the Twitter or X as we refer to it. The Brawl Esports side, as I'm sure that's where you'll be hearing about those sort of things first.
There's gonna be meet and greets, exclusive merch, cosplayers, and everything else you can wish for. And now, since we already have Japanese talent with us live on site, Barney, let's have a little chat with them.
Yes, we shall. I am live over here with the phenomenal language casters from Japan. I've got Melty, Wahochi, and Yuki here joining me. And you know what? What a great announcement. I want to quickly start off by asking, how does it feel to now know that you're going to have this incredible Brawl Stars World Finals?
Ich buche Hotel für alle Mods.
発表は皆さんは嬉しいと思うんですけれども、まず感想を一言お願いしたいと思います。
いや、身近な日本開催でとても嬉しいです。
Yeah, I'm very, very happy we're going to host this in Japan this time.
It's going to be amazing. I cannot wait to see the entire Brawl Stars community descend upon Japan. So I wanted to ask you, what are you most excited to share in terms of Japanese culture with the Brawl Stars community?
世界のファンの皆さんは日本に来るのはすごく嬉しいと思うんですけれども、皆さんは日本文化ならどのような部分に一番皆さんに見せたいですか？
やっぱ食べ物ですかね。
Ich buche es nur, ne? Ich kaufe es nicht. Nur buchen. Alona. Nova, danke für Raid. Wie war dein Stream? Ich denke, ihr habt auch... Warte, du bist so früh offline. Wie geht's euch? Danke für Raid. Melty Glaze. Stimmt.
I am super excited for our third LAN events of the year. We first have to finish our first one, Brawl Cup, the second edition, here in Berlin. And we're heading over to our quarterfinal number 3. It's Zeta Division versus Bounty Hunters.
This is going to be Bounty Hunters' biggest test to date. And that is no other way to put it. Zeta
Ist in der
Division are
Mitte?
looking
Wo?
incredibly scary.
Mit Caster? Oh, ich bin
And
schon
you were
geschaut.
saying, Trav, when we were chatting about today, how things
Glaubt ihr, es wird eindeutiger als Only Realm Humble?
some high hopes for Zeta in this competition, and I can see why.
Mir geht's gut, Hitgit. Wie geht's dir? Das ausgehen wird? Jackson war bei Bounty on. Wobei? Oder, nein. Es war BC, glaube ich. Zeta deine Goat. Zeta ist stark.
Thinking about our bingo card as well,
Nee, ich
we
glaube
still
nicht
have
mehr.
that little field left open, an underdog to upset one of the favorites. And it wouldn't honestly be one of the first times where Zeta Division would get upset in a huge event. Last year at World Finals, they dropped out
BC, ja, hätte ich auch
earlier
gesagt.
than we all expected.
Mein Favorite Team? SK im Allgemeinen. Aber jetzt bei Brawl Cup die EMEA-Teams und Revenant. Aber Revenant ist nicht rausgeflogen.
Go out at this stage to a South American team would absolutely be on par with that kind of upset.
Kid Global Ban.
Yeah, I think they kind of feel like they've lost their fear factor a little
Hello,
bit at
Isabella.
these big events. When you know you're dropping out early rounds of World Finals and not having the best showings in your home region, people aren't going to be as scared. Global bans though, Edgar and Nadia there for the Zeta Division side, and more
English casten.
hit out of the way for Bounty Hunters.
It's an interesting one. Now
Soll ich euch vergraulen, oder was?
We have seen her left open for quite some time in the global ban stage.
Digga, Nico!
Bounty Hunters are the ones to carry the flag, to carry the torch
Was sind meine Augen?
South America. They only have one more team left alive to gain that additional
Wie geht's dir?
or else
Wie geht's euch?
it's not for them. on the other side with Zeta Division. They of course still have Crazy Raccoon, and we're gonna see them later on as well. East Asia still has 2 lives. SA down to 1 life. Let's see if Bounty Hunters can do the unthinkable and upset Zeta Division.
Yeah, it would be honestly the biggest upset in this competition so far if that
Mir geht's gut,
were
Nico.
to happen. So,
Läuft
no
Leben.
pressure, Bounty Hunter.
Konntet ihr was auch immer erklären oder was da war?
This is why I kind of like those global bans. Not taking any chances. No Kit, no Naja. I think that is the right way to go. In fact, I would say that we've kind of seen a bit of a lack of Kit global bans by comparison to monthly finals as the poll.
11% ist heavy. Bin ich ehrlich.
11% to Bounty Hunters. Again, still getting these kind of heavy skews. How do you feel about it, Trev?
I mean, I can't help but feel like this is one of the more realistic heavy polls we've seen, to be honest with you. I do feel like Zeta Division are in a great position to just go and take this one in a 3-0. And we haven't seen any big upsets, so I don't know if we're going to see that many more.
99,
Teams are ready, so let's come on in, guys.
I want you to keep something in the back of your mind, that one incredible performance can change everything. We are no strangers to upsets here at the Brawl Cup. Mike Tyson famously once said, everyone has a plan.
Digga, Mike Tyson in einem Brawl Stars Event?
And both of these teams are winding up. And so, first to step onto the stage, the East Asian powerhouses, the mechanical demons. They are Zeta Division, and their opponents with all the potential to become the next South American sensations. They are Bounty Hunters. Let's bring them in!
Ja, ist gut, Nico. Wenn was ist, ihr wisst Bescheid, könnt euch immer melden. Nee, das ist PC Redfix.
Forget the cheap tricks. For their next act, East Asia's greatest showmen are unleashing a masterclass in mechanical dominance, drowning the competition in a devastating display of unmatched power.
Hallo Felix. Warum hat der Rechte von Zeta so eine taffe Jawline? Hat er von Nico gelernt.
Quietly clashed in every South American bounty. Now this unexpected top seed faces the world. In the battle of regions, will they hunt or be hunted?
Alles gut, Felix. Einfach in Zukunft wieder richtig machen. Dann passt das. Er hat gar keinen Bock, gefetzt zu werden.
We have one already for the face-off. Batman, you want to come here? Very quickly. Want you to face each other. Okay. Zeta Division and
Wieso macht das Sebas aber? Er ist der Coach, Bro.
It could be an uphill battle, but I cannot wait to see what happens. Are you ready? Yes, he's ready. Let's go. The energy's good. You ready?
We are ready, and we know we can beat 10 in draft too.
I love this. I love the positivity. Do you want a fist bump? Touch gloves. Let's go. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I feel the energy. It's got good energy, doesn't he? Bounty Hunters, like I said, maybe an uphill battle to climb, but never count anyone out. We still have the 8 best.
Kann sein, Okto. Guter Call. Guter Call.
City Tampo. Suzuku. Batman. Wesley. Prosy. Portox.
Ja, Okto, sag ich auch. Hallo Yoshi. Hallo Henry.
Heard it here. The crowd is ready for Zeta Division versus Bounty Hunters. And so are we, of course. Zeta Division, you have to say they are the clear favorites here, but as Barney said so well,
Alles tough für Namen.
never count
Haben sich
anyone
Mühe
out.
gegeben.
Bounty Hunters could cause one of the biggest upsets
Nee,
today.
Nico.
And honestly, after
Niemals.
a 3-0, a 3-1 so far in the quarterfinals, I'm down to see some more Brawl Stars and to see a longer match.
You know, I know how Trav loves it when I talk about scrim rates, but I think this is one that he'll probably side with me on this one.
I'll allow it. Go on.
I'm going to say it. Bounty Hunters have the lowest scrim rate and win rate in this competition. So just to add to the enormity of an upset potential, that is something to be said. Colette will be coming in as a brawler which did escape from
Colette open?
Bans being the Lumi, the Shade, the Ruffs.
Hat nicht gesagt, die gewinnen jeden Draft? Hat der hat doch vor 10 Sekunden gesagt, die gewinnen jeden Draft. Jetzt haben die Colette first pick.
Pretty early potential pickup brawler here for me.
Yeah,
When I was standing outside earlier, when I was standing outside earlier, the Colette outside almost stole the medal I was holding in my hand. So I hope this Colette isn't going to do the same.
She's trying to win it for Zeta Division, I think that's what's going on. Crow gonna come down then as well, and there's the
Dieser Bann, ja natürlich.
I think it's a great shout. It's just one of the more versatile brawls at the moment. You said it's a big gap when it's not banned, not first pick.
Das war eine Trap.
I mean,
Vielleicht.
You're gonna pick it up if you can get it at the moment, I think.
Kann ich mir nicht vorstellen, aber vielleicht.
Really good answers then from Bounty Hunters on the other side, and I really like how that's shaping up for them.
Hard Rock Mine, another gem grab map, and Colette is just so insanely good at grabbing those last few gems, dashing in and out with her super. So it could be a potential mid-brawler here, the gem carrier.
Ja, Okto. Aber Zeta wird zu 99% was Aggressives gehen. Da kommt jetzt 100% noch was Aggressives. Eine Ellie. Ein. Was gibt's noch? Nur noch Ellie. Digga, jeder Assassin ist raus.
Something aggressive as last pick, maybe?
I was thinking of Ali, yeah, it could be an Ali map for me. There's definitely the concern of the Chester having the stun, which can obviously shut her down, but she's very difficult to manage in that regard. Ollie sometimes as well does scave through here. Could be an idea if they want to for Zeta against that third and final pick, which Bounty Hunters still have. So the Gust coming in, combining with the Colette potentially as well for that shielding, could be a nice aggressive combo.
Yeah, it seems like they're really trying not to overcommit too much at the moment, to be fair. They've got the Colette, which is already going to be their carry brawler at the moment, but Rico, I know you'll be
Rico sehe ich.
seeing the Rico come in. It's more of a rarity,
Doch sehe ich.
but really glad to see it.
Not really any close range brawlers
Finde ich gut.
on either side. That's going to be an interesting one. And we're going to hand it off to Uber and Ready. Do you think
Na, sag es fein, Okto.
can cause an upset here?
Geht schlimmer.
Thank you very much, our friend on the desk. This would be one of the
Die
most
soll mich
ridiculous
einwechseln.
upsets, I think, if Bounty Hunters were to
Carries da
pull it off.
bestimmt.
Last year at Brawl Cup, it was kind of Zeta Division against the world, and they ultimately fell short, not able to take East Asia all the way. Now they're looking up and seeing Crazy Raccoon also bearing their fangs in the same side of the bracket, so they need to put on a show.
Gold Tier ist so tough.
Dominant display of strength is in order.
Oh, they want this rematch on the big stage, but they got to get through Bounty Hunters first. And a pretty solid draft from Bounty Hunters as well. Lots of good brawlers allowed through, and Bounty Hunters.
Aber Chester ist drin. Ey, die sind beide drin. Rico und Chester sind drin. Das ist gar nicht gut für Zeta. Null.
I can't believe this was relegated to a last pick.
Suzuka might lose his gems here. This is really nowhere
Wie
to
lebt er
go.
noch? Wie
Continue to throw the shuriken here. Suzuku somehow still
Wie lebt er noch?
safe territory now. Prosy being tapped up by Stitampo. This isn't looking great here for Bounty Hunters.
All of a sudden, and here's a lane swap also from Wesley. Knew that he was just going to get devoured by the Sirius on the left side. Here comes another Shade to deal with Portox. As Batman tries to pinch with it on the right side, it's a victory for Wesley as he presses through. This is the ideal position for Rico since he reaches into their backlines. But Suzuku doesn't care. He's not even trying to get into those bushes.
Rico muss halt jetzt kochen.
Suzuku now up to 8 gems. Wesley
Sonst wird das
definitely
nix.
able to keep the Collect quiet, but in the meantime, the same is being done by the Sirius in the top side of the map. Batman has been impossible to shift.
5 AP.
Prosy is outranged by Suzuku, who knows he can just take his time and take the final gem.
Oftentimes it doesn't matter whether you
Gefällt mir nicht von Bounty Hunter. Die hatten am Anfang gut Control. Hätten sie dieses 3 gegen 1 gewonnen, hätten die dicke Control, aber haben die nicht hinbekommen.
Feeble attempt to make it to Zeta Division's
Weiß
side,
nicht.
but there's just no point. Stitampo lights them.
Mal wieder zocken. Kommt drauf an, Nico, was deine Ziele sind. Kommt ehrlich drauf an.
New Buffy gadget with the stun component there. You've got to be very, very careful now, giving Colette CC.
Wenn du grinden willst, nein.
Gadget, but also on a star power.
Ab und zu aus Spaß, 100%, ja.
Pretty frightening stuff. I gotta say, the series is a problem. Batman has been bullying them at the top of the map.
It's difficult to deal with as a Rico because he can still fire over the walls. Batman's taking this left lane versus Wesley playing much more conservatively this time. Wesley debating whether he's going to push in also, just like he did last time. Finds the angle on Batman.
Das hier hat mit Value.
Given the range of some of those shots. Suzuku also holding his own at mid. Prosy wants gem number 2. Suzuku can't really
Ja,
land
Nico.
shots. It's a stalemate here. at the beginning, but Suzuku gradually moving forward, taking up space, has forced Prosy back.
Whoa! Suzuku, he wants to press up that Kuki Popper again, pulls up a little bit short, and Suzuku has to shield up with all the damage
Noxy oder Kairo.
coming
Find Kairo geil.
from Prosy.
Hallo Nike.
Still a 2-gem lead. Chitampo trying to play it careful here against Portox, comes in for the kill.
You're just not getting through this lane. Chitampo is a phenomenal Colette. We've seen it in the World Finals before. Pre-Buffy era. You just got to connect these two
Stark von
dots here.
Rico.
On the left side, Batman now deleted. Suzuku going to get pressured from the left. Needs a joint push from Prosy. Instead, they're actually going to recuperate. Let Batman come back. It's not really great for Wesley on the right side. Chitampo keeps this Chester back. He just doesn't have a matchup, really. There's nothing that Chester is good here for.
Dance bei Crazy Raccoon. Sind wir danach gegen Foot. Aktuell habe ich 60, Nike.
Super or being able to build up his hypercharge, but he doesn't seem to be doing enough damage to ensure that here. Prosy low now holding 6 gems.
Ja, der Rico macht das gut, Doktor. Ich sag's dir, Rico ist okay. Ehrlich. Mutiger Jump.
Who gets a shield from Suzuku. Great timing, but the Colette still falls.
Near miss there for Prosy. He almost got taken down for all of his gems. Now in this forward position, has to yield to Batman. Double hypercharges popped in unison. Suzuku moves forward. Chitampo wants another big play, but Prosy is too wise to get caught there. Nonetheless, Bounty Hunters have to move in. They cannot sit back and wait for these gems to spawn. Looking at the timer now, no. It's going to be too tight. They can't go for it. Have to extinguish this in spawn. Prosy going to go for it. Chitampo with the defense. And Suzuku is safe. Set one heads the way of Zeta.
A little bit unlucky to step up there with the healing super on Chester. Had to be used and hope to re-roll something different. Ultimately, that was the brawler that looked the most out of place in this draft. Zeta Division understood the assignment. Do not pick a tank or someone that is going to be highly susceptible.
Hallo Alexito.
And he was essentially shut out of the game.
Ich weiß nicht, Cabus. Ich hab die eigentlich auch nicht so im Kopf.
On Chester, forget about it.
It's pretty miserable.
Aber der Draft war kacke und wenn die eine Ansage machen mit wir gewinnen jeden Draft und das ist der erste Draft von denen. Naja.
It was a dead game. But if you're getting hit by 3 consecutive hypercharged Colette supers, someone has that accuracy to turn that level of super cycling, you've got to be scared.
Not the start that this Bounty Hunters outfit were looking for. The Rico pick that was pretty heads up, seeing no wall break there, seeing an opportunity to find a strong lane. Wesley was definitely a threat. The problem is that Zeta just swapped out of that lane or just used their Sirius safely. Batman was a bit of a nuisance as well.
Dieser Tisch ist so krass, ne? Ehrlich. Wie kann man so spielen?
Rico's a good brawler. It's just that now you've made that
Kriegt ihr nicht Rückenschmerzen?
pointless. You didn't enable anything for your last pick. Zeta have a way of
Was ist das,
blocking out
Okto?
all of your options with this draft. They'll play stuff that's pretty safe, really versatile, and play to their mechanical strengths. Everyone's tired of hearing it, but it's simply the truth. They lean on their raw skills to make these games happen.
But it's getting close to the time to put the narrative of East Asia struggling with their drafts to bed.
Yes.
I think against Only Realms, Zeta drafted fantastically and actually had them comped in the last 2 sets of that series. Crazy Raccoon, we've sort of haven't really thrown them under that same umbrella for a little while now. These are great drafts from Zeta Division.
Nicht Mittagsschlaf!
And frankly,
Digga, Chat bitte, ja. Hallo Pauline. Hallo Rapid.
there as well with these drafts, I think has been a huge boon for this team. Out in the open, we see 2 sharpshooters picked up straight away. Angelo, of course, can control the water on the left side of the map and get in to the effective area much easier. Whenever Pierce is an absolute menace and of course can hit you from behind those walls if you're forced out of the map.
Pierce has better DPS than Angelo here. That's why he's first picked. He is the premier sharpshooter in all of Brawl Stars at the moment. Often deserving of a match ban.
Pierce into Nani.
Churn damage.
Beziehungsweise Pierce, wenn Nani offen ist. Nee, Nico. Gar nicht. Stream macht mir viel mehr Spaß. Also E-Sports war geil, aber Stream macht mir mehr Spaß. Ich wette, dass ich nochmal anfangen. Die jetzt Stream durch.
Before their last pick comes through, but on this map, what are you playing to close the gap? Yeah, okay, we're gonna pick up Brock here. Someone who can open up the map a little bit.
Aktuell klappt's.
With me and Band, I think you're pretty short on gap closing brawlers here, especially with Kit and Mortis already having been banned out, as well as Edgar. So
was los, Rapid?
We do not see any little aggro brawlers
Wette kurz.
in the end.
No, Not really.
Nee.
They could just play
Ich
directly
hole wieder
into
hoch.
this Pearl and decide, okay, we'll make
Das
it a triple
E-Kabus.
sniper battle. We'll go
Kabus
for
muss man
Bell,
anfangen
go for
damit,
counter,
ehrlich.
something pretty solid that has good survival, prevents everyone from grouping up too much. It's also this Pearl a deterrent against stuff that gets in close range. Piper as a final
Piper.
selection. They've gotten triple snipers over here. This is going to be a skill
Sehe
and
ich.
control-based battle. They'll be
Aber irgendwie hat Pearl
outranging this
Matchup.
Pearl. Also Pearl
Pearl hat irgendwie Value.
will be eaten alive by Piper. When you have accuracy, snappy sniping is always a great thing to have in your toolkit. Piper also just so effective against anything that's beneath base move speed.
And I don't know how any of these Pearl Supers are going to become relevant.
No.
I'm sure you open up the map maybe for the
Ja,
rest
Pearl
of
hat
your
Matchup
sharpshooters,
bekommen.
but this is going to be a tough one for Bounty Hunters.
Wie kann er so
Not
spielen?
afraid to go full sharpshooter. Here we go, folks, jumping in out in the open. Shitampo already gets in the middle of the map.
Gonna fire the first arrow of Cupid in the usual spot, but no one's biting. Bounty Hunters know better than to all group up on that middle
Actually,
choke.
Casey will
Right
go
side,
on.
initial damage for Wesley. A bit of it's gonna be reflected by Batman. Now Portox goes for the punish, just out of range of getting Batman down. We see the shield up, also another stronghold broken open. It's not so much about
Bin
getting
Brock
quickly
picken
in
gegen
mid, as it
Zeta
is
echt
diminishing
mutig.
the bushes that Suzuku needs to work with at mid.
Habe ich vorgestern schon gesagt, glaube ich. Wurde schon mal gemacht. Stark von Pierce.
And frankly just got outdone by the current best sharpshooter in the game.
3 versus 2 now. Wesley just wants his hypercharge. That is his win condition. Also denying value to Suzuku, who would love to break open a wall for an easier rotation backwards. Portox can't really find the mark. Suzuku down to 1. Proceed with the extended explosion radius of his gadget. We'll take one down. Shitampo wants to just get into the poison while also farming his hypercharge. Yeah, not going to bite, not going to give anyone any value if he can afford to. It's round 1 to Bounty Hunters, really surgically played.
Yeah, that Wesley Pierce is going to be a bit of a problem for Zeta Division. Continuing to open up the map a little more here. Portox can tank these hits.
Also Nico, ich kann dir sagen, im nächsten Update kommt ein Adidas Collab. Da kommt auch ein neuer Brawl Modus mit Torwart. Und ich freue mich darauf, auf diesen Modus. Ich sag, der wird geil. Doch, doch. Das machen die. Also ich sehe mich da. Ich weiß nicht, Akasa. Ist immer random. Adidas Torwart. Ja, genau. So ein Bot im Tor.
Zeta Division just playing this nice and slow. They're not too interested in taking things early on. They have that confidence that once Pearl is forced out of
Hallo
the
Lux.
hold and they
Lux
should
wird es
be
vorhin
able
gesucht.
to get the supers that they need. Shitampo also just trying to get his super. Gotta be close if they're playing like this.
Wesley caught out there by the homemade recipe. Quickly pop and used to evade any crackback. Batman seems happy to be tucked in
Hallo
his
Mika.
corner, especially
Von wem?
now that
Ich
he
glaube
has that
von
keep
Luis.
at the ready. Portox will be brought down. He'll struggle in any of these
Hat das Scroll
matchups,
gezogen.
and Zeta Division can close out the round.
Well, Prozy's gonna get one, but it's all he can muster. Note also that
Nee, Simon hat
he
dich
was
gesucht.
utilized
Feier
into
Simon.
the indestructible. I don't really think that's a wall break they wanted. They wanted to get rid of that barrel. But it's okay, you know, it's not nothing. It means less for Portox to hide.
Beherrscht für Bounty Hunter.
It's only one burnt cookie, so it's not the end of the world. On the right side, a 1v2, but Batman and Suzuku just
Die haben nicht. Gibt's Comeback, Nico?
with this Pierce at long range.
It's still annoying for Shitampo because he has the hardest time healing of any sharpshooter. Because he spends time charging his shot, he can't heal during that duration. He needs to not charge at all to begin that passive regeneration. So any little bits of damage on Angelo end up mattering a lot.
Na, vielleicht, Jesse.
Serves to zone Zeta backwards, but as soon as they step forward, they take one back. They need this cover. A hypercharge pop by Suzuku. Another one for Batman. Gonna have to just
Also ich muss sagen, Zeta gefällt mir dieses Set nicht, ne? Bin ich ehrlich. Das überzeugt mich nicht. Das wird Humble. Das wird Finale sein. Ich habe mal Crazy Raccoon getippt, aber es kann beides sein. Winnable. Nee. Zeta gefällt mir nicht. Weiß nicht.
Ja.
Ja, ich finde die auch ein bisschen kacke, Lux. Das gefällt mir nicht. Da muss mehr kommen, sage ich. Ja, auch irgendwie... Weiß nicht. Ist nicht Zeta, was ich kenne. Und Wesley macht das sehr gut.
Off rip, but it's not going to go anywhere. It's another low and slow game from both Zeta and Bounty Hunters.
Wesley revealed briefly. Obviously now there's
Nee, noch nicht,
an entire
Raphael.
new map of terrain to clear. The Bounty Hunter's already getting to work in that regard.
Ich glaube, die machen das nur einmal. Also ich denke, am Ende machen die es nochmal.
Does take a hit here though from Shitapo.
Batman gefällt mir gar nicht.
And good catch on Wesley. The pinch to the right is sound, and Portox is in trouble. He might be at full heat. He might have a shield in play. But Suzuku is looming large at the top now.
Was macht der Okto?
Close range. A gadget from Portox is a death sentence. He's just trying to work his way in there. He's opting to go for this 1v2, draw some fire away from Prosy, who wants to fight a 1v1 on the left side. He won't be left alone. Suzuku going for the pinch while also threatening Portox at the same time. The pincushion of Portox cannot stand to these three brawlers. It's one round to Zeta Division. They have good utility. Suzuku's able to jump away.
Er macht das für Control. Er jumpt am Anfang immer rein, damit er direkt hier reinschießen kann, weißt du? Weil wenn er hier einen trifft mit dem Angelo 4K-Hit, der muss sofort zurück. Also sobald das passiert, der hat direkt Control. Und am Anfang wird er eh nicht low, weißt du? Deswegen ist das okay.
Trying to find some poke damage on Suzuku and gets it. Another connection on Batman, so those flasks are starting to spawn up for him. But he's giving up a lot of ground at the top of the map here, allowing Batman to potentially pinch into the left. Here's Shitapo, hypercharge at the rate of the grassy field, basically cleared off by that hypercharge of Piper Super. And Shitapo wants to get a bit greedy here, able to dodge the shot in from Brock though, while Wesley still looks for a way into the map.
Shitapo was able to push up there because he just has so much speed. In mid-range, Brock is just absolute trash. So if Shitapo can close the distance, that's where he knows he's going to win. Portox on just one tap has to retreat. Wesley, likewise on the right side. Shitapo gets one.
Das war schon besser. Das ist schon eher Zeta.
And get the game win 2-0. I think this is a great illustration of just how technical this matchup is. It's extremely
Nico wird den Boxkampf anfangen auf Stage.
It did feel like Bounty Hunters were really very willing to
Plus Finale? Boah, keine Ahnung.
One of the hidden MVPs of that round.
Geschätzt 18 Uhr.
That clears all the grass
Oder so.
at the top. That allows Zeta Division to take even more map control. Prosy needs to try and do the same here and expose Zeta's plans to the world.
Marc, kannst du mir einen Hexcode geben, wenn du Verlauf willst, 2 und Trollenname per DM? Dann machst du nach dem Stream. Ja, stark, Kirsten.
Fighting in tandem. Wesley now rotating back over towards mid. They're just looking for some sort of solution. They managed to get game 1, but looks like Zeta Division caught up with them. Now that's a big wall break. BRAWL finally destroyed for Zeta. That's a big one.
Batman had to use a return to sender on Pearl, which is definitely the least effective use of that gadget, but he was concerned about his health pool. That does, though, as you can see, force Portox right up to the top of the map. There's no way he's going to be jumping.
Beides Scream-Aggressiv geworden. Ja, der Rage bitte doch da. Stark, Kirsten. Glückwunsch.
But it allows the Angelo to move up, take that space.
Good heads-up play for Prosy as well, breaking the rightmost obstacle so that Portox can move through this choke into
Guter Pinch. Aber jetzt noch stark.
Fire upon by 2 enemy snipers. It's Wesley and Portox to try and recover this, but Portox can't hit the gadget. At least he gets 1 kill on the right side, can work towards his hypercharge. No, didn't even get a single salvo of cookies off. Nothing gained.
Suzuku's spacing is astonishingly good. He is seeing the gadget pop by the Pearl and just staying outside of her range, only just. Not easy to do.
Ja, fake doch. Doch, doch.
This was a last pick, functionally, this Pearl. Bounty Hunters really hoped for it to be the trump card, but so far it's been their Achilles heel.
A hypercharge for Suzuku. Would he do it? No, he'll never jump in, but Batman has tons of damage. Will eventually fall to Portox, but he's the last one standing against 3. 39 HP to hang online, and Portox, despite his best efforts, will fall.
Hallo, Lucario.
It's 2-0 Zeta.
Sharpshooter class has concluded. Zeta Division super happy to go down the rabbit hole on this particular.
Der Kaiser leckt es.
The draft served up to them. They said, hey, you want the Pierce?
Ja, ist zur Zeit her, Lucario.
With the Nani, we have the Angelo already. And hey, why not just go all the way? Why not full commit and add the Piper to the mix?
Zeta hat gewonnen.
It wasn't easy. They did drop a couple of games there. You can see how dangerous Pierce is when he starts to get going. Brock can be a nuisance if he clears it, but again, it's the Piper clearing the bushes that is so annoying. For Bounty Hunters, they have to play right at the back of the map, and they don't have favorable sightlines after the fact.
Yeah, big problem there in the ends of game 2 and then 3. Bounty Hunters, with this Pierce, though, managed to 1v2. I mean, huge props to Wesley taking on some of the most skilled players on the entire globe in a 1v2 on the big stage. His first
der Rage baitet.
In a long time in this regard. Bounty Hunters
die Antwort ist in der Tempo-Chat auf der Webseite.
towards the end as Zeta began to unravel things and figure out. And that's how this goes. That's why we play a best of 3 with the same brawlers, because there is such thing as an arms race in the draft. You can play the same draft 3 different ways. But games 2 and 3 went the exact same
Kannst du immer noch, Jesse. Vor der Runde kannst du immer voten.
So you mentioned that Wesley eventually lane swapped to try and fight Chitapo, trying to put their best foot in the Angelo lane. Unfortunately, by that point, it meant that, you know, Portox on the Pearl was having to play against basically 2 sharpshooters, 1v2. I feel like you're basically a lemon in that kind of scenario. And so, we're off to Layer Cake for the last opportunity for these bounty hunters to come back with something from their foray here at Brawl Cup. Bounty maps, honestly, for Zeta Division, they've been one of their weaker game modes, honestly. You see them attempt to play Rico a lot on this map, but have very limited success. They have a 13% win rate on Rico, who's one of their most drafted brawlers on this map in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, well, what that tells me is experimentation. I don't think this is a red herring. They're not wasting practice time. They're just trying to figure out, yeah, is this possible? Can this
competitive oder allgemein auch so Fußball und alles, was so kompetitiv ist, muss nicht E-Sport sein, alles, auch Sport. Bisschen Toxic gehört dazu. Bisschen Trash-Talken.
Now, again, we've seen that this is incredibly execution
Ja,
reliant.
stark,
Get the
Kili.
blue start and then play defensive for as long as you can.
Sergeant's wechselt voll gut,
Also
ne?
wide open, a fantastic defensive brawler. Wonder if this will be picked up on the 2-3 turn. It's a high priority.
Ja, also Sergeant ist brutal. Wirklich.
It's amazing for defense with the healing and the threat of a pull.
So the Meeple's open as well.
That too.
And this is that's a go-to for Zeta Division on this map. Honestly, with Kaze Meeple, they've had a lot of success. On the other side of things,
Squeakbang?
no surprise to see the Kenji picked up here. One of the
Ich hab gestern, wann war das?
for this team.
War das Sita?
I'm looking for Wesley as well to be put in a.
War das Sita-Chat mit Squeak Penny?
So far, it's looked really good. First,
Glaube ja, ne?
Right, and then the
Die hatten keinen Bock darauf.
Obviously, it hasn't been enough, but that seems to be where the engine room of the Bounty Hunters team lies.
Anscheinend die jetzt wieder Penny gehen.
Weird pick here, but we've seen it before. The Cordelius has been played by Bounty
Nee,
Hunters on
Penny
this map. They're going
weggeklickt.
to opt for the Penny instead. And now you're thinking, if you're Zeta Division, do we have any ways to
Danke dir, Nico.
sort of effectively
Ja,
play
auch.
this
Viel
out?
Erfolg.
Shade
Viel Spaß,
is
was auch immer.
banned by Zeta Division. That's one of the simplest methods. So what else are they working with?
Yeah, you got thrower possibilities. You could still go
Trust him.
in here and say, actually, I'll pull the turret. Depends on how defensively Penny plays around it. Always a possibility. You can go Squeak. It's definitely a favorite of these players, and it's a classic anti-turret response.
Oh, this is super interesting. The Juju. You know what?
Long
this
range.
is such a South American coded pick.
Yeah.
These guys really drafted Juju more than any other region last year. And obviously that range increase that she gets when playing inside the bushes is kind of what you're going for. And without any bush break, bush burn, or, you know, wall
Mein
break
Mods ist
outside of
gebannt,
Bounty
Kid
Hunters,
ist gebannt, Edgar ist
Juju's gonna have a lot
gebannt,
of
Shade
places
ist
to really
gebannt.
be very impressive. She is the longest range sharpshooter when she's playing from the grass. Man, getting around this
Die holen sich Blue Star und dann sind sie menschliches Penny Turret.
Yeah,
Ist eigentlich fein, sag ich.
Pierce is vulnerable in close range.
Ja, der muss so Rückenschmerzen haben,
He's not
Mann.
really first pick here, I think, personally, because I feel like he can get pressured so hard. It's difficult to find sight lines here on Layer Cake. The map is broken up in such a way that it allows stuff that's tanky, you know, assassin type things to move forward. That is why
Ach, Juju gefällt mir.
Kenji is here
Bin Juju gut.
gray, to pull people out of position. Because they know that Zeta are going to turtle up, so they're going to try and get a pull, you know, maybe hit some walking canes, break
Gray's
the walls
auch
that
fein.
the thrower wants to hide behind, and maybe get a long pull, get someone far out of position, and then run all the way home.
You want to also
Nee,
punish
nicht
the
jetzt,
Kaze for
Kirsten.
going Blue Star right off the bat. You also give a Kenji delivery system to your team now.
Die müssen
as well
immer
to
stehen,
make use of
Cole.
the dimensional
Die
door to get
E-Sports.
Kenji
Ich weiß nicht
deep,
wieso.
where he needs to be. Closing the gap, I think, on the Juju and the Pierce is going to be super important. So, Bounty Hunters, last chance out here on the stage in Berlin. Draft a comp that's really all about the Kenji. It's going to be the Zeta Division getting to open with one of their best picks. It's the Kaze for Shizuku.
And of course, it would be Portox on the Kenji. He's been the catalyst for Wesley and Prosy to make it to this stage. He was a star player from his team SKC last year, and now he's brought similar glory to the #1 seed of South America. Things going as expected so far. Shizuku gets that blue star, immediately swaps forms to get some close range damage versus Portox, who thought he would actually be hiding behind the wall. Really subversive positioning in the bush.
Yeah, absolutely. Prosy also is dodging every single shot that Shitapo is trying to throw down there. I'm quite impressed at the footwork. Zeta are feeling a little bit confined at the moment, I'd wager. Salty Barrel cleared out now. Shitampo does not want to overextend here as Wesley gonna step ahead. Oh, empties the clip. Shitampo still standing though. Here comes the turret. This is where things get a bit more uncomfortable. Suzuka's gonna come forward and eventually clear that. That's nicely done. The Fanstorm does the job for here, and Portox is a little exposed here.
That was a perfect play from Suzuku. Gonna get another and can't even be taken down. So Batman will fall to Prozy. Shitampo pushes forward, senses a gap in the defense as Bounty Hunters have to fall back a run on this layered cake. The Fanstorm down, a missed hook for Prozy. Now just trying to cover their tracks as they retreat, but they don't even have a lead. They're down 3 stars at the moment. Suzuku would be the one to kill. That's why he's going to take a more rear position here.
Muss irgendwie rein. Ich weiß nicht, ob es schlau ist, über einen Great Bull zu spielen.
He probably has the acupuncture star power picked up for Grigory, just to be able to counter the approach of the Kenji, slow him down. It's not the most common, but against tanks, it's a decent option. Prozy, oh, dangerous Prozy. Too deep there by far.
Because Shitampo spielt Mortis.
The map eventually brought down by Shitampo. We know he's handing over those 4 stars, but the work, for the most part, seems to have been done.
Ah, nicht thrown jetzt.
4 stars separate them. Suzuku, all he has to do is stay alive. And Zeta Division putting on a clinic here in our last.
Ja. Also ich sehe die Vision, aber ich krieg's nicht umgesetzt.
Feels that way.
By the looks of things, it will be the stalwart defense that they boasted, the way that they so carelessly threw their lives away towards the end of that game. They knew that the math worked out.
Glaub nicht. Ellie kriegst du zwar einen Kill, aber du kommst nicht mehr raus, weil da immer noch eine Kase ist. Die jagt dich dann.
By the way, no walls to cover his tracks, no retreat intended whatsoever. This is the closest Bounty Hunters are going to get in all possibility. 1-star deficit, they just want to get the blue star back. Portok's going to do his best. The slow on the right side with the use of
Kenji gibt mir Welle dadurch, ja.
Or rather, not with the gadget. A brief array onto the water.
Die brauchen halt ein Penny Turret. Ein gutes Penny Turret und das am Leben halten. Was schwer ist gegen Juju. Aber wenn sie das schaffen, gewinnen sie.
Being able to hit a slow means that those next couple of throws are almost guaranteed to hit. So making use of those water bodies is kind of sick here. Prozy getting tapped up by Batman. Gotta respect it. Here's Grigory. It has the shield, so not acupuncture being picked off. But that makes Grigory much harder to clear, especially for Gray.
Yeah, just a really defensive selection of star power. That is what Zeta Division's composition screams. Here it comes, Hypercharge, and Sashimi slices to the sky as Portox goes all the way behind, but he has no support. He's been completely cut off.
Boah, ich wollte gerade Portox ich wollte ihn gerade loben und dann macht er einen Dash wieder rein. Hätte er rausgedasht für Best, Bro. Ich wollte ihn gerade loben.
All the way to Bounty Hunter's side, ends up being taken down, but he really had no other choice. Just got into a bad position.
Portox is going to lose that shield from the star power, so it needs to be a little careful. This burst damage. 5-star lead here. That means 2 eliminations required for Bounty Hunters. And Grigory is back on the field. This is going to make it a little bit harder for Portox to walk up on them with that level of impunity. And that turret, unfortunately, will be short-lived as soon as Shitampo draws a beat on his position.
Und jetzt Penny Turret am Leben halten.
Also placing down the Fanstorm to get it. Missed hook for Prozy is going to cost him. It's on cooldown now. Don't think they'll get it before the end of the game. Hypercharge out. They're going for the team wipe. Prozy, the last one, and the pins are in the air. Oh, they don't care.
Wieso sind wir aber, also das check ich nicht.
They just have a bone to pick with another team in the semis.
I'm doing a watch party right now, Max. Jungs, chillt. Ehrlich. So unnötig.
Regional rivals, of course, Crazy Raccoon with a chance to be in that semi as well. Zeta Division, though, just like the cheeky little brother, make sure they get there first. Dejected are Bounty Hunters. They do make it through this group phase, of course. But running up against the big dogs now in our elimination bracket, it is tough. We're going to head down. Tabani on the stage here to get some words from the winners and see if Shitampo dodges this one too.
Welcome back to the main stage, Suzuku joining me here. A
really impressive performance. Ich kann mit einem 4 voten.
Comfortable on the stage as well. Was that Zeta Division at their full potential, or do you feel like you have another level? And that was nice glasses.
素敵な大会だったと思うんですけれども、ステージ上で対戦するのはめっちゃみんな楽だそうですが、黒はフルパワーでしたか、それともまだレベル上げられると思いますか？
いや、どの敵にも全部出し切ってるので全力で戦ってます。
we always go full on whatever the enemy is, so we always want to show like full strength, whatever the game.
I love that, 100% every time. Now, a lot of people are talking about it, but you have the potential to play against Crazy Raccoon in your next matchup. Is that going to be a battle to decide the #1 team in the region?
次の対戦はクレイジーラクーンとやる可能性があるんですけれども、その試合は日本の一番強いチームを認めると思いますか？
はい、もちろんです。CR とゼータが最強だと思っているので、どっちが強いか決めようかって感じですね。
Yeah, definitely. We think we're the best, but let's fight them and let's see who's the best in Japan.
Oh, I love that. Let's see who's the best in the region. Suzuka, thank you so much for joining
Also er ist davon ausgegangen, dass Crazy Raccoon Foot auseinander nimmt.
One more time for who? Zeta Division.
Das ist krank.
Congratulations to Zeta Division. They're the third team that make their way through to the semis. Ready? You had the huge honor to cast these games. What was missing on the side of Bounty Hunters? Why didn't they?
Ich sag, Foot wird unterschätzt. Weil sie gegen Tribe verloren haben. Aber ich sag, sie haben gewintradet gegen Tribe. Absichtlich, damit sie Humble dodgen.
Hard Rock Mine stuck out to me where they pick up Chester. Did they just feel like they kind of had to so that they didn't get rushed down? I feel like you have last pick. Rico's pretty solid, but it leaves the Chester totally stranded in his matchup.
Yeah, it just felt very much like
Aber das ist Crazy Raccoon. Ja.
for Bounty Hunters,
Wenn die Humble facen, ist eine mehr Team weiter. 100%. Wenn sie in zwei verschiedenen Brackets sind, ist Humble 100% weiter und Foot hat die Chance weiterzukommen.
The crowd here in Berlin going absolutely crazy. Also for Zeta Division.
Ich meine, erstes Set, Jam Grab. Nob stirbt 25 Mal mit Jams in den Gegnern drin. Das sind Fehler, die passieren ihm nicht. Danach Brawl Ball. Was ist Brawl Ball? Auf jeden Fall, dann hat Angel Boy übel gekocht. Auf einmal, alle drei spielen auf einmal übel gut. Die gewinnen. Dann, keine Ahnung was war. Heiß, glaube ich. Shade First Pick. Hat man noch nie gesehen von Foot. Noch nie. Die verlieren gegen den Finks. Die verlieren gegen den Finks auf Bridge to Far. Danach haben die irgendwas gewonnen, weiß nicht mehr welches Set. Haben die absolut rasiert. Genau, Knockout. Haben die so gut gespielt, die haben gar keine Chance gehabt, Tribe. Danach Bounty, steht 2-2. Die haben sich 2 Sets gesichert für den zweiten Platz. 2-2 war das, Bounty, und Angel Boy ist die ganze Zeit einfach rein. Der stand 0-8 mit Mortis. Der ist immer rein. Obwohl die Lead hatten, ist immer rein. Ich sag zur Absicht.
I kind of have them down as to potentially making it through to the grand finals. Maybe we'll have a East Asia versus East
Und dann gegen Toxic Lotus. Foot hat die auseinandergenommen, Toxic Lotus. Und Toxic Lotus gegen Tribe, das war... Check, was ich meine? Das muss Absicht gewesen sein. Das geht gar nicht anders. Ja, er soll jetzt Sharps. Ich sag, die wollten Zweiter werden in der Gruppe.
The ones at home, but also the ones who made their way to Berlin.
Welcome to day 3 of the Brawl Cup. Are you guys ready?
Jungs, reicht. Ehrlich.
Let me see the signs.
We are from Ukraine and Kazakhstan. We are here for the SMG. We are for our boys for Foot. Foot win!
Look at this. They lost. They trained. They became one team.
On the realm, yeah!
I love this. I love this.
Foot win!
Who are you guys rooting for?
It was Toxic Lotus.
But who are you voting for today then?
Who were they rooting for there in the end? It was
Loud
just screaming.
noises, I think.
Yes, that must have been the team. Yeah, I definitely am all for that team. I think it's gonna win.
Yeah, I'm not so certain.
Well, we're gonna find out. I'm sure they were right in the end. We have one more quarterfinal for you before we head into the semis. So lean back in your seat, grab some snacks and enjoy, because
Ich schwöre, das sind die schlechtesten Haare, die ich jemals gesehen habe. Ohne Scheiß. Sieht aus wie diese Geografie-Dinger, Maps. Von den Höhen. Warte, ich suche das.
Esports. On the left hand side, we have the East Asian powerhouse, the defending world champions.
Hier. Bro, das sind seine Haare. Ich schwöre, das sind seine Haare. Dieses Bild hier. 100%.
For me, I still gotta say I am rooting for esports for that man right there. Lennart has had a really tough start to his season, being dropped.
Schau dir das an! Schau dir das an! Das ist, ich schwöre, das ist die Karte. 100%.
And we know just how big those boots are to fill. If they can do this, go to the semis and maybe even beyond, I think it will do wondrously for Lennart.
And Foot did take Tribe to the final and last set, 3-2 in the end for Tribe Gaming. After that, 3-0 versus
Schau,
Toxic.
je höher es geht, desto rötlicher wird es. Unten blau, je höher es geht, rötlicher. Mehr blau, je höher es geht, rötlicher. Die Alpen sind rot. Bro, es ist.
Hero of that team, saving them from
Kann nicht sein.
not certain doom, but definitely an unfortunate event. Guesty not being here ready.
Yeah, a pretty serious level of doom, in my personal opinion, believe. Just because how important is that to be stripped of your drafter, your communicator, your star player, your pop-off for the season that's supposed to propel you to victory. So I certainly hope that he can be the savior for the team.
And in their match against Tribe Gaming yesterday, we certainly thought it would be a close one. Not an easy one for Foot Esports to win, but they kinda were the favorites. Do you guys believe maybe there was something else going on there, as Foot Esports was hinting towards maybe doing it on purpose, so EMEA has 2 slots still up for
Joke?
It's just a joke, of course, but both know
Yeah, that joke.
that was our plan, to take 2 slots for EMEA, as well as Angel Boy did some match fixing against Tribe Gaming to not face Team Humble until the finals, because the first slot takes the World Final spot. The runner-up takes a LCQ slot. EMEA now is the only region that could potentially take both with them.
Yeah, Foot Esports are that old that I've got a really good sense of humor. As well, like, not despite being one of the quiet on the team, I get on super well with at events, and they've all got a really, really good sense of humor. I think, though, there is something to be said about how incredible that is as a prospect, though. I mean, when you think back to last year, SK Gaming, Humble in that grand finals, and then obviously, of course, we saw, you know, East Asia as well take that LCQ spot as well. In this competition, it's only 1 and 2 that will be able to take those home. So, I mean, the prospect of that, if Foot Esports can do this, I mean, we know who they're facing in the semis, and that's no easy task either.
It would be pretty unreal to see that once more. I would say it's more unlikely now than last year with sort of a nerfed roster, now that you have Lina coming in and trying to fill those shoes. Our global bans are in. Luminaja banned on one side. We have Ruffs and Sirius eliminated on the other. I think pretty standard stuff. You know, some things sneaking through. I did notice like Mortis is going to be in play. Pierce also in the mix.
Mortis has been one of the most globally banned as well, left open in this one. And the 2 newest additions to the game, Naja and Sirius, both banned out in this series. So for the global bans, we won't see any of these 4 brawlers.
Chat, was sagt ihr, wer gewinnt?
These maps. Are we going to see all these maps now? Finally, a quarterfinal going to set 5.
I would like to say it will. I think that if there is any in these quarterfinal stages that will, it will be this one. I feel like they are quite evenly matched teams, despite, again, Crazy Raccoon having 2 monthly final wins as well as, but despite Guesty not being here, there's a lot
Okay, alle sagen Crazy Raccoon, aus einer.
Look at what the viewers have guessed. Who is gonna take this one? You can do your predictions still over at event.brawlstars.com, and here are the results.
Was?
Yeah, are we talking realistic or are we just talking on fandom here? Because this is a significantly
Niemals.
but they have the crowd behind
So eine
them,
schlechte Abstimmung.
They had the same outcome also yesterday. Tribe Gaming usually take the predictions by far because they have just such a huge fan base. But the fan base of Foot is really showing up. You can also hear them in the crowd. Now, Barney, are the teams excited to be here today?
Just 1 place remains in the semi-final. And this right here, this is a clash of titans. Some would say that we've saved the best till last. It's EMEA's best versus East Asia's best. So, first to step out onto the stage, your current world
Das ist
champions,
krass,
they
Juni.
haven't even dropped a set yet. They are Crazy Raccoon, and their opponents, well, they've had some unbelievable performance so far, and with an Angel at the helm, their Synergy tightens with every minute in-game. They are Foot Esports. Let's
Synergy Titans mit einem neuen Spieler. Ja, oder? Dem aus Ehre retten. Ja, Humble ist ja noch drin. Das ist ein geiles Match.
They sit at the absolute top of the Brawl world. But these kids are still hungry. East Asia's Master Thieves are back. And they've set their eyes on another LAN trophy.
Weiß nicht, Hagen. Hätte das Match auch gerne Hä? Mein Deutsch. Hätte das Match auch gerne mit Gästi gesehen.
After a flawless regional sweep, this ruthless trio is ready to silence the doubters and conquer the globe.
Come over here. Milk Creo, come over here. You stand here.
Creo klingt so wie Schokolade.
Now, if this was actually
Ja, oder?
a boxing match, I would go as far to say that this looks a little bit unfair. However, thank goodness this is Brawl Stars. And so, Angel Boy, you ready? How you feeling?
I'm very excited. It will be a very good match. Honestly, I couldn't wish for a better match to start our playoff run.
I love that. I love that. The respect is there. I love it. Milk Creo, are you ready? Yes! Yeah, baby! That's what I like to hear. You can fist. There you go. You can bump fists if you like. There you go. Touch gloves. We are ready. There's not much to say about this match other than it is going to pop off on the main stage. So with that being said, let's head in and let's do this.
Jetzt kann ich was machen.
Milk Creo. Lanon. Angel Boy. Knob.
Both teams looked dominant, not only in their home region, but also when we saw them here playing at Brawl Cup. Lana standing here as the stand-in for Gesti. Can he fill those footsteps? Still, this question lingers in the room. I think so far we can answer that one with yes.
Gut fliegt, kann sein. Also Crazy Raccoon war das Team, was mich am meisten überzeugt hat von der Gruppenphase. Also Crazy Raccoon hatte mit die schwerste Gruppe und die sind 6-0 ausgegangen. Geisteskrank. Halt bitte, ja. Bitte, ja. Kann nicht der Einzige sein, der das sieht.
Lots of good energy, of course, as always, from Milk Creo. And fair to mention as well, going back to the LCQ of last year, when CR
0-3?
against the wall against Casa Brawl and the home
Nee, 0-3 glaube ich nicht. Für beide Teams nicht. Ich glaube, beide kriegen ein paar Sets.
So I don't think that despite how loud this crowd may get for Foot Esports, that it's going to be enough to deter them.
They march to the beat of their own drum out here. Crazy Raccoon, they also believe in themselves so much. You can tell by their brawler selections, they play what they are good at. It's not about comfort, they just know the level of execution that they can bring with their drafts.
And keep in mind here, Tensai standing amongst that Crazy Raccoon roster, already 3 World Championship titles, now trying to add a mid-season event to it. Chester, our first pick here, no surprises. We have seen this guy come out so often already, regardless of the map emote. Also an open business, of course. It's all about area control, and Chester with huge DPS output, definitely a good choice, especially since on the side of Foot we have a couple of very gifted tank and assassin players. They're also good to open the map here. Griff and Pierce opening up those walls, definitely is gonna come in handy, and Pierce, one of those favorite EMEA picks overall.
It's a really interesting start. I was looking out for that Griff and that chest, and now the
Digga, wer schlägt da so rum?
open. It deflates away these kind of aggressive picks from Crazy Raccoon.
Kann Fang gegen sein Packen gehen?
Can really force their way up the map, so it's quite a good way to start things off on the side of Foot Esports by
Durch die
making
Set.
that long range affair, which may not
Er bekommt das, glaube ich, gar nicht mit.
their comfort zone.
Yeah, it's going to give Chester some pretty bad matchups here and may cause Crazy Raccoon to
Stu, zu stark.
here could open things up for an aggressive
Okay.
For Foot, they have the sustain that they need to stay on this point. Now Crazy Raccoon will mirror that with Stu. Stu can dodge out these shots from Griff. I believe in him in that regard.
Charlie.
I think also he has a fair range matchup, so he should be able to dash around.
Boah, was?
The business resilience of Griff will keep him constantly healing, and Glowy is going to be the one healing Map.
Weiß ich nicht, ob mir das gefällt. Ich meine, die haben nicht so viel Damage. Maybe.
Typical Foot pick on a comp like this one. Great comps across the board. Kenny and Trev for you on the mic.
What a treat we've got for quarter-final 4. But on the other hand, it's been a whirlwind of a week for Foot Esports.
Also ich kann mir vorstellen, dass sie Mühe haben, den Griff dann zu töten. Weil Griff hat ja noch Self-Heal. Danach mit dem Glowy. Schauen. Also spielen die das auch.
Brawl Stars Hell, Crazy Raccoon versus Foot Esports. It's quarterfinal number 4.
Already big plays being made, Nob falling low early on, and Moya trying to keep hold of this mid, even percentages so
Na, ich
far.
check Glowy.
Already broken up by an early piggy bank from Lenane.
Ein Schuss treffen müsste auch. Oh.
It's a bit more open, but in the meantime, it's all CR.
Strong showing off the start here as Angel Boy left all alone, marooned on this left-hand side. Lana dropping another piggy bank here, trying to cut off that potential speed zone spawner. The Snob good in the open space, but of course Moya can just dash away. I'm sure that's part of the influence for this pick.
Absolutely, percentage starting to get away from Foot now. There's a super coming in from Angel Boy, and he picks up Milk Rail.
Der Glowy war gut.
Here's a hypercharge in return from Tensai, but doesn't really get too much back from it. A couple of burns here and there.
Bei Crazy Raccoon 10 Mal hintereinander zu treffen ist schwer. Aber wenn du mal dran bist mit Glowy, bist du dran. Gefällt mir. Schau, Lenane chippt auch nicht.
And that's fine. Glowy is of course a support brawler, but you'd like to get him a little bit of damage. They need to get themselves set up so Angel Boy can start tackling the other team. But Milkrio, a star of 2025's World Finals, makes great contact.
Nee, das war nix. Das war keine gute Type.
3v2 and a hypercharge early coming out of Moya here. Angel Boy going to go down, and some good shots from Tensai.
Holy Nuller-Ping.
Nob trying to make something happen, but too little, too late from Foot Esports. And a very convincing Crazy Raccoon game 1.
Zeig ich auch, Kau.
Scary start. Both of these squads, to be honest with you, we may be in Berlin, we may be in EMEA, but this fan base travels well for the left-hand side. An awkward silence, occupying the right-hand end. Crushing sequence there.
Digga, wer schreit da rum? Das muss anders sein.
Has to come in with this brand new roster, some talented members, but of course the expectations so high, it would be so devastating just to make a quarterfinal.
Still seem like they need to break this map up a little bit earlier for Angel Boy on this left-hand side.
Moja oder ja, das du.
At least when he doesn't have those spiderlings.
Ist einer da? Ja.
Here's a little bit of the left-hand side being broken up now, and much better from Foot Esports as Moya hasn't been able to get the same footing in this matchup against Nob.
Excellent stuff from Foot. What a turnaround from them is now Angel Boy tapping the left-hand side. Will be able to outrange Milkrio, but just has to watch out for these spiderlings.
Will? Nein. Also, ich denke nicht. Das kommt doch, Nico. Alles easy. Moja, da meinst du. Ja, meinst du, hä? Jetzt muss Pierce kochen.
Now Milkrio respawning as Na makes an attachment onto Moya. Little extra life there as Mana has to work against Tensai, bounce back. Now they're going to be able to work from mid-range rather than long. Milkrio, though, just taking his time. Really hasn't been forced out of this. Just so much distraction going on. The other two members of CR have given themselves a lead. Yeah, they're going to surround.
Das wäre schlimmer als bei SCQ in Brasilien.
And Crazy Raccoon looking like they're about to start running away with it. Angel Boy not having a good time in these matchups. There's the hypercharge coming down perfectly timed, but Nob going to catch it away. Another one cycled out and down. Angel Boy goes. 15% is all they need for set one, and Foot are nowhere to be seen.
Desperation purple buttons being popped, but Moya has one of his own. Milkrio matching as well, and the defending world champions get another set on the board. They have yet to lose one this weekend.
Perfection from CR so far, and Foot Esports, a composition that failed them massively. Pierce never
Aber No-Cap rausschmeißen, wirklich.
And the other matchups didn't work.
Das ist schrecklich.
Either. Really strong stuff, and a wonderful showing early on from CR.
Definitely a rude awakening for Foot Esports. I want to give a lot of credit to this team. They are showing confidence, and you have to. Amidst all the chaos, amidst the terrible news of the week when losing a member, when going with a replacement, they've had a positive attitude through it all. I think it's something that's been one of the pluses, one of the strengths of Angel Boy, and I think for me a large reason of his mental success. Despite the
Raccoon difft die schon sehr.
shows up on game day, fully prepared. You could see it.
Tensai 700 DPS? Was? Ehrlich?
He's confident. There's an important differentiation, and you need that if you want to catch against one of the immortal Brawl Stars teams.
Game 2 was definitely better from Foot, so they're heading in the right direction, but just a little late to get started.
Digga, 600 DPS.
Dominating Nob across
600!
Fullerane and Nob there as well. 0 kills each. Angel Boy managed to
Alter!
actually surprises me at that as well. Especially with Milkrio, who only had 2. Seemed like that was a matchup that he was winning or at least dominating for the most part with the assistance of those Spiderlings coming in with the gadget.
3 kills is tough though. I mean, that game number 1 was dominant, but game number 2 they still weren't able to overcome. It's Crazy Raccoon looking in the exact same form as they were just about 6 months ago when Tensai was crowned for a 3rd time. It's been a long overdue
Wen hast du gewählt, Anna?
though. This guy has battled for years, tried to carry so many different rosters in the quarterfinals.
Ich glaube, das eine war nur von einem Game Juni, das andere war von allen oder von beiden zusammen. Ja. Wie ja? Für wen hast du dich entschieden, ja?
We'll be pretty pleased with that, to be honest, after their performance on the map. Incoming first then is the Chester Banwise. You're looking at the Mo, the Leon, and the Otis from the side of Foot Esports.
Okay.
Over the flip, the Colette, the Leon, and the Crow.
Beide. Einmal so, einmal so. Main Account Zeta, zweiter Account Crazy Raccoon.
This time in Foot's hands.
If you can't beat him, join him. So we're going to pick up Chester on that right-hand side. Can't fault them. It's been something we've talked about from a large perspective, the bird's eye view of our draft strategy this weekend.
Zeta 3-0.
Power League, or excuse me, ranked games at home shows my age. Brawl Stars doesn't it? Chester as an anti-tank, and then we're going to go with something side to differentiate. So we're going to have some spacing control coming out of Stu. It's also a brawler I would say that East Asia in particular are known for. It really is allowing them to show off the mechanical skill. After all, we're on that roughly 0 ping Stu, and that's what players covet.
I mean, do you think they like Stu and Charlie or what? That's 2 times in a row they've picked these brawlers up now. I mean, why change it if it's not failing?
Gar nicht, Nico.
Really good picks coming in here as well. I like the Charlie. It's one of the more solid ones against these aggressive brawlers, and you saw it played out there as well against the Pierce. Some really solid success in set 1 for Esports with the next 2 picks coming in. They're going to go with the Jae Young. Speed, heals, damage, whatever you need, he's got it.
Jae Young's got a piercing
Young
shot as
gefällt
well,
mir.
so I think that's going to help them, 1,
Hello, bro.
be a support brawler, but 2, it's going to get through the Spiderlings that Charlie brings to the table. I do like this from the left-hand end, though. I mean, in particular, Crazy Raccoon have now gone to this a couple times, and I think it's just well-rounded, and especially at a 2-3 turn kind of area.
Gale ist nicht gut.
It prepares you for a lot of things. This sets them up for the 6th pick. Now they can just react to the Mina in their face.
Yeah, well, it's quite hard to react in general to Angel Boy's Mina. We saw it played out yesterday, and it was very strong getting in the back lines of their opponents. Last pick then for CR was the Meeple, expecting that to probably be Rage Quit, I feel, just against the Mina, stopping it in its tracks, but Meeple's Mansion's always an option too.
Both gadgets are great, but I feel like we just keep talking about it in the green room of how good this gadget can be. If somebody's sprinting,
sollte nicht langsam heißer werden?
A stop. And I have a feeling that Angel Boy is going to be playing.
Gemeint?
We saw him pop off with this brawler yesterday, and the Rage Quit is a perfect way to put him to a screeching halt. Swift set in our opener. But especially for these two insanely large franchises in the quarterfinal, I can't imagine Foot Esports will simply go down quietly.
Yeah, coming out swinging here, getting control of the bush nice and early on. Lene makes the right to left adjustment and leaves Moya all alone on that side. Heel's coming through now, but he's actually going quite aggressive with them. Now the shots are there and the ball gets passed over to the right-hand side. Might be playing this one back as Angel Boy going for the kill.
Stark im Foot.
The Rage Quit can't stop him. There it is.
Angel Boys Mina ist eine Macht, ne?
So they do go with the Rage Quit, which I think is a good decision. You could see the benefit of it, especially when you're low HP. It does get that stun a little longer, but man, Angel Boy allowing him to have this brawler. There's a hurricane.
Ist das krank. Oh.
Waking up. That's one way to answer going one set down. 2 quick consecutive goals for Foot Esports. Incredible Brawl Ball gameplay, and they're going to want to go and replicate that again and get this set back.
A large array of Foot Esports fans sitting in our front row at Berlin, and they're finally getting a little bit rowdy. Shows for sure how much these people care, how Brawl Nation cares. It's a battle of the regions, it's important. Now right-hand side, marching forward.
Digga, was?
Goes down, Angel Boy up in the face. Oh, and they just slide one through. Nasty work out of Foot.
14 seconds is all it takes for Foot Esports in game.
Ich glaube, Crazy Raccoon wird noch nie so geowned in ihrem Leben.
This might be a pass and shoot, but he gets cocooned. Angel Boy a little low to make the move, and they'll live to fight another day.
Milkrio may have saved the game there, but plenty of work left to be done. Speed zone in the back lines as Angel Boy retreats. Now going to group up with his roster. They want to play around this Jay Young speed. And now alongside his teammate, Moya slipping in and out, but this ball remains firm on that left-hand corner.
Still not trying to keep Tenside back here. Goes for the Weekend Warrior. Hyper aggressive now coming through. Super available there for Lane as well. They're just going to try walk this one in. Rage Quit 2.
Ich hab den Ball nicht geholt. Hätte er nicht Ball holen sollen, bist du? Digga, krass. Das ging...
The crowd right back in it. And I still can't tell who has home turf here. A very beloved left-hand side there. I mean, Milkrio...
3 LCQ, 3 World Finals, Chat. Das ist die Antwort.
This team are demons.
Bro, extrem.
They have fun with it, but it's maniacal. It's devious. And Foot Esports with an immediate answer. Look at the smirk coming out of Nob and Angel Boy. You love to see it. Confident, not cocky. The young lads let their game do the talking.
Absolutely.
Ja, vielleicht baut das ja jemand, Nico.
Sets going either way in pretty much even amounts of dominance. So not that far ahead just yet, pretty much still even in my eyes, but what a set that is from Foot Esports. Really, really solid work. See Nog kind of getting overwhelmed, he just leaves it, he goes for the heals. Rage Quit comes through. But as good as that gadget is, and we've said it a few times, it's not stopping what Foot had coming.
Let's remind the audience as well, the draft was the 6th pick. They allowed Foot Esports to get through the global bans, to get through 6 bans as each roster, and still Angel Boy landed with Mina. When will the people learn? This guy's a problem, especially on Brawl Ball with this brawler.
Well, I'll tell you what, whoever they're facing in the semi-finals and finals, if they get that far, will be looking on now and making sure these brawlers don't make it through, because that's about as dominant as it gets in Brawl Ball. 2 quick consecutive games go their way. We move on to Gem Grab in Hard Rock Mine, and one of these teams will be taking the lead once more.
A flash of entertainment, 1-1, and dominant sets from each of these squads. I really don't know how to feel. I think coming into this week, it's surprising that these two teams play. But a shocker that they are forced in the quarterfinals, especially considering the hurdle that Foot Esports have had to go through. Little shenanigans coming out. Our furry feline has shown up as pick number 1.
Kenny, you know what I think about
Sandyman.
Tiny Brawl Stars pro ways. This doesn't resonate with you. I can just tell.
It hurts.
My boy.
It does hurt.
Aber ist nicht Kid Sandy eine geile Kombi?
Yes, it's going to be really solid. Hypercharge, very good.
Was ist die PS Damage per Second?
Teammates, if they need help, provide those heals. So there's good reasoning for it being brought in. You know me, I like a good old-fashioned, scrappy Brawl Stars game.
And I think Scrappy is exactly what we're going to get. So they do telegraph this kit though, so yes, left-hand side, if you get dove on by a kit, sure, Chester might be stunned out, but if it's not the Chester being stunned out, he just walks forward, a couple caps and bells, and it's going to be a lethal amount of damage. I don't know the exact calculation of how many shots it would take depending on the number of bells you do have, but I would say 2 to 3 taps pretty easily onto that kit.
Yeah, it's a great, great answer, and the hypercharges can just as quickly change the game in their favor as well. Still, don't know if you're really kind of playing that through the mid, down the lane. You can kind of do either depending on what your opponents do. The Leon then is the second pick for
Ja, jetzt geht. Wenn die jetzt verlieren, sind sie raus.
And big opportunities to flip games on the head.
Another well-rounded 2-3 turn. Consistency, I would say, out of Crazy Raccoon. I think it's going to be hard to outdraft either side here. It's something Crazy Raccoon, I feel like, have really improved that throughout the later half of last season, I would say. Coming into this one, I think it's what's allowed them to stay on top here in East Asia with 2 grand finals. Both of these teams, of course, 2 grand finals to their name, #1 seeds from their region. Again, it just goes to show the caliber of squads we have here in a quarterfinal 4.
Well, Otis is the answer.
Video Otis Jump Carry? Oder kommt jetzt noch Jump Carry?
Otis is a great shout and one that's quite often banned out. And if not, it does get picked up pretty frequently. The mute, the hypercharge capabilities with that brawler as well, shutting down what can be coming towards their faces a lot of the time. A Chester's running towards you. And
Hallo Margie.
going to be there. And you've got
Ein Game ohne Chester. Weil er gebannt war bestimmt. Chester ist sehr, sehr gut. Wieder Mina.
More entertainment, the people love it, and the audience as well. How can you not?
I mean, you said it before, it's like, when are people going to learn? When will they learn? Clearly not this set, but they're going to go with a Shade. A great brawler, a good shout. It can really be an issue in a thorn in the side of FUT Esports here, but they're going to be just kind of running into each other's backlines and hoping for the best.
Don't turn that dial. This is going to be an epic clash in set #3. 2 very fun
Und dann die Ban-Mina danach.
playmakers, and that's exactly the entertainment value I expect out of these 2 top-tier teams. Kit on the map, Mina with Angel Boy, and now we've got Shade as well. An East Asia classic and a crucial set #3.
Well, in we go to Hard Rock Mine. Straight lollipop drop through the mid, and it is the Chester seemingly playing there. Tensai in the back lines, and Angel Boy, I think your cardboard boxed up there, taking Tensai by surprise. The name joins him up here in this aggressive position, but so far they're just letting Milkrow get the gems.
Safe bet there. There's going to be 2 mid-range options up the middle, some untraditional mids, I would say. It's actually Lena playing.
SK hat sich gar nicht qualifiziert, Colin. Es kommen nur 2 pro Region weiter. Von EMEA war es FUT und Tumble.
Now they can just kind of rotate around. Shade going to be doing the goat, going against the cat, but it's the cat that bounces first.
Yeah, if it works, it works. In comes the invis though, and it's traded out by Lenane. Wasted super there, which he's not going to be too pleased about. Milkrow going straight for it, and perfect super for him to have. Now Tensai moving forwards, Lenane should fall as well, and that's going to be more gems dropped. He left them on the right hand side, assuming that he's going to be able to go across and get it. That's a double jump coming in from
Nee, das war nicht schlau, der Jump.
And Moya has a super.
Leon Hyper. Chester auch Hype. Oh Gott, wird übel schwer kaputt jetzt. Aber Angel Boy auch Hyper. Stark von Angel Boy. Sehr stark von ihm. Jetzt eine gute Hyper gewonnen von Angel Boy. Eine gute Hyper von ihm.
To a gem carrier role, which I don't think you'd have expected at the start of this game on the Mina. Just got a few too many in his pocket and now has to pivot to that position. Hypercharge there from Angel Boy. Little bait and switch. I think they think he's going to go forwards, but he did poke out the push there and the Leon finds him. But that hypercharge is looking dangerous.
Der wird sie lange halten. Die getrauen sich gar nicht reinzugehen. Aufgrund der Hyper. Jetzt. Ja, war keine gute, sage ich. Ah. Ja. Aber er muss raus, er darf nicht sterben. Das können die ausgleichen. Er darf nicht sterben. Stark. Doch, wenn sie Angel Boy kriegen schon, Solina.
They were like 6 gems behind and didn't look too
Nicht toll.
The Mina gem carrier just working so well. Kind of a little bit less risky to have the brawlers on a brawler who's got that mobility and can get away from these brawlers diving at him. But we've got to appreciate this kit play from Angel Boy.
Just eggshells. This match is all over the place. Beautiful performance out of Angel Boy there, as now Lena going to be in trouble. A great gadget being popped to make sure he has enough coverage to back away. Shade is now in prime position up top. If he can get through these walls, if they don't focus him down, he is going to be a nuisance in the side of FUT Esports.
Yeah, Angel Boy still in the back lines, trying to do exactly what Tensai is as well. Has a super though, so can kind of cancel out what Tensai wants to do. There you go, synergy there again, good communication, but in the back line now, Moya with a great kill and cycles out.
Bro, dieses Publikum-Kind, ne?
And is, but in the meantime, surely there's a few gems for Milkrow.
Worthwhile double down from Lena and Angel Boy just to ensure that they grab that kill as Tensai clings to this indestructible, goes for the long range hug, but can't quite get there. Lena, Nob looking for a pitch.
Was ist passiert?
Super will go down as
Angel Boy
Milkrow
kill.
away, and Angel Boy now
Oh, die haben jetzt Full Control.
that's going to be in the corner.
I didn't even see Angel Boy putting in work, but you know he's probably going to be winning the lane the majority of the time. Jumps on the back of Lene now and just retreating a bit more. It's 5-5, and Mina actually the full-time gem carrier now. They started with it. Angel Boy, cardboard box down the mid. Milk Rail looking low. There's the super.
Big Angel Boy!
Over the other side, Lene's got a bit of pressure from Moya. They're pinned back towards Crazy Raccoon's side, and they're wanting to retreat.
Hölle!
Makers in this set, and now CR have to pop up. A stun goes through. Now it's walking it down.
Zieh aber runter. Niemals.
Fearless, relentless, and now EMEA.
Niemals!
Lost of a roster member, forget it. Angel Boy is here to play.
Who needs to retreat when you can just run?
Krank.
Perfectly timed by Foot Esports, and they are two brilliant games to get on the board. Angel Boy on that kit, as deadly as
Wurde, glaube ich, vorgestern gefragt, der für mich der beste Spieler der Welt ist.
Is the brawler we would have expected Angel Boy to be playing, but Lene championing it to an incredible.
Da kam Angel Boy aus meinem Mund.
Unbelievable stuff. I mean, I'm just shocked. We talked about it a lot.
Wieder nicht das Lexikon, oder?
Off camera, and I think you both and I had a similar sentiment. I think the desk had a similar sentiment. Man, Foot Esports are great. But how can you expect a team with a brand new player to show up and win against CR? A roster member with three world champions, the defending world champions, ones that are hungry and on
Digga, wie gut! Er ist Tänzer Ergo gegangen, das war ein Fehler.
And instead, they're the ones popping up. I mean, this has been stunning to say the least. What a showing from EMEA's #1.
Lene comes in with a big point to prove for the Foot Esports side. Left his team earlier in the year, and now on the edge of beating Crazy Raccoon at World Cup and going to the semi-finals. Just
Leon, Shade, Mina und Otis hat er outdamaged. Er hat alle 5 outdamaged. Auf einer Kit.
10 kills.
Hallo David.
Just unreal. We talk about it all the time. Or at least I'll speak for myself, but he's one of my favorite players to watch in Brawl history, just to see the evolution of Angel Boy over the years, from early memories, playing in the 2023 World Finals with Navi, trying to
Max kann sein.
all the way, and they fell just short. Group stage, LCQ, this guy has been through it all, and now in the biggest match of what I would argue his entire career in the face of a world champion, they are one set away from moving on to the semifinals.
Kenny, I don't think you just have to speak for yourself, to be honest with you. I think the Angel Boy appreciation is worldwide in Brawl Stars.
Bester Sakasa.
Guy to play this game, a real gentle giant. And to start things out, Mortis is going to be coming down for the Foot Esports side. Big, bold move from them. Should secure the first star, especially with Kaze out the way, which is one of their 3 bans. That, Jae-Young, and the Jean. Over the other side, Colette out the way, no surprises, and a double ban of Jean, and then Byron out the way too.
Lot going on, especially with their global bans. There's so much for these teams to keep track of.
Rocket ich aber keine Ahnung Physics. Aber klingt kacke.
I was listening to Humble talk about
I don't know
this. In
about.
particular, Semantic had a quote saying that these global bans have made things much more even in the draft. It's way harder to get those quote-unquote out drafts, and the mechanics have shown, and we're seeing that right now. I mean, Angel Boy, Luna, I'll add in that last.
Ist das ein Leon?
Playing two very aggressive, confident brawlers. If you are wavering, it's not going to
Nah.
work. And this time, they double down again. They're going to grab that aggressive brawler right
Nee.
off the rip. But they're going against RT. I think as far as answers into this goes, RT has the range, can get a marker.
Also erzählt
and of
Kerstin.
course can drop the static, and they add more health points. This is going to be a struggle bus for Mortis.
A wonderful response, it really is, from Crazy Raccoon. It's going to make it much easier for these RT hypercharges to be acquired as well. When you're playing at range, we quite often see through knockout, through bounty, that RT doesn't manage to get close to the hypercharge. But when playing into aggression, it seems that bit easier. Ollie to add to it as well. A really
Ja, aber E-Sports ist was ganz anderes, Juni. Da draftet man anders, da spielt man. Es ist einfach eine andere Umgebung.
Difficult for Mortis as the more get picked up, but it also gives him more ability to chain those supers across and spin the game around. Now the
gefällt mir.
to it as well. One of the most dangerous brawlers in the game at the moment, a real sharpshooter, should be able to do a good job against RT and for the most of the game against Ollie too.
Here somehow survived the global bans and the regular
Danke,
bans.
Follow-Käseschule.
The value at the 4th and 5th pick. Wow. And this is still just a
Leon.
loaded composition, right? I mean, I think this is something with Gessie they feel super comfortable with, but the fact that they're still entrusting somebody like Lana to step in and fill this role. I mean, let's talk about Lana. With something to prove, got dropped after the first month and has been looking for a new home, and I don't think this is by any means guaranteed to be a permanent one for him. He's literally here just to fill in, but boy, would this be a redemption arc if he could make this happen.
The Gus is going to round out the Crazy Raccoon side. Their last chance. They need 2 sets in a row, or they're going to be going home and out of the Brawl Cup. Foot Esports just 1 required, and I do like the composition they've got. Really solid on both sides. Get ready for a brawl.
Crazy Raccoon,
Also
they are
zweite.
down.
Doch,
Have
zweite
faced
Call.
adversity many times. Reverse sweeps, top tier teams, it does not matter. They are inevitable for a reason, and somehow Foot Esports have
Jesse
given
konnte nicht
themselves an
einreisen.
advantage in
Deswegen
set
spielt
number
Lane.
4. CR going to have to make magic happen once again. The Wizards have a lot of work ahead of them.
As expected, Blue Star goes Angel Boy's way, but there's a good pullback
Boah.
from the RT. Finds the killing blow. Lollipop drop goes down as well, but Lane gonna continue this aggression. Same with Nob around the right
Nicht gut.
side, trying to pinch in, but CR is still looking quite confident.
Little standstill here as Angel Boy resets. 1-star lead, and then Lollipop drop going down for the red roster as Angel Boy expands. Oh, dives right in, but Tensai was ready with the gadget. Sweeps through one, goes for
Stark,
two.
Angel Boy.
Look at the young man work.
Moy getting hit hard by these pellets of Nob, finding his way towards.
Sieht nicht gut aus, Anna.
RT Super's there. Angel Boy goes in and not yet. Tensai does not have that hypnotize. Milkrow trying to get around the left hand side. Lollipop drop placed and used. Hypnotize yet again, and this time.
Der darf da nicht rein. Er macht wieder die gleichen Fehler. Jemand muss ihm Mathe beibringen, Chat.
Esports showing what they've got, but Crazy Raccoon not
Ja, Kerstin.
still showing up, ready to demonstrate that they can dominate. Angel Boy in, Tensai goes down, a hypercharge in, and now the bets go down. The blood boomerang pays off, and it's a 3-star swing for Foot.
Tensai hit hard by a shot.
Hyperplay. Ja, aber Bro. Du hast Leads.
I would say the ideal situation for him.
Und wenn du stirbst, hast du kein Lied mehr.
Wonderful Pierce Super will line up well. He goes back and survives
Stark
for
von
now.
Lane.
Angel Boy hunting him down and gets him.
Look at the combo spinner. Lana, the substitute player, getting a ton of taps onto one of Brawl Stars' best. And now a Lollipop drop for a little extra coverage. Foot Esports on the defensive.
Stark von Nob.
Coming in now. It's going to be a big moment for him. Can he get the job done? Angel Boy going in once more. Hyper on the right.
Ich hab gerade geholt.
Pierce Hyper finds no one. But they're
Crazy Raccoon wird geholt.
9 seconds. The good shot comes through. Tensai going for it as well. Goes for the Hyper, but it's surely out of reach. And it's going to be a match point
Krank.
for Foot Esports.
Tensai has never missed a top 4 at a BSC LAN he's participated in. And right now, he is facing a match point against a team with a substitute, against EMEA's Grace. This could be Angel Boy's Odyssey in the making.
Tensai through the mid will be trying to get these hypnotizers off. It was working early game, and Milkrow hunted once more as Angel Boy gets him down.
Angel Boy now dipping in and out, little bait and switch as he'll take off to the right-hand side. Coverage coming in from the Lollipop drop. Oh, and now he expands with space. Tensai has to glue to this wall. They're just looking for vision through it, but Angel Boy, relentless, looking to get a few taps on, but will play it cautiously. They still have the blue star. They don't need to give it away.
Angel Boy remains in an aggressive position though. He doesn't really want these stars over his head, and especially the blue when he can flip a game with a singular death. Lollipop drop in the back area of Foot spawn. Gonna get taken down by RT, flanking around the left-hand side, and a Pierce Super will go. Milkrow baited a Super away.
Angel Boy klickt fast im Brawl Cup. Digga, Hölle sind die gut.
3 stars still with Foot Esports. They've now burned a couple of those supers, and Lana taking off down the right-hand side late again. Milkrow doesn't see it coming.
Stark, Lene.
And another frag for the red roster.
One more Lollipop drop on the right. Angel Boy low, gets hit by the RT. He needs to be really careful now. Huge shots coming round, and Lenane's going to be supering shortly again.
G's gebannt.
In a bit of a
Sogar doppelter Bann. Shadow.
Might have to just let himself go down, but Angel Boy will join him. Super goes through, and they add another star.
Das war's mit Crazy Raccoon, Anna. Tut mir leid.
14-2. Lana with a hypercharge in his pocket in the face of Tensai. Would you believe it? With 20 seconds to go,
Die machen Crazy Raccoon zu Hunde.
Crazy Raccoon need a miracle. Now on the left-hand side, Foot want more. They were condemned to take on the Ghost.
4 ist haltbar. Ist verloren. Die sind raus. Krank. Ich hoffe, Angel Boy kriegt jetzt die Gesters. Diesen Lob, den er verdient. Weil es kriegt alles Gesti.
Footy Sports prayed, and Lenar answered. Comes into the roster, gets them to the semi-finals against all odds, taking down a huge opponent in CR.
Digga, was war denn die geile Bühne? Publikum. Ja, es gibt ja noch Zeta, Anna. Zeta wird auch noch fliegen gegen Foot. Keine Sorge. MVP Mode.
World champions from the Brawl Cup. How does that feel?
I mean, to not sound arrogant, but I warned everyone.
He knew it was gonna happen. From your perspective, talking
Viel Spaß, Anna.
from your perspective, you know, how did it play out for you?
Actually, first set, it was kind of like a wake-up call. Like, how did we get out-drafted so hard? But then everything went so well as we predicted. And yeah, anyway, GG's. Crazy Raccoon is one of the best teams on the tournament. I just think we are better.
They're better. Lenan, the superhero strikes again. You're in the semi-final. Does everything feel smoother now?
Man, I feel so good now. I think it's the first time with Angel Boy, he planned everything. So everything goes as planned. Maybe the first set was a warm-up. And then it was smooth, and I'm so happy right now, yeah.
I can tell you guys are happy. One final thing before I let you go. I said the same thing to Semantic earlier today, that he has the opportunity to eliminate NA. You guys have the opportunity to single-handedly eliminate East Asia from the Brawl Cup. Can it be done?
Digga, EMEA kann alleine NA raushauen und die können alleine Asien raushauen. Holy Aura.
What an insane match as our last one for the quarterfinal. Not gonna lie, I'm a little sad we still didn't get to see a close match today. Another 3-1.
I will take it any day though, because that was unbelievable. That man right there,
Ja,
as well,
Hitkit.
that kit was absolutely disgusting.
Aber Foot ist unfassbar gut. Und Lenane hat immer noch keinen Vertrag. Er ist immer noch Free Agent. Kann sein, Redfix, aber nicht jetzt. Erstmal andere stellen.
Historically, in Brawl Esports, having a substitution is nothing but having one arm tied behind your back. But not today. The semis are there for Foot, and they're coming for Zeta.
Hat er keinen Vertrag? Der wurde rausgekickt von Drage. Drage hat ihn gekickt.
On the bottom side, they're coming for EA.
Drage kickt jeden Spieler, den er nicht mag. Drage hat irgendwie schon 5 Leute gekickt.
The most entertaining match I've seen all year long. I mean, just across the board. Nob was tapping on the long range.
Von Drage, nicht von Navi, Teddy.
Pop-off plays, demonstration that this squad still has what it takes. I said in the pre-game interview when I was off camera, if this squad
Warum?
Crazy Raccoon,
Weil er, keine Ahnung, weil er so ist als Mensch.
Angel Boy was playing Mortis. He told me, I don't think I'm gonna stay the main Mortis on the roster, honestly. I'm not gonna play Mortis.
Drage kann das entscheiden, ja. Fragt mich nicht wieso, aber Drage kann das entscheiden.
Well played, Angel Boy. And really, Lena, as we ask the question, can he fill the boots of Gasti? Can he give Foot back what gave them the edge over the rest of EMEA for all
Doch, Paul.
this season?
Hat Navi gesagt, hat Drage gesagt, hat Lenane gesagt. Alle sagen, Drage hat ihn gekickt. Er selber sagt das. Und das hat er schon öfter gemacht in der Vergangenheit. Drage kickt Leute aus dem Team die ganze Zeit. Was denkt ihr, wieso ich ihn nicht mag? Drage ist richtig abgehoben. Richtig abgehoben.
How good will Foot be with Gesti? They've just knocked out the world champions. You know, that gives me goosebumps.
It's just a wild thought.
Ja, Drage, Redfix.
We've never really seen a substitute do anything.
Ja, ist auch Paul. Aber ich denke, Navi baut das Team um Drage herum. Ich glaube, Drage ist so dieser Kern des Teams, weil er auch draftet. Weil Drage ist einer der besten Drafter der Welt. Dementsprechend denke ich, dass er deswegen das Sagen hat, was ich nicht gut finde. Ja, Redfix.
today. We asked the question, is confidence the key? And I think we can hear it is.
Wo ist der S bei Navi?
Right together. Shade right. Go top, top, go top, top. Come. Go. Okay. Kill shade. Let's go, mon gars. Bien joué. Let's go. Voilà.
Die kann redet gar nicht.
Wow! Really nice comms. Yeah, obviously a lot of information going between
whatever
players.
works. Whatever gets the job done.
Exactly.
If Pup does it for you, then I'm for it.
We said comps would be interesting coming into the week, and that's for certain.
Genau, der hat auch zu Sky gesagt, those guys sucks.
Maybe that was the roster
Das war Rage.
rooting for earlier. Up, something like that.
Ego, das könnt ihr euch nicht vorstellen. Seit immer.
Ready, and I'm so excited for the next couple of matches. The best 4 teams have crystallized out of the group stage, now come out of the quarterfinals. Tribe Gaming versus Humble. It's another NA versus EU special.
And the last time these two teams play, Humble destroyed them. It was not even close at the 2025 World Finals in the group of death, quote-unquote, stage. It was not looking good for Tribe Gaming, but this is an opportunity to
Gamer.
this is a different Tribe Gaming team. I would say in that tournament as a whole, they didn't look too bad, but Humble certainly had the better of them in drafts.
And I remember that well because I predicted Tribe, and I really had a feeling coming in that they may
Ego Gamer ist 19 Jahre alt.
not even close, like you say, Kenny.
12. Dezember
We
2006.
had as well on the side of Humble earlier today, capitalizing down on the fact that Naja was left open, and I think that that's something which they will not be letting happen against Tribe in the semi-finals as well. Good showings as well of Gloomy, Shade,
yeah.
as well. Lukey really demonstrating exactly how to play that brawler, as we have seen a couple of flops at this event with that one particular brawler. No, I'm not going to mention names, but we all know.
Humble in their quarterfinal only dropped a single game. On the other side, we have Tribe Gaming doing almost the same, only dropping a single set. After the group stage, where it looked like they need each match to go all the way, they're now coming back stronger. The performance today, honestly, looked even better than what they showed us in the group stage. It's not going to be an easy one for Humble.
Reassuring for North America, to say the least.
Geht, Paul.
But only Realm and Tribe Gaming very
Ich fand die ein bisschen enttäuschend heute. Die haben zwar gewonnen, aber...
I'm scared for Tribe Gaming. That's the honest truth. There's something about the mental...
Also die Kommentatoren sagen, ich weiß nicht, was die da labern. Ich sag, Humble wird die überrennen. Humble wird die essen.
You are not going to be able to take down these crates.
Ja, der ist gut, Joni. Aber nicht im Verhältnis zu anderen TS-E-Sportlern. Aber er ist gut, ja. Klar. Scheiße, doch. Der Diff ist so stark, nicht mal jinxen kann ich das.
It shines through the data, and Kanan is unreal when it comes to being that rock for Humble and getting those drafts right, despite what Semantic said in that interview on that day one.
I do agree with you. Humble is unpredictable, but so far, every single time a team has faced them, they banned out the peers in the global ban stage already. Let's see if that's gonna happen.
Ja, ist auch, Joni. Er hat letztes Jahr für Totem gecoacht, als Totem LCQ war. Oh, ich hab's vergessen! Danke, Onyx. Vorhersage starten. Wer wird den Brawl Cup gewinnen? Wir haben Humble. Wir haben Right. Wir haben Zeta. Und wir haben Foot. Korrekt? Glaube ja. Ihr habt 10 Minuten Zeit, Chat. Ihr könnt voten. Kanalpunkte, Wetter.
On these maps, we saw the global bans already.
10 Minuten. Ja, ihr habt 10 Minuten Zeit.
The predictions.
Nur zu lang? Nö. Passt.
And have you got your banger? You know, have you got your banger? That PFP looming in.
Kann ich voten? Ja, ist mir egal. Für mich ändert es nichts.
Now is the time if you haven't played.
Ihr müsst selber
Go
voten.
and do that immediately, so because it's gonna be pretty rare, I would say.
You don't have a lot of time left to lock in your predictions at the event of BRAWL.
Sie sagt das sogar, Chat. Ihr habt nicht lange Zeit für die
This is the
Predictions.
prediction. It's one of the most dominant ones so far today. 89% for the side of Humble. Now, Tribe, where's your fan base gone?
I don't know where they went. I'm guilty. I picked Humble, so I'm not. I picked them before the tournament. In fairness, I'm just saying. Look, it's my obligation. It's my fiduciary duty to give my honest predictions. And I thought Humble were going to win it all, and they're still alive. I just have to keep picking them, but I may change my mind depending on the grand finals. You don't quote me on that, but
If Tribe asks you later,
Ja, aber doch, Paul.
just say I was trying to change semantic.
Glücksspiel kann sich machen. Und deswegen mache ich das nur 3-mal im Jahr. Korrekt. So, was sagt die Wette? 77.000 auf Humble. 0 auf Tribe. Chat, 0 auf Tribe ist Quatsch. Macht einen Kanalpunkt auf Tribe und ihr kriegt 200.000 Kanalpunkte, wenn ihr gewinnt. Ein Kanalpunkt. Seht da 7.000? Foot 53.000. Digga, es ist also... Das muss mehr gesplittet werden. Macht voll hinten keinen Sinn. Wenn ich gewinne? Ja, aber ein Kanalpunkt, Bro. Einen. Wenn man eh nicht votet, kann man gleich einen Kanalpunkt machen. Dann gewinnt man alles, falls es passiert. Ich bin echt gut im Überreden. Es sind 6.000 drin auf Tribe. Scheiße.
You're darn right I'm gonna love this one. You can feel the weight of this occasion already. Now, one win away from the grand final, one loss away from heartbreak.
Wir haben 93.000 Foot, 84.000 Humble. 123.000 auf Foot. Und ich spiele gegen Zeta. Chat, ich pack euch. Hat gewonnen. Foot hat gewonnen. Gegen Crazy Raccoon. Behaltet noch ein paar Punkte für WM, ne? Ein paar Punkte müsst ihr noch behalten. Nicht all in gehen. Ist verdient, Paul.
Dethroned at Worlds, but never broken. The dominant 2024 World Champions are back on land. Hungry to prove last year's silver medal was just a minor setback.
Chat, seht das nur 8.000. Das ist zu wenig.
Once feared globally, these former kings of North America.
Ich brauch die X10. Chat! Okay, 20. Okay, schon besser. 200.000 auf Humble! Ich strang im Chat, was ist passiert? 200.000 Humble, 123.000 Foot, 20.000 Zeta, 25.000 Tribe. Also die Quote ist schon sehr hoch.
The temperature in this room just dialed up a little bit. Semi-finals on the line. Semantic, any final words before you step into this match against Tribe Gaming?
I hope I can keep my history of beating Tribe and don't
Hello,
forget
Riven.
my old times of losing to them.
There's hope. There's hope.
250.000 auf Humble.
Feel ready.
I'm ready.
He's ready, ladies and gentlemen. You can both spud. Thank you very much. Touch gloves. This is a boxing match, remember? No, I'm just kidding.
Ihr könnt euch vorbereiten für die WM, wenn ihr jetzt absaftet. Was denkst du? Ich weiß nicht. Ehrlich, ich wüsste es nicht. Chat, alleine Humble hat mehr Kanalpunkte als die anderen 3 zusammen. Die Quote ist geisteskrank. Ihr müsst auf die anderen gehen. Die Quote ist geisteskrank auf Humble. Ihr müsst auf die anderen gehen. Ich bekomme 10%.
RBM.
Ihr müsst natürlich.
The crowd has been super loud today. Let's hear it one more time.
Sei mal leise, ja, oder?
Für Tribe Gaming.
Chat, wenn ihr fällen wollt, ne? Ihr müsst einen guten Play machen auf Zeta oder Tribe. Und ihr habt direkt gefällt. Nur durch Wetten.
I think it is safe to say we are in EMEA currently here in Berlin. You can hear the humble fans showed up. Now, the question is, will Tribe Gaming get
Halbfinale, Hilfe.
Kenny, last time those two teams have faced up against each
Chat, die
other,
Kanalpunkte-Wette.
came out on top. They're starting the draft with it.
290.000. Humble 260.000. Und dann kommt Tribe und Zeta mit 25 und 35.000. Ja, 100% Aaron. Aber jetzt kann man schon mal sich vorbereiten, um bei dem World Cup noch mehr zu bieten. Das sind gerade alles Investments für World Cup.
He's been special this weekend. Finally, after a long, patient journey, gets his opportunity to play on the land stage. Missed out on Dallas, but man, he will be a factor in Berlin.
Kaze and Kit for me are
auf 290.000.
bit of a pivoting point in this kind of draft and the way that things are playing out so far, the aggressiveness of it, and of course with Kit, the unpredictability of which that kind of brawler brings.
Chat, Tribe ist übel low. Seht auf 50.000, aber Tribe ist immer noch sehr low.
Nani is definitely a brawler which I think has a solid place on this map. A bit difficult
Humble, Tribe ist sehr low, Chat. Noch 363.000. Und ihr sagt mir, meine Kanalpunkte-Wetten sind schlecht. Schaut mal auf diesen Pot. Zeigt mir eins über mit diesem Pot. Einen.
Gene on the right hand side already. As I already stated, RT, not a bad idea because your Gene is going to do a tad bit more
Und ja, okay, der auch 5-fach meiner Viewer.
One brawler that Stripe likes to pair with the Gene.
Ja, World Cup Pot wird insane. Da kommen wir dieses Jahr safe auf 2 Millionen. 100%. Da werden safe 2 Millionen Kanalpunkte Pot sein.
They could still get countered by the last pick of Humble. And when I look over to the left hand side here with Jae Young and Gus, they have two solid supporters that basically screams an assassin, a carry brawler as their last pick.
I wonder if this is a bait from Humble to try and grab something like an Ollie here on this final pick, because there's not a lot of damage going down. Pearl's definitely out with that, but I could see Hypnosis being a huge feature into something like Kaze.
And the Gus as well is like kind of baiting out the idea of, if you don't pick Kaze, we are absolutely having that for our third and final pick. So Tribe had to kind of pick that particular brawler up, but you can absolutely bet your bottom dollar that Humble had a contingency plan if Tribe...
Was pickt man da?
Last pick now for Humble. Is it going to be the aggressive brawler that we were calling for? Ollie was mentioned by Kenny. Or is it going to be something a bit safer? Maybe a sniper still.
Sag ich ja, Paul.
Something completely different.
Check, Kanalpunkte-Wette ist gleich zu. Wir haben 300.000 Humble, 330.000 Foot, 100.000 Zeta, 30.000 Tribe.
Now, Ready and Uber, the current world champions just fell. They're already gone. Will the defending Brawl Cup champions fall as well?
It's been a number of years since this matchup could be considered a battle of the Titans. Far from being part of the El Clasicos over the years, Tribe are lucky to even be here.
Läuft gleich ab. Letzte Chance. Crazy Raccoon ist raus, ja. Foot hat wieder ausgehauen. 430.000 auf Foot. 430.000. So, Wette ist zu. Einer hat gesagt, 10 Minuten ist zu lange. 10 Minuten war perfekt. Hallo Karl.
On the Charlie, an extremely defensive brawler. They're looking to get in and get back to home base, where Tribe Gaming is going to have a miserable matchup on offense.
I like the idea that Humble have this Charlie for, you know, when they get that lead. Find that first pick and then back away. Tribe really planning to do no eliminations if they don't have to. Humble just need the one. Boss finds RB.
Stark von Semantic Boss. Das war eine geile Kombi. Damage Boost vom Gadget und Damage Boost von der Star Power von Semantic. Hallo Karl. Das war schon Peak.
With a protective super to keep himself alive. Tribe Gaming, we knew that they were going to be pretty bad on offense.
Nee, Rapid. Brawl Cup schafft nur Top 2 im Jahr. Das ist halt Humble und Foot. Digga, wie lebt RBM noch? Sehr viele, Juni. Also im Pot ist eine halbe Million oder so.
Fanstorm doesn't really bother Luki, he just respects it, steps outside of it a little bit further. Now Spiderling's deployed.
Stark Gold von Luki. Guter Pull. Oh, Boss. Digga, Humble ist so gut.
Every single opportunity completely doused by Humble, staying alive for just moments longer on scraps of HP.
Good damage, Juli.
For Tribe Gaming, not going to be able to get it. Semantic rebuffs the attempted a push in.
Krank.
And despite Tribe Gaming having them against the wall, they didn't have enough time.
Gotta hand it to Humble with this draft. It's basically put together for both scenarios in mind. Both when they're behind, they're trailing, they need to get stars, and when they're ahead and they need to back away defensively. They've got Gust Shield, they've got
Humble zuzuschauen ist so ein Segen.
into the combination of these supers is honestly incredibly challenging.
Yeah, it was an early pickup, and it's really just because
Bekommt auch Genie.
fantastic into some of these weaker
Glaub
brawlers
ich.
that aren't so strong at close range. He gets the blue star and plays hyper defensive. This time Luki's going to take a different stance. Diego Gamer's going to try and lock him in on the left side. On the right, Semantic and Boss losing interest in RBM.
Luki trifft
Just
nix.
use him to get their supers
Diego
up
Gamer
and now
dodgt alles.
change their focus over to Diego or Luffy.
From Weekend Warrior territory, Luffy able to get the better of Boss there, though found a crit spot and the damage was good enough. That takes the Jaeyong out of the game here.
Stark von Luki.
It was a very important cocoon to stop Luffy in his tracks.
Nicely recovered also by Tribe Gaming, didn't let him sit in the cocoon too long. Humble have played aggro around the cocoon, usually used to push away an aggressive push in. And they've been able to coordinate as a team to get some kills. There have been some misconnections, RBM.
Wow.
Ja, Perry überrascht mich positiv.
Building up that heat. Obviously, that gadget is pretty huge in terms of fighting burst damage. Semantic had no help there.
Dieses Ding hier unten nervt mich. Das soll weg. Man sieht nichts.
Tribe seems like they've started to get a bit of a feel for this pace of play from the EMEA team.
Well, they can't get too comfortable
Gina
now
Pull.
getting backed up in their own spawn.
Sieht nicht gut aus bei Humble, bin ich ehrlich. Wir brauchen 2 Kills, die müssen rein und Gina Pull. In der Pearl rein zu pushen ist auch eklig. Das wird sehr, sehr eklig für die.
From this defense with his super, still working for it. Probably just a couple of connections of the yo-yo away.
Ich glaube, Boss will die Ult baiten von RBM.
And come out with potentially a wipe there. Numbers advantage means a heck of a lot in this game type. Luffy steps back, realizes he doesn't need to overextend. This is still Tribe Gaming with a relatively healthy lead.
Wir brauchen Double Kill, das wird nix. Wobei. Das sind die falschen 2. Die dürfen nicht hinten liegen. In Pearl und Gene Pull zu pushen ist unmöglich.
Just one of many things that makes Kaze an excellent pick on this map and such a high priority. It was willingly handed to them.
Ja, Booster kriegen die.
They believed that they could press them against their own respawn like a hydraulic press. Look at the priority in getting Luffy now.
Jetzt müssen sie versuchen, Kill zu machen.
They'll drop him down to half HP, and with him lacking the pressure, they can press into this right side more confidently.
Yeah, Boss still trying to punish
them. Boah. Das war zu aggro.
RBM consistently putting critical damage out across this set.
The greed from Humble after the exhaustion of fighting a war
Hast du geschafft, Felix?
the entirety of game number 2. They wanted to just go ahead and get it quick and easy off the beginning of the game, but Tribe Gaming is not going to be handing that to you. They already know the interaction off the beginning of the game. Luffy got a little too aggressive. Boss nearly took him down, would have taken one more attack to do so. Now Diego Gamer in with the support. Luffy trying to crunch around.
Das muss ein Kill sein auf Gene. Muss.
Luffy is in a tough spot. He has to recover his teammate.
Ja.
Now go for the body block. No.
Der ein Kill fehlt. Wer bist du? Der Humble.
But there's just no sight line.
The most dangerous moment is just after you've gotten out the cocoon and still haven't started moving it. Easy for Humble to line their shots up against Diego and get themselves a couple stars. They still trail by the blue star, but Luffy's got himself tucked into this alcove. RBM will commit if Luffy gets pressured. And here's the Fanstorm forcing Semantic away.
They don't want to disrupt the stronghold on the right side. Tribe Gaming have taken up so much room, more room than they deserve, really, after the beginning of the game, where they fell back to spawn really hard. It's East versus West, but Humble is attempting a sort of wraparound.
Gleiches Szenario wie vorhin. Diesmal, oh, das hätte er nicht machen dürfen. Den muss er als Druck halten, I guess. Einfach behalten, weil jetzt können die viel einfacher rein. Da wäre halt ein G-Pool jetzt wichtig.
The Spiderlings off the hypercharged cocoon, that was too much for Diego to deal with. He couldn't burst them down quickly. Now Hubble have that 2-star lead. Luffy had a bit of a solo mission here as he tries to pressure on the left-hand side. It's RBM stepping up, dash in, fist of the Brawl Star, but Boss is still standing.
Stark, und sie macht das. Humble macht das gut. Aber Gene hätte da nicht pullen dürfen. Ich sag, das war der Fehler.
Gene, Kaze, to Tribe Gaming. Tribe Gaming predictably went for those and went for the turtle comp. Didn't work at all. Humble kept their composure and pretty much just threw darts at the dartboard until something stuck. Went for interactions, one after the other, in this hyper defended Tribe Gaming. Eventually one breaks through.
Challengers ist in Istanbul. Und deutsche Challengers Ding ist in Düsseldorf. Also Dach. Das sind die LAN-Events.
Find the damage they were looking for. These cocoons are devastating. Not only are they creating a temporary 3v2, but they're often a death sentence for the player caught inside of it. You emerge too predictably, and it's too easy to line up some shots preemptively just to take you down as you come out.
Really smart heads-up pick here from Humble on this Charlie, because I think it actually had a pretty good.
Der Boss hat immer highest DPS, wenn er Jaehyung spielt. Das ist krass. Er hat immer highest DPS. Das ist insane.
And you force Gene back gradually. He doesn't have the DPS. He doesn't have a way of properly pushing you away. And Charlie's going to win that interaction in close range. He just walks forward and auto aim. So he's forced to concede and couldn't get a pull really at all. I saw one pull and it was totally wayward. Didn't hit his mark at all.
That's what we mean by the execution difference, folks. Having Gene is important, but you need to hit those magic hands. Let's move along, though. Head over to Pinhole Punt for our second map of this series. And I'm looking very closely here at the bans, because Lumi and Stu, importantly, have already been taken away. Both teams happy to reach for the Stu. Chester also banned by Tribe, and on the side of Humble, it is Mortis, Ali, and Meeple off the table.
I think there's a lot of priority here on disrupting Luffy's play. You saw
Papa Fingers Sleeves da.
Really harshly target banned Sands in that first quarterfinal match of the day. I think they're doing the same thing for Luffy as the team's playmaker, also as the ringleader for the squad. And just looking at their gameplay, very often
Er hat ein Showmatch gemacht, Rapid, gegen SK.
Naja open again.
Ey, danke Kona.
So challenging. And can apply that poison with such consistency that you never really feel like
Hello,
you have a
Milek.
chance to stop and get fully healed up. Really annoying for tanks, even if Naja's damage isn't that high.
Was ist das? Ein Showmatch?
Keeping them revealed inside the bushes,
Einfach
those damage ticks. And then a
ein
super
Spiel,
spawning those snakes,
um die Zeit
forcing
zu
you to answer
überbrücken.
those is the same
Hat keine Bedeutung.
annoyance that
Einfach nur
the Spiderlings of Charlie in that
eine
previous
Pause
set.
zu überbrücken als Beispiel.
Once again, drawing parallels to Humble's previous match today versus only
Gewonnen?
managed
Weiß
to
nicht.
get the
Keine Ahnung.
Naja on
Hab's nicht geschaut.
fields. And you would think, no, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense as a bush map. We want to get high mobility brawlers in those bushes, stuff that's tanky, that can take advantage of the lack of sight lines. And Naja in close range isn't really that great. She does have a gadget that can blast you away, you know, keep her alive a little bit longer, dive into the vase. But they've been able to play around this pretty well. Wonder if this one's going to be handed over to Luki again. Have to acknowledge a Sirius, of course, a great defensive brawler. Can be run down.
Was?
Fink's a great brawler to put in mid. And just has to get a super, basically, to make this momentum kick up for Tribe.
But there's not a lot of damage for Tribe yet. Not a lot of that consistent output.
Draco hat er gesagt.
If Luffy doesn't want to expose himself to direct sight lines and uses the
Draco da rein.
Sirius's damage. So you have to sort of fold something else in here to define this composition for Tribe. On the side of Humble, there's still a large number of options. Remember, Ali.
Finksival. Stimmt. Boah, Ems mit Double Counter. Extrem.
like a crowd control element baked into a hypercharge super and also her gadget.
Es wird gespammt, Rapid. Gib kein Geld aus einfach. Einfach nichts ausgeben. Da sind wir beide zufrieden.
You know, Finks can control that space pretty well. Fat Splatter's a little bit annoying for them to deal with. Can mute if there's an expected last pick tank here. Especially because, like, you know, Ruffs is globally banned in this series, and RBM has been playing some more supportive brawlers, but the Bull and the Nita are two picks that we see still from Tribe of the tank variety that they'll try on maps like these. Melody instead.
Okay, I like Melody because, see, you can get close up to an Enz and she can push you away,
Melody.
and then you can dash back on her and she can go, okay, well, I'm actually going to use my Hyper Super, and you can still get in close range versus her. Like, in the one-to-one interaction, I don't think it's so bad for Melody. This is the math, but Enz is going to be pretty good into this Finks at mid. Once she gets in those bushes, she's going to be a total thorn in their side to remove. Here's the next thing, is I don't see a single good goal scorer for Humble. This composition oozes confidence. They believe that they can get a team wipe and then a goal off of that. And Tribe Gaming need the aggression. They need the super from Luffy to put this one across the goal line.
Humble have a lot of damage and pretty good control. In fairness, RBM is dropped low. Semantic and just keep sending these shots in, and yeah, RBM's going to be forced out of the game. That's the Finks. So the key control brawler on the Tribe side out of the picture now. Luki, they're going to run it down. Diego able to pick him up. These shadows
Holy
are still gonna be
serious.
a bit of a problem. As Diego has an open run here.
Oh, had the lineup too, but didn't have the confidence to go for the super shot. It looked like Tribe Gaming.
Was ein Kack-Call! Er hat kein Ult! Sagt, er hat keine Confidence für Ult gehabt. Hä?
He's gonna create the aggression in and out versus Boss. Tried to bait a gadget. Looks like
Der
he
hat keine
didn't
gehabt.
get the chance at all. Now wide open on the right side. RBM with the teleport.
Viel Spaß, Gunnar.
To contest Luki and shrug him off for just a moment longer, preventing the goal.
You can see how challenging it is for Boss to fight against the Melody. Melody gets ahead of that cone of gas so easily.
Ne, es sind zwei gespawnt, Shadow. Da wäre noch eine Ems gewesen. Die sind gleichzeitig gestorben. Ja, stark, Juni. Was ist danach? Ja, reicht. Also, die spawnt. Die sind gleichzeitig gestorben.
The acid spray, you can see that.
Thank you, Milek.
Not really interested in playing in that interaction versus Melody where they feel compelled to push it away, gonna maximize their utility here. An easy walk in as they all converge on RBM, who doesn't have the DPS to.
Digga, Sirius, Finks, Melody. Ich wäre niemals auf die Map gekommen.
Seem pretty well geared to win. Luki just continuing to chunk poison damage down. Boss also now has a hypercharge at the ready. Not that there's any gap closing brawlers here for Tribe Gaming, but it is going to be a very long, wide range of effects.
Starke Hyper von Luki. Starke, Digga, Scheiße. Also, Humble ist echt.
Not just that, it's gotten them the entire game victory. It is a countdown to 6 hypercharged snakes coming down on the field, and there is nothing to deal with that. Maybe a Melody could get some little notes off of that and push it back, but you're still dealing with poison. Those things are going to dash on you. They're going to attack you in close range.
It is critically bad for Tribe Gaming. They don't have cleave damage really outside of the Melody notes.
Dann habe ich noch was mit auf Tribe.
Okay.
Kann sein, ich bin schuld.
Diego pressure this right hand side. There was a goal scoring opportunity earlier for Tribe, and they just sort of lost their nerve. Might be one here too. Diego Gamer and try and
Okay.
His last tick of health.
Glück gehabt.
Really, really close. Had to stuff Humble with that ball so that they weren't able to attack him. He was able to survive just long enough to walk it across the goal line. Redemption for last game, by the way, where he nearly got a goal. Left side cleared out. RBM on low HP. Diego Gamer tries to rotate.
Wenn Yoshi einen Lerntimeout will, kriegt er einen.
Subversion. Boss falls. Luffy trying to be the hero. Muted by Semantic. And as he comes out, can
war schlau. Aber zu früh. Gerade spielt Humble, ja. Humble gegen Tribe.
Luffy here though, free to try and work the right wing. Diego wants the pressure, it's RBM muted up instantly. Semantic at the hypercharge. Attached to that soul was a stun and not just a mute. Now, with Diego being as low as he is, that super's going to do him in. And Humble don't have the fastest playing composition on this map. They simply will retake this mid.
Unstimmig.
Back door there. Luffy needs one more shot for this super. Gonna dash around, but can't get rid of Luki or Boss. Diego Gamer trying to keep Boss right now. No, not quite gonna take him down. Gets poisoned. Luffy now falls with a hypercharge. Who even cares if Luffy's there? RBM gonna meet the same fate as last game, despite the DPS. Humble get to walk this one across the goal line. just under a minute on the clock. Tied ball game.
Time to pay the piper. Tribe Gaming in this set is starting to slip from their fingertips as well. Fast with the Hyper Super, looking for a chance to drive it straight down the throat of Tribe Gaming, and he does.
Stark vom Boss. Humble ist so gut, Chat. Es wird mich wundern, wenn es nicht Humble gegen Foot sein wird im Finale. Es wird mich wirklich wundern. Und deswegen hat Foot gegen Tribe gewintradet. Genau, um sowas zu meiden. Falls ihr auf der Webseite seid, müsst ihr Only Realm anklicken. Das ist die richtige Antwort.
Largely as individuals, but can you blame them? They haven't been together as a team as long as Humble. They have Diego Gamer coming in this year, and while he's been a phenomenal player historically, has not really meshed with the team as well as they had hoped, despite all of their work.
200 Kanalpunkte. 300 oder 200.000? 300 juckt. Ist ja nix.
Couple of flubs there, I think, throughout Brawl Ball that saw them give away opportunities to take the lead. Confidence, of course, is always going to be in question when you're up against a previous world champion and a team who is still chomping at the bit to show what they're capable of. Not to mention, Humble's natural predator Crazy Raccoon has already been eliminated. So I'm quite sure that gets in your head a little bit here, but you cannot afford to make a mistake against this team. They are too well drilled.
Tribe making major mistakes so far, it looks like, in the draft, just really splitting their priorities apart way too much. They're imagining what this Sphinx is going to be doing at mid, only to get pushed back by an Ems, to have too much damage dealt to them. Sphinx also doesn't have any stuns to work with. The entire team didn't have any stuns to work with. The defense was not there.
Kannst du Englisch schreiben, Yoshi? Schreib mit Englisch! Schreib mit Englisch. Er ist Engländer. Der wird sich bestimmt freuen, meine Fehler zu korrigieren.
Looking to run it back and be consecutive champions and earn EMEA yet another slot at Worlds.
Things are going to
Ja, es geht schnell, Joni.
The action's only going to kick up towards the end of the round. It's really
Denkst total. Schlimmer als meins. Als Finale heute. Das ist das erste Halbfinale hier. Sollte hier gleich fertig sein, dann wird es ein 3-0 Humble. Danach haben wir Zeta gegen Foot. Dann das Finale. Also ich denke gegen 17:30, 18 Uhr, eher Richtung 18 Uhr wird Finale sein.
If they have the data, they will have seen that Luffy has not lost a Fang game on out in the open in the last couple of weeks of scrims. Granted, it is a small sample size, but it is an option when you don't have other assassin type brawlers to go towards. Mina is like a backup. You know, I've seen actually the Fang picked up in lieu of Mina by Luffy. That is available here. Yeah, there it is. The first preference for Luffy. Great skill expression opportunity there, and of course the premier sharpshooter in Brawl Stars has been added to the Tribe roster.
Just a safe selection here, but you kind of got to go for it. The potential to be overwhelmed, by the way, if he doesn't hit his shots, you know, he's encroached by a Jae-Young that has a whole lot of speed to work with. He doesn't hit his shots, then he can't get his ammo back. He is really terrible reload speed. So I can definitely see him being crunched into the back, Mina having to retreat alongside him. I anticipate Luffy will be on this Mina, as he often is the aggressor for the team, the one trying to open up the gates for his teammates to succeed. But I just have not seen the team synergy from Tribe Gaming today.
I mean,
bist du nicht auch auf Zeta gegangen wegen der Kurta, Shadow?
Of their like busted comps, they've got two of their best brawlers on this map already. Yeah. At least Angelo was banned. That would have been.
Was sieht der? Ja, ja. Das ist ein geisteskranker Jae-Young.
Picked up here as a nod and a direct answer to the Pierce.
See how it combos with the other brawlers. Of course, I expect this to be a 1v1 for Nanny versus Pierce, most likely on the right side. Pierce is going to have to rotate over there. So how does he get through easily? Well, Pearl is a way of addressing that.
Humble und
and now things have sort of flipped. Could be the Pearl versus Nanny if they're
able to enforce it. 5 Lux.
And then Pierce wrapping around on the left side.
Ich hätte gesagt mit 5-5. Aber ich glaube auch, dass Humble und Foot Finale sein wird.
North American predecessors in the early stage of the bracket.
Weiß nicht, Shreds fix. Jae-Young ist halt das klingt jetzt völlig dumm, dass ich sage, aber Jae-Young ist eigentlich kein Carry-Brawler. Boss schon, aber Jae-Young an sich, weißt du?
Instant mid control for Humble as they have Jae Young forward. RBM trying to push through on the right side. Looks like almost successful.
Alles gut, Lux.
Kind of shy.
Alles easy.
Want to get some damage on Luki so that he has to fall back as
Deswegen erkläre ich's ja.
RBM now sneaks through onto the right side. Humble, guess what? They're cool with that. They expected him to be in this position, put up as much resistance as they could. Now thinking about how they're going to pinch him there. Boss also looking to farm hypercharge off of it. Semantic with Diego Gamer backed up by Luki can start sniping away at RBM. So what's the end game here? Well,
lane swap.
Yeah, Tribe Gaming also are going to profit massively off of things closing in towards the end. Humble, not so much.
Luki does not want to fight the Pearl at all. He would very much like to continue harassing down this Mina. RBM, though, has his shield blown up, and Diego Gamer gets a little low. The homing element of Luki's projectile makes an arc towards Luffy instead of his intended target, but it doesn't seem to matter.
Stark vom Boss.
Has brought the Pearl down. That's the late game.
Welches Profil
win
Lux?
condition here for Tribe
Nee,
Gaming.
fehlt. Ah, wobei. Ne, ich glaube nicht. Glaube nicht.
An easy target for Luffy.
So good from Semantic to kill two birds with one stone. Get an elimination at the same time as breaking open that barrel. Now it's going to be pretty bad for RBM to move on the right side. Luffy's going to dash ahead and try and clear the way as well. Luffy looking for a solo kill.
No follow-up.
Yeah, won't be able to follow it up. He didn't have ammunition for it, but puts RBM in position. Hypercharge out. Luki can retreat if he needs to, and same goes for Semantic. Tribe Gaming know that it's not worth it to keep fighting.
Der Boss ist so gut. Stark von Luffy.
Finds himself defeated. 300 HP apiece.
Stark von Digga.
Just barely. Luki gets one.
Okay.
1v1 between Diego and Luki.
Das sollte Luki gewinnen.
Luki knows exactly where he's hiding. That section of bush has been knocked out, so Diego has to reveal himself as he crosses. Luki knows what he's up against. Diego has the edge.
Sollte Luki gewinnen.
Luki won't hit as hard, but has a bit of help with the auto aim.
Er wartet auf Gadget, dann rein da.
Even hiding behind
Oder er wartet auf Overtime.
abuse that super. Luki
Dann sperrt er ihn aus.
time against Diego, who can still target him behind that structure.
Na, stark, Nike.
Now Luki's not interested. Diego Gamer gonna have to recover his ammunition. It was played really
Ammunition?
Get it just at the end.
Sagt man das so?
Diego knows that he can win this on damage alone. Misses the first one, gets the second. Trying to cycle this fourth. Into the poison! You're kidding!
Just a little bit too much damage. That one tick of poison taken by Diego. It didn't need to happen. And again, Meeple
Was sagen die?
good at that range because his shots do arc towards the target.
Was hat die gesagt? Luki was?
Still, what went on there?
They do a lot of damage, and pretty much Diego Gamer knew that he wasn't going to survive 3 shots from Meeple, so he's going to have to dodge one, went into the poison as a reaction. It was a forward movement from Luffy. They figured out how to get RBM into position early on, so now they just got to figure out the rest of it.
Luki
Basically,
clutch.
RBM on high health can't encroach on Boss's territory. They found where he is. They know where Semantic and Luki are, but they still have to retreat. They just don't have anything advantageous at the moment. Trying to stay on high HP. RBM now Luffy, who's actually had quite a bit of success aggressing Boss and being sort of the entry fragger for the team.
Semantic's giving his team a way out of mid if they need it. If they've got to back away from a Pearl that pops Gadget.
Kann sein,
Look at
kann
Luki,
sein.
Get out now. Essentially scot-free.
Schon Colin, ja.
A missed peep. This is looking better.
Aber ich bin da eigentlich froh drüber, dass ich keine Brainrot Kindergärtner im Chat habe.
This round could be a wash unless Luffy and RBM do the unthinkable. Humble only thinking about how much value they can get. Get rid of the barrel. Who needs a peep anyway? Luffy and RBM rejected by the gadget from Luki, but RBM finds one on the right side. No HP to work with here for Tribe. That's one. In a second, RBM falls.
Die sind so gut, das ist krank.
Tribe Gaming, all the hard work they put
Rennt
in,
da Chat,
all the trials and
Redfix.
tribulations they faced in NA might only amount to this. A sweep by Humble in a semi-final. Not sure if they had that on their bingo card, but so far they have looked to be bested in almost every element of the game. Here's a hypercharge peak coming through. Wind wall well apportioned to answer that threat.
Yeah, good reaction there from Luffy, but it's gonna have to be reserved.
Stark von RBM, aber Boss hielt das halt gegen.
Push in once again. Tribe Gaming all in position. They're able to retreat much more easily. Really, I'm looking at Diego Gamer needing to be hitting more of these shots. Semantic all over the place and with some successful hits. Force Tribe Gaming back.
Someone should tell Semantic that return to center doesn't work well if you can't be hit.
Yeah.
And that bro is absolutely dodging up a storm. Breaking the ankles of Tribe Gaming and has let them get back into the map. Luffy wants to surge forward now, but uses a very precious wind wall gadget in order to maintain that bush control. Humble looked to wrest it away from him pretty soon after.
Poison closing in now. Tribe Gaming going to max HP. Here comes the value on the Boss. Oh, it's not
Stark
much.
vom Boss.
Here's a hypercharge from Boss as well. Now,
Digga,
blood.
ist das krank?
Damage gear on. Luffy falls. RBM, the last
Kann er gewinnen? Kann er gewinnen? Nee. Da bin ich noch da. Digga, es ist so krank, ne? Diego Gamer spielt heute brutal. Ruffy spielt den ganzen Brawl Cup schon geisteskrank. RBM muss ich sagen, ein bisschen enttäuschend. Er kann das viel, viel besser. Er war gut. Die werden von Humble geskillt, das ist insane. Das ist krank. Johnny, danke für Raid. Wie war das Stream? Was habt ihr gemacht? Wie lief's bei euch? Hallo Charax, hallo Johnny. Wir sind gerade im Halbfinale. Das war gerade das erste Halbfinale. Wir machen gerade eine Watchparty von dem E-Sport-Szene hier. Hallo Prime. Was habt ihr gemacht? Wie hat Boss am wenigsten MVP-Vote von Humble?
Without literally all of my teammates giving 110%, I don't think we will be looking like that strong here, honestly.
Well, the crowd, as you can hear them, they came here to watch their home team make it to
Also Foot ist geisteskrank quasi. Foot ist so stark gewesen wie Crazy Raccoon.
Wir geben unser Bestes.
There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Humble. Humble with a quick 3-0. They don't take hostages today. Not a single set dropped. In fact, the only set they dropped all weekend was against Bounty Hunters on day one.
Which Semantic did blame Kanan for as well, by the way. They didn't take any responsibility in terms of the mechanics for that one. But, I mean, Humble are just different beasts at LAN. You know, we look at their monthly finals performances and there was definitely a couple of...
Aber jetzt ohne Scheiß, ohne jetzt, ne? Aber Humble hatte jetzt nicht so ein schweres Bracket, kann das sein? Die hatten Bounty Hunter. Die hatten Ace Zero. Dann okay, Only Realm und dann Tribe. Aber wenn man mal die anderen vergleicht, ist es schon eher einfach gewesen, oder? Im Verhältnis. Kann man voten auf der Webseite. event.supercell.com.
Real about it. North America are a long way off, and frankly, they have been for quite some time. People had hope for this tournament, but it's obvious now just how far.
Ich meine, als Beispiel, wen nehmen wir? Crazy Raccoon. Wer hatte Crazy Raccoon? Die hatten Revenant. Die hatten... Wer war noch in der Gruppe? Channel Points. Die Wette ist schon zu. Die ist schon abgelaufen. Wer hat da Crazy Raccoon? Sieht da? Nee. Genau, Toxic Lotus. Nee, nein. Toxic Lotus war Tribe. Und Foot. Eternal, wie heißen die? Eternal, genau. Die hatten Eternal. Die hatten Foot. Und die hatten Revenant. Das ist doch viel schwerer, oder nicht? Ja, ein bisschen Glück gehabt, sag ich.
Last year we had Humble versus
Nee,
SK
Maurice.
Gaming in the finals. It was all in the sign of EMEA in Dallas already. Now we're in Berlin.
Chat, wollt ihr Brawl oder wollt ihr hier zuhören?
Again, we're gonna find out soon.
And we're gonna have a little segment now as well. We're walking
Warte, wie viele Kanalpunkte sind jetzt flöten gegangen wegen Tribe?
and passing on some messages to each other as well. And I was involved in that.
71.000 Kanalpunkte weg. Alles, was dazuhören.
To a cameraman, to
Okay.
a caster, to a talent, to a fan. Let's find out. Guys, what would
Oh, wir brawlen da. Gib mir einen Brawler, Chat. Ist Ruhe. Schön, ne? Pepper. Nee. Nee. Mortis, nee. Ah, 2017. 2017, kein Sniper, kein Support, kein Assassin. Also Damage Dealer oder Werfer, I guess. Ah, Tank könnte auch sein. Primo? Was sagt die Range? Ne, die Range wird hoch sein. Ah, Mitte. Könnte Damage Dealer sein. Werfer auch. Einer. Nee. Crow. Nee, Crow ist Assassiner. Leon ist auch Assassiner. Naja ist nicht 217. Lita, guter Call. Ah ne, super rare. Kein Damage, ist ein Werfer. 100%. Tank, meine ich. Ja. Ist das Hank? Wer ist das? Sieht nach Hank aus. Wer ist das? Sirius? Mortis? Nee. Ah, ja, nee, klar. Nee, macht Sinn. Flashmob. Vorschläge? Edgar? Nee. Ash? Nee. Nadia? Nee. Sirius? Nee. Melody? Ja. Okay, was seht ihr? Recht gräulich. Gas? Frank? Colette? Frank. Ich wäre auch eher auf Frank gegangen. Okay, eine Waage. Was auch immer das heißen soll. Sphinx. Oh. Nee. Eine Wand. Eine Waage, eine Wand. Sprout. Nee. Wie ist eine Waage? Checkt das jemand? Wollt ihr noch Geotrivia? Oh, da war ein Red Button. Wir haben Red Button verpasst. Also fett ist. Song Battles. Bro, es beginnt gleich. Wie Song Battles? Gib mir Land. Ah, nee, klar. Und Sinn. Okay, passt. Gib mir Land. Kroatien. Nee. Grenzt am Meer. Australien. Nein. China. Okay, in Asien. Kleiner als 26 Millionen. Oh, die Fläche ist klein. Kleine Fläche, sehr viele Einwohner. Was ist sehr viele? Mehr als 4. Das ist eine kleine Fläche. Gestecktes Land. Japan ist zu groß. Oder? Ja, Japan ist zu groß. Malaysia. Nee. Singapur. Ist, glaube ich, auch zu groß. Kann es sein? Nee, zu klein. Ich unterschätze die immer. Bangladesch. Viel zu groß. Thailand ist, glaube ich, auch zu groß. Ja. Kaufland. Ey, danke dir. Taiwan. Stark.
But the thing is, they're just picking good brawlers for their players. Pierce and Mina are getting picked up quite frequently, and they are being used to the greatest. We know Angel Boy's Mina is incredible, but I've also got to say Lenas Mortis, the guy's an incredible assassin/tank player. Keep an eye out for him, and it's great to see him looking animated out there. He's a low-energy person normally, but he's fired up, and I love to see it.
But the interesting thing there as well,
as well
with that Mina double pick is the fact that the crowd cheered pretty loud when Angel Boy picked it for the second time. He didn't play it.
Yeah.
They earned it. And he was still equally as good on that particular brawler, allowing Angel Boy to pick up the kit. And we saw him dominate with 10 kills. Like, this squad are able to fill the gaps in each other. It's remarkable to see.
And Angel Boy was actually on the Mortis later, so they're just swapping roles all around, and it seems to work out. Lena seems to be just the piece they were missing. Edgar and Naja banned out from the side of Zeta Division, so pretty regular bans, not really targeted at all. We still see the Mina left open, and then Lumi and Mortis banned out from the side of Foot Esports. Why are they banning out Mortis themselves?
I mean, again, I don't know if they want to run into it. Shtapa was on the other team as well. You look at Mechanical Gods when we talk up how good Zeta Division are, and I think if you're Foot, you have a strategy that doesn't hinge on Mortis, then don't leave it open. Make sure you don't have to face it and have something volatile mess up your strategy.
Bell's Rock is going to be our first map. We see it here. A rather
Chat, was sagt ihr?
map
Foot
now,
oder Zeta?
who's usually a bit more sniper-sided, sniper-pilled.
I think now with the Buffies and Griff, like you run a real serious risk if you don't prepare for a potential long-range affair. I think that's kind of where teams' minds are at the moment. It's not necessarily the strongest when it comes to the Buffied Brawlers, but it's definitely a threat, and that wall break potential as well. So committing early on, there's safer picks to have. Let's be honest. Like Gus was seeing a bit of a rise up in him recently in this event because Pierce, when banned, it's like the next kind of best option to go for. But it also allows you that synergy.
Die wurden auseinandergenommen von Foot, ja, also das glaubst du nicht wirklich. Du kannst VOD schauen, Bro, die wurden, das musst du wirklich, also es ist ein gutes Match gewesen. Die wurden, also, wow! Brawler ging 30 Sekunden.
We saw the new brawlers globally banned very, very often. Sirius this time is actually left open. We're gonna see him a couple more times. So now it's time for our semi-final number 2. Let's take it to the stage.
Humble patiently waits.
Und Angel Boy ist mit Abstand der beste Spieler der Welt.
The final. This tournament has delivered
Geisteskrank.
some incredible moments so far, but now we require another level. And I bet out of the next 2 teams that are about to step onto this stage, either of them can provide the level required. And so, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your next 2 semi-finalists. It's Zeta Division and Foot Esports.
Forget the cheap tricks for their next act.
Bin echt gespannt jetzt. Wenn Foot beide asiatischen Teams aus Hard wäre crazy.
Competition in a devastating display of unmatched power.
Also Foot hatte echt schwere Gegner, ne, Hiase. Humble ist da recht gut durchspaziert. Und Foot hat mich stark überzeugt. Humble auch, aber Foot hat mich schon stark überzeugt.
After a flawless regional sweep, this ruthless trio is ready to silence the doubters and conquer the globe.
I'm loving this energy right now. There's a calmness about the main stage at this moment. We have the final team from East Asia standing and EMEA seeking out to dominate the Brawl Cup. Batman, are you ready? Yeah! Yeah, he's ready. I like that. I love his energy, man. Lenan, keeping our head cool. How you feeling, man?
I feel ready as well, yeah. We're gonna give our best.
He's just ready to go. Angel Boy to
Fight the fight bundle! Fight the foot bundle!
Digga.
Okay. With that being said, head over to your seats. Thank you so much.
Ja, gebe ich dir recht, Hiase. Gebe ich dir recht.
But that's okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the pressure sometimes crushes.
On stage ist Humble auch ein Beast. Aber wie gesagt, Foot gefällt mir heute sehr gut. Ja, Alberto.
Let's go!
Das Halbfinale, Kerstin.
City Tampo. Suzuku. Batman. Lenon. Angel Boy. Nom.
I feel like Foot and Humble probably have the most fans here, but Zeta Division definitely some of the loudest ones. That was insane, Berlin. Thank you so much. Now,
meinst du vor Roster Change Tweak? Weiß ich gar nicht.
semi-final number 2. Is there a brawler?
Ich meine, in Asien, die Teams splitten sich immer in 3 Teams, hin und her. Zum Dreieck. Ich will aber Tensei the Tampo wiedersehen. Ich brauche das. Ich brauche die Reunion von den zwei.
Where's my boy Ziggy at? Where's my
Yeah,
boy
that's
Ziggy,
a great
you know
shout, by the way. Yeah.
On this map, honestly, we've seen him as well. I think we saw like a Grey used on like Hideout earlier. It was like trying to punish a blue star take from Kaze. I wasn't that excited. I'm impressed to see like the Ollie ban here from Foot.
Was soll ich dazu sagen, Red
Always
Fix?
try and pry that brawler on this map. They play it the most. It's been
Mein Leo und
pretty
du?
solid performance for them.
Also ich könnte theoretisch Leo Esports gründen. Mit mir, Löwe und Krimbacher. Würde gehen.
Oh, here we go.
The Angel Boy special showing up once more here.
Model. Übertrieben.
Of course, on a map like this one, gonna come in handy, picking her up so early.
I don't know, Alberto. I mean, Zeta is Zeta, they're insane, but Foot is so good today.
Not really the damage just yet to deal with.
It's really
Mina,
close.
actually.
I think Foot will make it though.
Jaeyoung compared with that as well. I mean, that's taken away from the Mina, but Byron would absolutely allow the Mina to be able to force her way
Nani wäre
down that
offen.
line. And
Aber weiß ich nicht, ob man das in den Jaeyoung picken will.
Ja,
genau, Tweak.
So, again, Gus wouldn't be the worst of shouts to be able to allow Mina that shielding to go on those aggressive runs. That windmill gadget, of course.
Tensei ist der Tampo, Jase, schreibt einer. Jase, hast du dir was überlegt mit dem Vorschlag, den ich dir geschrieben habe? Vor ein paar Tagen?
An absolute disgusting Angelo player.
There's a world where something like this can tempt teams into like a Nani pick. If you remember back the previous series for Zeta Division, they played triple sharpshooter and they brought a Nani in because the Pierce was on the other side of things. I think Zeta might want a decent control brawler to try and give Pierce that room. You need something to stop this Mina just walking up on you constantly. How are you going to keep her honest? You need to find like a strong source of damage. The Leon though is sort of banned away. It's also banned out.
Wen habt ihr denn jetzt?
Jase. Byron to combine with this Angelo, some real long range potential now.
A sniper on either side now, some heals for Mina. Heals also on the left hand side from Jaeyoung, of course. What they're missing is something like a Charlie now, just to
Bro, Loki Leon sehe
they
ich.
can counter
Ist gebannt.
Angel Boy or Lena's Mina. Once we find out who's gonna play it,
Do you think picks are good so
the
far?
casters are gonna pick
Yeah.
up on it later as well.
The drafts from Revenant and so on, bro, it's gone. Now every pick will make sense. Now you will only see the good draft.
People to maybe deflect or that kind of thing. I do prefer, I've got to say, the foot comp.
And once more for you on the mic for semi-final number 2, Trev and Kenny.
1,638. That's the number of days since Chitampo peaked with a world championship. And now, Foot Esports are knocking at the door. The Angel of Death meets the laughingstock of the 2025 World Finals. Mechanical Monsters, Demon Destroyers, semi-final 2 of the Brawl Cup, LCQ in World Finals on the line. Give it up, Berlin. We've got
Habt ihr niemanden, das die Idee sucht?
Angel Boy starting really aggressive there, was forced to back up by Batman and Suzuku pinching this left-hand side. Not the best positioning so far from Foot, all 3 of them in the back lines straight off the bat. But
Boah, Lene!
He'll find the early frag on Suzuku.
The substitute player making his mark early in the match. Batman, the Cape Crusader now under heavy fire from Angel Boy. Chitampo trying to operate with the long range.
Heiliges Aim.
Batman low HP, Lana looking for a shot, applying pressure, making sure that he can't heal, just knocking arrow after arrow to keep Zeta on their toes.
No need to overextend for Foot Esports now. I think this 3v2 advantage and the superior close range.
Anna wird sauer.
Very low and gets tapped once more.
Das ist krank, was für, also Foot ist so krank.
Left alive for Zeta, heads straight for the gas.
To make sure he gets tagged up less and less, but unfortunately for him, Nob.
Unfassbar ehrlich.
Super, you can see it on the right side of your screen. There he goes. The Nob still holding one of his own too. The only thing missing is Angel Boy. Certainly an advantage for Foot Esports. The only thing they have to hold on Zeta Division side is this super from Jaeyoung. which is by far the easiest to get.
Oh, Stampo, 2 really good taps on Nob there. He's got to retreat. Super on the left-hand side from Lunar. Focus forces Suzuki back as well, but Angel Boy still walking forwards, dashing back, walking forwards, dashing back. It's the same over and over until someone oversteps.
The rhythm of Angel Boy with this brawler is unmatched. It's been a huge feature of their run this week, and now Byron lobbing of a shot, a complete miss though.
Die Ult getroffen, Byron wird weg. Die haben sie so in der Ecke. Das ist krank. Ende gibt es. 194. Ne, 95.
Burning shot onto Batman. There's a little windmill forced out by Angel Boy, all pinned in his bottom left-hand side corner. Shots coming through now.
194 oder 195, weiß gar nicht. Ich würde gerne viele Länder sehen, ja.
Flanking around this wall. Good gadget coming out of Suzuki, doing everything he can. They have to fight for their lives out here as the fishing barrel comes out. Not a lot of contact. Now some shots raining in as well. Hypercharge going down for Suzuki.
Boah! Nein, bleib doch! Bleib doch! Nein, hätte gewonnen! Hätte hier bleiben sollen! Einfach an der Wand! Hätte gewonnen! Er wäre gestorben vom Gift.
Charge available from Lane right now on the left-hand side. Super cycled out by Stampo in the dying seconds of that round. Angel Boy getting pitched in. Batman shot to the face with a little gadget from Lunar. But it's so far Foot who are a bit further backed off.
Peak mechanical skills in our 2026 Brawl Cup. A lot of action this weekend, certainly some entertainment as well, as now Angel Boy takes down the right-hand side, and the shot from Nob, though the heals are coming through, has to be careful.
Angel Boy liegt sehr gefährlich da hinten. Okay, ich habe nichts gesagt. Alles gut, ich bin ruhig. Ich bin ein Hund, ich belfe ihn.
Smells blood in the water, tries going for it but backs off. They're in this 3v2 situation again, same as the first round. They know if they play it calm, composed, they're gonna win it in the late game.
Zeta left at 2 again as Batman dwindles away. Now a super goes down as well. Suzuki doesn't stand a chance. The support brawler needs more help than this. A tight set, but now
Foot ist so krank.
lead for Foot Esports.
Well, a couple of really good games in there.
Ich will Lane X Sergeant sehen. Ich will das.
The ones they won, so dominant, but that was such a close ending there as Stampo managed to get that one on the board. Still quite a lot left to be desired, I feel, from Zeta Division here in this opening game.
Kommt nicht, ne, wird auch nicht.
Away with it so far, and actually, Nob on this right-hand side has been dealing with Stampo so well throughout.
Angel Boy dipping off to the right-hand side, playing alongside Nob. Has been playing more of a long-range feature, I would say, not necessarily a healer. They just like this brawler.
Das würde ich auch fühlen. Sam. 193 Starten plus Vatikaner Frist. Hallo Luis. Ne, wird auch nicht hier, also. Das sind einfach Free Agents, ja, Tweak. Aber ich denke für Lane wird sich was ändern, diesen Sommer. Ich denke, der wird da einen Vertrag bekommen. Bei Novo oder so, irgendwo. Der wird bestimmt irgendwo hin.
Available. A hurricane, a
Swarm.
swarm. I mean, they're throwing every single weather element at Chitampo. Now he's backed into the fog, and Foot Esports claim the round.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed to me like Nob was just kind of being sacrificed there. It was like 2v1, and then we'll make it a 2v2, but he actually managed to get the trade. And Nob is playing this Byron incredibly. Yes, Angel Boy's going to be the front man. Lenane's hitting some incredible shots, but the heals and damage output of Nob has been incredible this game.
Everybody doing their part, especially on such short notice, especially against the world's best. Foot Esports have remained tall. Suzuki left-handed, trying to drill some heals. Working with the speed right now is Angel Boy. Just going at them. Something
Jetzt bin ich der Einzige, der es nicht mag, diese Map zu spectaten.
Still remains.
Well, a super from Angel Boy. Oh, sorry, a super from the
Ich finde die Map irgendwie nervig zum Schauen. Zum Spielen ist nice, aber zum Schauen ist, ich weiß nicht.
Easily just by backing up. Nob has been out this game for a while now up the top right-hand side. Just Batman occasionally finding a few shots when he switches focus over to that right-hand side.
Hallo Mad Dogs.
Batman has to rely on the heels here. Suzuki there to play his Robin.
Ja, zum Spielen ist die nice.
Flanking this left
Aber
hand side.
wow, Lane!
Has a super in the back pocket. Nob with a hypercharged super as well. This is looking bad for Zeta Division. They're going to have to really climb their way up this map and deal with the zone as well. Here comes the purple button. Lobbed up to the right-hand side. Heals not enough. Dwindles down to the poison. A stun. Up as well. Angel Boy has an answer for everything, but Chitampo there once again. It does make contact.
Ich wusste nicht mal, dass das geht! Ich wusste nicht mal, dass das geht!
Man, I thought Chitampo was going to do it again, but Angel Boy is not letting that happen twice. And
er macht das gegen Chitampo. Das was geht, dass man die Ult dodgen kann von Pierce. Ich dachte, die trifft immer. Außer man jumpt weg.
He knows he's played that well.
Ooh, that is a dangerous smirk as well. What a difference 24 hours make. Would you believe it, folks? This is only the fourth
Du machst es
match
auch?
this team
Keine Ahnung, ich wusste es nicht.
joining in just a few days ago. 72 hours of just pure chaos. Some scrims just doing their best.
Das hilft immer.
In the stat category as well, I might add on those practices with Guesty, but to be expected. Lenaz an excellent player, but how can you ask a man brand new to the team to come in and deliver? And look at these Angel plays, Angel Boy up in the faces of the enemy, and as you mentioned, Nob doing a great job in his hybrid role. It is just all go for this team. I'm so thoroughly impressed. And honestly, Chitampo nearly made a hero's effort once again. I mean, this guy still clearly got the mechanics.
Yeah, I mean, he just dodged the super and then popped up that shield for the following shots, and just incredible. I'm scared of that look. I'm scared of that look. Never mind Zeta Division. 5-4-4, real team effort from Esports there. Batman just lacking a little bit in some damage and DPS, but Suzuku and Chitampo getting a few kills on the board, but not quite enough to beat Foot in knockout.
Akasa, wie viele Likes haben wir?
I might add for Foot Esports too. This isn't just the Angel Boy show. This is everybody contributing. The biggest question mark I think for this team is this is going to be another showing for Angel Boy.
No-Cap, dass die Mina nicht bannen, finde ich krass. Das ist ohne Scheiß. 29. Ah, es wird nix.
Crucial to the equation for them to get to this grand finals. You best bet. But he's not doing it alone. And that's the difference for me. That is going to be why, if Foot Esports go the distance, that they persevere.
Well, you'd assume this would be a long-range affair, but looking at the bans, I'm thinking maybe that's not going to be the case. Byron, Bell, and Colette banned out on the left-hand side. Over the right for Foot Esports, the Piers, the Angelo, and the Byron. Gene is going to be the first brawler picked up, and pretty much one of the only remaining decent sharpshooters.
Little debate going on for the Zeta Division roster.
Ja, wir machen eine Watchparty, Bro. Das ist ein E-Sports-Turnier. Dann aktuell im Halbfinale. Ich kommentiere das einfach und gebe irgendwelche unlustige Sprüche darüber. Und laber einfach mit den Leuten. Ich bin nur da zum Nerven.
They're looking at a Gene, a safe option, and yeah, Jae Young just coming in. I think it's just another safe option. Nothing wrong with this. Obviously, the Jae Young not going to be working alone, though. I imagine they get something semi-aggressive or maybe a long-distance brawler for now. I could see something like a Gus coming out here. We see Bell, Colette, Byron, Pierce, Angelo all removed. No, they just go for the aggression now. I think the Invisi heal slash the lollipop drop.
Ist das nicht Free Crow?
Yeah, I like those couple of picks, and Jae Young has been one of the brawlers on
ja, genau, ja, so.
that has been thriving
Das ist Kackgelaber.
in this meta. Really dangerous. Leon as well, as you mentioned, that lollipop drop, really solid.
Nee, Siggi ist nicht gut. Die haben zu viel Movement. Wir würden Siggi auseinandernehmen. Achso, warte, Last. Nee, ich denke, Leon geht mit Jae Young. Bro! Also langsam dragen die das.
Give the people what they want. They just keep clicking the button, keep it.
Doch, das ist aktiv, Joni, auf Twitch.
Why not? It's just been working for them all day. I don't know the win rate numbers off the top of the dome, but they certainly passed the eye test with this brawler.
Yeah, I mean, even when losing, the brawler's not the issue.
Holy Mina.
Absolutely.
Right, even if we see him lose, the
Ich weiß nicht, Hitkit, das hat mich auch gewundert in Ranked. Jeder der Mina, es spielen so viele Mina und alle sind so unfassbar gut mit Mina. Ich check das nicht in Ranked. Kann sein, Frey. Mögen das.
Gus shield when you want to go in, and you got to time it well.
This is the call out I made for the left side. I think it's still fine. They have a 6 pick. They can
Stimmt,
react to
okay.
this, but especially
Guter
like I
Call.
mentioned with all these band stages,
High Skill.
saying it was no
Nichts für
longer
mich.
a long range affair. Well, they just
Stimmt.
had to dig deep a little bit to find that brawler of choice, and it seems for a lot of pro teams, it's Gus once you get past these first few.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of just the lingering long-range brawler. And don't get me wrong, it's not bad. It's not bad at all. RT going to be another brawler that can fight at range, but more than capable close-up and personal as well, which is what he's going to have to be against Angel Boy on this Mina. So, big decisive set.
Ja, ich weiß,
They're
David.
going to go 2 up against Zeta Division, or they're going to just about get back into it.
Another foot set with Mina on
Ist
the
halt ein Giveaway, ne?
I would feel pity for the other team, but at some point you just got to learn your lesson. This could be a 2-0 lead.
Ich überrascht. Ich sag, mein Mod ist nicht so kacke. Ist das nicht Yase oder Kona, aber ist nicht so kacke.
memory. Chitampo's legacy has certainly been tarnished over the years. He's watched teammates lap him, and now he's looking
Was
to
kommt
take
das, Mina?
back at the top. Angel Boy diving in up the
Leon.
middle of the map. Windmill going down. Protection for him as Angel Boy works alongside the Vortex.
Otis.
That blue star, but has to be careful. The good news is Mina does have the capability of
Jester.
having a little bit of longer range. Doesn't necessarily have to be up in the faces of the enemies to make it count.
Yeah, no surprise Lenane's getting thrown on this Gene. You know,
Mortis.
it's not really an
Stimmt.
integrated part of the roster. It's probably the easiest brawl to play. Don't need too much synergy for it. There's the shield on the left-hand side.
Alex,
Brave Boy
Yoko.
just keeping him alive, and it's Zeta bouncing into action now. Stamp on the right-hand side.
Kennen die auch rein, ja.
And does have to turn back.
I will add, they played Leon into Gene. Traditionally, Gene is going to be one of the better counters into Leon just because of the vision. Look at the fanning shot. If Chitampo wanted to go invisible, it's going to be so easy to spot him.
Yeah, Vengeful Spirit's being thrown out there by Lenar as well, so won't have that lamp blowout knockback if the Gene gets up close and personal, so gonna have to be a bit cautious about that and make sure he continues to scout him out. Has the pull now though, so Zeta won't want to overstep, and Batman's definitely gonna want to keep that burst of speed ready in case it's nearby.
Chitampo reasonably making the rotation just to try and go against Gus, who outranges, but Gene is just hopeless. If you want to go invisible, all three members of Zeta being clustered together in the bottom right-hand side corner, heals going down from Batman. Suzuki branches out.
Der Bull muss treffen.
They have to find a way to move forward. Still with
Aber es ist schwer gegen Jaeyoung.
not a single kill has been exchanged.
Yeah, this is the thing. Nob's gonna have the shield.
Ist nicht einfach.
Stampo goes aggressive onto him, so he's gonna have to be cautious.
Aber ich habe das Gefühl, er müsste hier hin. Ja, genau. Aber es ist ein bisschen zu spät. Er muss schon immer hier sein. Einfach um bereit zu sein für den Pull.
Try and get them some ground so Lenar can't pull them through it.
Supers for every single brawler on the map, and Chitampo has unleashed his. He's lurking, but they realize this. Great game awareness, now a pull.
Stark, Range Boy. Digga, das ist krank!
Another kill from Mina, a double play for Foot Esports with 10 to go. Chitampo running for the hills, has to be rejoined by
Digga.
Lenar wants more, merciless as they take down the Zeta
Unfassbar.
9-0. What a sweep of a game.
Unfassbar.
I mean, we're talking about how few kills there were, and then all of a sudden, they all just come flooding.
Sag's euch, er ist der beste Spieler der Welt. 100%.
Angel Boy opening the door,
Nichts zum King.
and the floodgates just opened after that, didn't they? Just
Ich verkaufe nichts.
kill, opening over and over and over. I mean, Chitampo tried to throw the lollipop drop, but Lenar was already attuned to it.
Wow, Zeta Division just triple commit to the middle of the map. They didn't want Angel
Ist
Boy
das
to grab that.
Gesti?
They were
Ich sage
trying to
ja.
pressure Leon up, and they just couldn't quite get there. Both sides obviously trying to work for that blue star. Part of the influence for why Jaeyoung shows up on these maps.
Yeah, well, it looks like Nob did take a few hits early on, so he's already in the back spawn. Zeta are the ones aggressing once more, but last time Foot didn't put a single step wrong. This time,
Schaut ihn euch an, bitte!
First time we've
Das ist
seen
Zeta, die treffen ihn nicht.
Definitely a blunder, but nonetheless, they're still in the lead. He's not perfect. At least we showed he's mortal, because otherwise he's been pretty unbelievable all weekend long. Now a little branch out for space. His Foot and Zeta will try and battle amongst this wall. The Invisi-Heal going down. Excuse me, the lollipop drop as shots rain down. The not juking, dancing his way all around.
Stark von Foot.
How did he stay alive?
Die ganze fucking geflasht hat. Von 3 Leuten. Beide überleben und die kriegen noch einen Kill daraus. Das ist ein unfassbares Niveau.
and went down when he should have survived.
Zeta finally grab a kill. I think that's the most notable part about all of that. In game number 1, they didn't even grab a single part of the action. Chitampo joining alongside Shiduku on the right-hand side. Batman there to empower them. It's a little east-west affair. Chitampo goes invisible. They have no idea where he is, but Nob has a bubble. This is going to be risky to go at. Over-aggression from Chitampo.
Yeah, I mean, when he's got a super, you're never going to go towards him. Has a hyper now and shouldn't be too far off another super for another shield. So that's going to be a bit of a caution for Zeta Division here. We do still have this Gene Pull, which was such a heavy effect as to why the Foot Esports side won the last game. So Zeta Division have to be cautious.
Chitampo has not been able to utilize.
Auf jeder Viper. Das können sie noch locker drehen. Das sollten die drehen. Die sind in der Ecke. Sollte machbar. Oh mein Gott.
I mean, it's genuinely incredible how well these guys are playing. Bear in mind.
Seit 2019, falls jemand noch voten will. Alles jemand. Digga, krank.
It's like how well these guys are playing together.
Was ist Foot?
It's ridiculous.
Chat, ganz ehrliche Frage. Ich weiß, Gesti ist brutal gut und alles. Gesti Top 3, Top 5, was auch immer. Gesti verdammt gut. Würdet ihr sagen, Gesti ist in diesem Team besser als Lenane?
The Angel of Death staring him down on the other end. They've already conquered demons from East Asia. It makes sense to me that they would have a 2-0 lead against the number 2 seed.
Die sind online gespielt. Die haben vielleicht 5 Scrims zusammen gehabt. Und die spielen so.
That seems a little risky to me, but it paid off in the end. And Chitampo, as you said, over aggression just yet again opened the floodgates.
Also ich finde das unfassbar.
That was a huge risk in my opinion. Angel even committed a super because clearly he thought the same. But a nice gadget, good kill. Lanar with another pull as well. I think he did die, but not ending the game with 6 stars. And Chitampo.
Humbles Finale, Nike. Das ist das zweite Halbfinale. Wer hier gewinnt, spielt gegen Humble.
And I'll acknowledge again, they picked this Leon in the face of a Gene. I mean, pro players sound off, but that just seems like
Er hat schon einen safen SCQ-Spot. Mindestens. Vielleicht kommt noch ein noch ein SQ und ein World Final Slot dazu. Das sieht doch danach aus, bin ich ehrlich. Das SCQ Last Chance Qualifier. Das sind die World Finals knapp verfehlt haben. Die haben noch eine Chance. Da kommen irgendwie 4 Leute oder so weiter. Für die WM.
It's an equal role, it's a team game, and Foot Esports as a roster have somehow put this together in the final seconds of this tournament.
Yeah,
absolutely. I was having an interview, I was like, this guy is the glue in the team. He may not make the flashes of plays, he may not be the guesty or the angel boy, but he's always there, he's always playing well, he's always making big moves for Foot Esports.
Mina wieder nicht wann. Ellie auch nicht. Digga, die werden jetzt so gefickt. Die werden so gefickt. Ja, Juni.
Nita and Ems from the Zeta side. Foot get rid of the Crow, the Colette and the Shade, and they're going to take Otis as their first.
Chester's still on the board as well. Curious if that
Wegen
comes
dem Stun
out
macht
at all
das.
because we see so many anti-tanks removed. We also see wall break as well from Griff gone.
Damian ist kacke. Keiner spielt den.
Pick the Sandy. They also throw out the Ims, who traditionally is going to be really good in a one-on-one interaction with Sandy. So I think this genuinely was what they wanted, and it looks like Foot, and reasonably so, don't ban this out. They just let it slide through these 5.
Yeah, I mean, I like the Moping, to be honest. The goal scoring and capabilities that Brawl has is just ridiculous. You leave one opening, which I feel like quite a few teams have in the games today, you know, taking big risks. You can score. But the same could be said about the Sandy as well, I will say, because the sweet dreams.
Ich glaube nicht, Kabus. Ich glaube, keiner pickt ihn einfach.
Scoring the ball through them is a big thing to have as well. So gonna have to add to this, gonna have incredible scouting abilities of that bush, don't get me wrong. And, right, so...
Oh, okay, warte mal. Die picken jetzt auch Comfort Pick.
Yeah, let's go back to our roots, baby. It's gonna be some East Asia, Max, Sandy, Ims,
und Gene. Sandy, Max, Gene.
If we threw a Gene in the mix, but I pray they don't.
So cool Band, echt? Ich weiß es nicht.
I will completely turn around in this competition. They do so, but for entertainment value, for storyline, I'm super thrilled about this.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's one of those things. When you're back against the wall, yeah, it is. It really is. Rosa comes in. Super unorthodox. We have seen it on this map already in the Brawl Cup competition, though. It was either on day 1 or 2. The unfriendly bushes can do really well, and especially when you pair that with a bit of speed, a sandy super, you're going to make...
Ist das nicht ein Bull?
...in that bush. So, we need something good from Foot Esports here. Something that's going to be able to scout out this Rosa.
2021 A-Cop. No-Cap, ja, hat man gespielt. Ja, kein Witz. Boah, Frank ist noch besser! Frank ist noch viel besser!
And on the left-hand end, sure, Rosa can kind of box with Frank, but it's not necessarily enough to get a takedown. Sandy's not going to do a lick of damage. Max isn't either. I think this is an excellent decision by Foot.
Julio dropped! Also Zeta muss jetzt geisteskrank skilldiffen. Wo ist Gesti? Er konnte nicht einreisen, deswegen spielt Lenane. Batman of Max? Digga, no! Digga, was ist das? So haben die Crazy Raccoon auch gefickt hier, also genau so, genau gleich. Genau gleich.
side for Angel Boy. Super there for Suzuku, but Angel Boy eating that and moving up. Oh, he gets the ball. Shitampo's low. He's gonna fall. Just Suzuku. It's a race for the ball. Nob will get there, and he gets the stun away, but it still rolls in. Match point for Foot.
They are steam-rolling their way through this competition.
Die hauen Zeta und Crazy Raccoon innerhalb von einer Minute raus in Brawl Ball. Beide!
An awesome story, but the hardest one to win is the last game. EMEA and Berlin, get on your feet. Your Kings are one away from a Grand Finals.
Wouldn't say it's
Wer ist das bei Foot? Meinst du von den Spielern? In echt? Ich kann sie dir gleich zeigen.
Shield popped. He's going to need a bit of help and gets it from Lenar, but he's in a 1v2 and a much better start for Zeta Division in game 2.
Zeta finally have a chance, but the ball is pocketed top right-hand side, and a fat splatter will cut off Batman, who's going to have a little super speed for the side. Angel Boy cutting off this entire wall, and that's going to make Shitampo's job that much harder. Punches his way through it, though. So now they rotate, lurking. They're trying to find Suzuki, who has a lot of health points available. Nob goes down. This is trouble for Foot.
Well, a hyper in 30 seconds for Shitampo's not bad at all. Angel Boy matches that with one of his own, though. He's going to go for a big wall break here. Takes all of his home walls and grass down. Surprising to see that, but they just got an open map. Good kill there as well. Just smashing this hammer down. Gets one, but Batman will get the refrag.
Worthwhile phase shift from Batman to secure that kill, as now Shitampo clings to what little grass that he has on that left-hand side. Hypercharge available, but Angel Boy is flashing that super. Shitampo trying to catch him off guard, but doesn't. The hypercharge is going to be wasted. Now a mute as well. They double down on this side. Suzuku marching forward. Oh no, dove the other end though. That was a risky play. Has the gadget, but Lenar secured the kill. Batman in a one-on-one, just trying to maintain position, but the defense.
Stark von Lenane. Sehr stark von Lenane.
Incredible defense there as well. Mo overshot that super massively. Lenar holds firm. Suzuku popped a gadget preemptively as well, so shouldn't have that for a good few seconds yet. Here's the hypercharge. The stack comes down. They earn a lot of supers. There's the sandy one thrown straight away. Big kills coming down, and the left side's fallen too. There's Nob and Foot get goal one.
45
Ja, wir sehen das Skin. Stimmt! Stimmt! Foot ist geisteskrank. Verstehst du, was ich meine, Jase? Dass Foot heute brutal ist? Das ist krank. Das ist so krank! 3-0 gegen Zeta! 3-1 gegen Crazy Raccoon! 3-0 gegen Toxic Lotus!
It's just incredible from Foot Esports. They show up at Brawl Cup 2026 with a sub in Lenar. They've walked through.
Das war Absicht, Riven. Ich bin immer noch überzeugt, das war Absicht. Weil sonst hätten sie im Halbfinale Humble gehabt. Und dadurch haben sie Humble gedodged. Das war's. Ich bin mir überzeugt, das war Absicht.
A little bit lost for words, I'm not gonna lie. Foot Esports, destruction, devastation. Decimation, I don't know, I'm turning into a rapper up here.
Okay, EMEA hat einen LCQ-Slot mehr, einen World-Slot mehr. Das ist sehr gut für Arthur. Das ist extrem gut für Arthur. Das ist sehr geil.
How proud are you of these two boys standing either side of you?
I'm so proud of my team. Lenane, like, I wouldn't take the moment and say to every pro player, I have never played with Lenane, but I had preemptively a bad opinion about him. But this guy, like,
Nee, aber Angel Boy.
Like, he has to get a good team. Also, I want to say, buy the foot bundle, everyone.
Dude, some high praise from arguably one of the best players.
Was meinst du, Neupick? Ach so, falls du was anderes gedraftet hast? Nee, gepickt. Ist eingeloggt. Außer du hast es falsch. Dann kannst du neu machen, ja.
Well, after every match I'm getting more happier than ever.
Ich denke, eine Mischung aus beidem, Riven. Aber ich glaube vor allem für EMEA. Ich meine, das kommt denen ja auch zugute.
And then he did the same. Like, outdraft every game.
Wow, I mean, there are subs, there are super subs, there are super duper subs, and then there's Lenan. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise one more time. Your next finalist is Foot.
Also no cap, geisteskrank, was Foot macht. Lenan ist Schweizer, ja. Humble gegen Foot jetzt. Das wird insane.
Standing in the finals, joining Humble, and Foot is playing with a sub.
Ja, Simon.
That is insane. I have to say that again. They're playing with the sub.
Da sieht man wieder EMEA, ne? Mit Sub haut er die beste Region zweimal raus. Platz 1 und Platz 2 der zweitbesten Region hauen die einfach raus, ohne Probleme. Unfassbar.
They've now decimated East Asia, and with that, EMEA, we're gonna call it. They're guaranteed world slot and LCQ slot. They have just blown everyone out of the water.
I mean, this is the thing. EU going back-to-back top twos. I don't think people can really complain anymore that EU keep on getting all these
Aktuell spielt Lane bei Foot. Aber nach Brawl Cup spielt wieder Gesti.
The 2 times we've had a Brawl Cup, we've had 1 and 2 now.
Grimbacher
So it's just incredible gameplay. What a time to be alive. And you see Angel Boy absolutely standing there just spinning. Anar smiling as well. And what a year he's had. I mean, you know, you go from being on a team that, you know, you get dropped from. And then all of a sudden you're in the finals of Brawl Cup.
The entire region is celebrating. EMEA gets 2 more extra.
Ist besser. Das habe ich mich vorhin auch gefragt. Da habe ich den Chat auch gefragt. Was ist stärker? Foot mit Lene oder Foot mit Gesti? Ich hätte immer gesagt, locker Gesti. Easy. Aber was die heute machen mit Lene.
But another top 4 finish is not what they came here to do.
Yeah, they didn't come to this event with the idea of just, you know, inviting more competition to their home region for the World Finals. You know, that would have been such a moment of pride for them to be able to have, you know maximize the chances of teams in that region.
Kannst auch mal einwählen. Rezo, aber draufdrücken.
Not the plan. You know, I think so many
kommt gleich eine Umfrage.
that's expected to see Crazy Raccoon in that grand finals. Expected to see Zeta
Monty und Gesti ranked, ja, oder? Gesti in Kommunikation. Ja, aber die spielen so krass zusammen, dennoch. Und die sind nicht eingespielt. Ja, das stimmt hier also.
And Lena said it already. Their draft was impeccable. We heard it. Angel Boy is their drafter. They didn't even drop a single game.
Also Lenane macht sich einen Namen global. Mit diesen, weil, Bro, er hatte so viel Druck. Er musste Gesti ersetzen. Stell dir mal vor, du musst Gesti ersetzen. Was geht in deinem Kopf ab? Du wirst von Drage gedroppt. Du kriegst keine Ork. Du bist mit 2 Leuten, die keine Ork finden. Du ersetzt wahrscheinlich einer der Top 5 besten Spieler Europas. Du musst ihn ersetzen und du performst so geisteskrank.
Very calm, like not frantic, not getting ahead of themselves, not getting overly excited, but just ensuring that it all goes to plan. Because mistakes can happen. They really can.
Nee, die werden Gäste nicht droppen. Kann ich mir nicht vorstellen. Das wird nicht. Das kann ich mir nicht vorstellen. Ich denke, da wird irgendwas passieren mit Team Heretics, mit Novo. 3-1, Gott sei Dank. Und 3-0 gegen Zeta. Für Academy? Ja, aber der ist viel zu gut für Academy. Noch droppen. Ja, aber Gesti, Lane und Angel Boy sind 3 aggressive Spieler. Das wird nicht aufgehen.
I sat down with
Das geht
Lena
nicht.
before we even came into the show and I asked him, so who in the team do you think is gonna rage quit first? Like, who's gonna be mad?
Humble und Futz im Finale, Gott sei Dank.
We're just chilling, we're having fun on stage.
Spielen geisteskrank.
Gummy bears,
Beide.
he said. I don't know exactly what that meant, but yes, they are just having fun on stage.
Das
And
Foot
that
Nob.
just might be what
Nob ist schon
needed
immer,
to win today. Not just confidence, but also
schon
have
immer
fun on
anwesend
stage.
gewesen in
And I think
E-Sports.
Humble and Foot
Der war
Esports have
mit dem
both
war er
of
mit
those.
Mebius, mit Rema, Rama, nicht Rema.
Noch ein kleines Präsent, oder nicht zu Hause. Für
Ja,
alle
noch.
hier on ja, ich kann kein Deutsch mehr heute. Für alle, die hier sind, wir kriegt noch ein T-Shirt von uns, ihr kriegt noch ein bisschen Merch.
Bei SK.
Barney, you have something for them on stage.
Oder so. Das ist auch ein guter Call, aber glaube ich nicht.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is one of those times
Alles
when
gut,
we're
Rizzy.
live on stage.
Aber ich denke, SK holt sich entweder Yoko oder die holen sich Dompe. Denke ich. Ja, das stimmt hier also.
And so, one of those things is, of course, free merchandise. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna have a little bit of a t-shirt cannon one more time coming at you. 3, 2, 1, there's one over there. Boom. I got 3 more over here. Who wants one? Who
Der ist ein bisschen übermotiviert, der links.
Careful standing on. Don't stand on chairs, guys. Come on.
Der ist ein bisschen sehr
There's
übermotiviert.
another one. I got 2 more. I've got 2 more. There's one over there. And the last but not least, for those of you at home. Back up to the desk.
Nonchalantly here for Barney. Now I'm ready here in Berlin.
Was ist jetzt passiert?
We got something for
Uiuiui.
you as well. If you're tuned into the event website,
Humble hat alleine NA rausgehauen. Alleine. Und Foot hat alleine Asien rausgehauen. Das ist passiert.
It feels good. It feels good.
Die 21.000 oder so, Nike. Das ist der Mate von Gargas. Grüßi. Polnischen Ex-Champions passiert. Ich weiß nicht, Riven. Also die alle drei, also Miao, Gero und Noe, sind alle drei immer zusammen gewesen. Die haben immer ein polnisches Team gehabt, alle drei. Ich denke, dieser Switch hat denen nicht gut getan. Neues Team, neue Sprache, neue Kommunikation. Ich glaube, das hat denen nicht gut getan.
Well, this is probably the toughest of all the predictions. One thing I want to point out.
Ich sag Foot. Foot hat mich überzeugt. Hallo Babyball.
The World Finals, where his teammate was Semantic. Now, how far we've come. I can't call this.
Ich weiß es nicht.
I've got to go Foot.
Gute Frage, keine Ahnung.
I want Foot, but I'm gonna have to say Humble. I just feel like they've been that little bit more convincing.
It's fair. It's fair. 100% fair.
We're split on the desk. So let's see what the people at home have voted. Make sure to vote at event.brawlstars.com right now. Because
Ich weiß nicht, wie das geht, David. Muss mal schauen.
It's just another monthly final. We're in EMEA, Humble versus Foot Esports. Those two have fought each other quite often already. More often than not, Foot came out on top. But will it happen again today with Lena?
Like I said, I really hope, my heart wants to go with Foot, because it'd be such a good story for Angel Boy, who's so deserving of, you know, a land title. He has been around for so long, and as I say, like the nicest guy, real gentle giant. And then I'd love it for Lena. No,
Das die Besten sind, Babyball.
Now, Nob, great player, really want him to win it as well. But Lenar subbing in after being dropped, and then winning this event would be huge for him.
I think for me, you raised a valid point. Nob has been playing exceptionally well today. He is just honestly duking left, right, and center. You can't touch the man.
Weil Drake das nicht wollte, Krimbacher.
You kind of almost forget how good he is at this game. I want everyone to pay attention to it, because it is honestly the sort of players like Angel Boy and Lenan, which play the brawlers with shine. But he is the control. He is the anchor for the squad. Without him, it all falls apart.
We're now turning our attention to Humble's draft from the semi-finals. We saw a loss of Jae Young, and Boss was absolutely
ich muss schauen, Juni.
popping off on this brawler.
Weiß nicht, wie das geht.
Now,
Muss
once
das
more,
mal
one
Tutorial
for the
anschauen.
global bans. Are we going to see any targeted bans towards Foot Esports, and what would that be, Trev?
It needs to get the Mina out of the way.
Exactly.
Like,
100%. Good answer.
Me and Kenny were saying it, we were like, listen,
Million.
someone's going to eventually
Ja, oder nur wieder.
to get rid of the Mina, because Angel Boy is just an absolute delight to watch on that brawler. So good. So I think if you're going to target ban,
Rede,
and then do
Gottsam.
one of the stronger brawlers in the game as well, because you've kind of got to balance it out. I feel like at this stage in the competition, especially when you've played against this team so much, you don't want to take too many risks. You've beaten them a couple of times already, just try to do it again.
Yeah, I feel like you do have to get to the stage now to cotton on to, you know, how Foot Esports want to play. I feel like Humble are that squad above all others in this competition that know this team intimately. Just, you know, even with Lenan coming in as that substitution, this is the matchup that we've seen twice in monthly finals. Yeah, I know.
I said it when I was casting. I was like, "Oh, that's scaring me. Never mind the opponents."
But still, like you said, like it's just all love from Angel Boy. Someone who, like I said, in terms of the way that he treats others in the community, he's a cracking example of how to do it.
They haven't dropped a single set either, so we only see the draft of those 3 here. We have Mina twice and otherwise.
Und vor allem beide sind ins Finale gekommen und bei beiden war es nicht knapp.
Be confident, have fun on stage.
Bro, bei beiden war es nicht mal, es war, also,
Maybe a couple of outliers there, like the Mina.
wie geht das?
Already mentioned. Like I said, it's just another day in EMEA. It's just another monthly final. We have Foot versus Humble against each other. This has happened twice already in both February and March. One time
ist krank,
Foot came
Kona.
out on top. The other time it was Humble. Now this is really a 50-50. Global Bands, Trev, what do we think?
They listen, Sonny. They listen.
Grimbacher, kickt seit Jahren immer seine Mates raus, immer. Schau dir mal seine alten Teams an, hat immer die Leute gekickt. Immer. Seit Jahren macht das. Haha, Mina Mortis, Mann. Und Lumi Pierce. Die haben sich gegenseitig gefühlt. Bin nur der Jung, Mann. Der wird aber safe kommen.
And for me as well, I think they've got it spot on both sides here. The Lumi especially, I mean, we've seen Humble just going to town with that particular brawler. Pierce has got so much great pop-off potential.
Wieso? Weil er ein Bastard ist.
These are the perfect 4 global bands for this matchup in our grand final.
Deswegen.
It was really just a walkthrough, a walk in the park for both of those teams so far. Humble hasn't dropped a
Weiß nicht, Joni, mal schauen.
today.
Mein Angel Boy ist auch eine insane Mina.
Drops one as well. These are the maps for the finals. We get to see a different brawl pool or different map pool once more. By the way, I was seeing Humble sitting outside. They were frantically preparing those maps because I don't think they were prepared for Foot to make it this far. If I'm honest, I think they were prepared for Crazy Raccoon.
I wouldn't be surprised at all. I think many people would probably share that same sentiment. I mean,
gewinnt.
it is an
Ich sag
incredible
Foot,
achievement. Like, no matter
aber mal
what
schauen.
happens next, for Foot Esports to be in this grand final in the fashion in which they come into this competition is like a first. It's a real first for BRAWL Esports history. You know, regardless, they have done the unthinkable, and if they go all the way, I mean, we're never going to stop talking about it, or at least I know that I'm never going to stop talking about it.
This now has the potential to be the closest poll of the day. We really had some very one-sided polls.
Alter.
Another one of those. Foot takes 80% of the votes, so they go with Ark here. Trev, you said Humble's gonna win.
The crowd is with Humble, remember.
Listen, I know. This is the thing. I don't know how it's gone this, like, awry. It should be bang down the middle, 50-50.
I think so.
I don't get how it's this heavy. I mean, yes, you know, these guys have got a huge, huge fan base. To be fair, I said for both teams. Humble in here more so. But Foot, you know, with all the you know, Angel Boys Ukrainian fans and that kind of Eastern European portion of the world, just seems to be all behind them. And I'm sure they're just spam voting for a Foot Esports at this point.
Let's test the crowd a
Er
little
konnte
bit.
nicht
They are
einreisen,
EMEA,
scheinbar.
so most
Deswegen
of
ist
these
Lilian
fans have
eingesprungen.
been rooting for the 2 EMEA teams all day long, but who really has more people here? So, Foot Esports fans, lasst euch mal hören. Okay, not too bad. The Foot Esports fans are showing up. Jetzt an die Humble Fans, wo seid ihr? Have you heard the difference?
I did tell the difference. Yeah, it's
There they go.
let's let that just breathe. I want that as my morning alarm. Yeah.
Barney, I hope you're just as excited as the crowd.
3 days of soaring highs and crushing lows. Berlin is called the city of freedom. And here, you gotta fight for it. The best players in the world have clashed.
Hat man das doppelt?
2 teams have risen above the rest.
Haben die gekackt beim Sound?
Humble and Zeta Division.
Ist das der Effekt, den sie wollen?
Ready to claim the spot at the
Zeta Division?
and an extra world fight spot for the home region. But who will be victorious? And who
Wir haben gekackt!
for the light?
Ist das peinlich?
Show us who owns our part. Berlin, are you ready?
Oh Gott, wie peinlich!
This is the moment that every player dreams about.
Das Finale, ja.
Preparation,
Crazy Toast.
thousands of hours, setbacks,
Sie haben auch auf Zeta gewettet.
all
Sie haben gerickt.
here. 2 teams step out onto the stage, but only one can be crowned champion. And so, with that being said, both of these teams, you know they're ready to cement their legacy on the
Das ist
big
ein
stage,
Foot.
but who can do it? And so, Berlin, let these two teams hear you as they step out onto the stage one final time. And so it is Humble and Foot Esports.
Dethroned at Worlds, but never broken. The dominant 2024 World Champions are back on land. Hungry to prove last year's silver medal was just a minor setback.
Ich lese seit Stunden nur Nachrichten im OBS. Auf einmal ist so eine Nachricht, Digga, warum hat Hannover so gekackt?
After a flawless regional sweep, this ruthless trio is ready to silence the doubters and conquer the globe.
Er hat zu wenig lang zugeschaut, David. Vielleicht deswegen.
Here we go, gentlemen. Here we
Zu wenig
go.
lang. Ja.
Right. This arena right now, it feels electric because everyone knows that they're about to witness something special here on the main stage. Years from now, you may forget the score, but you're never going to forget the atmosphere, and you're never going to forget the way that it feels. And so with that being said, Semantic, do you feel ready?
Ich bin bereit.
Angel Boy, any last words?
Buy the full bundle.
Okay. Oh, this is great. Gentlemen, touch gloves. Let's go. That's what I like to see. Okay. This is more than just a final. This right here, this is the finishing touches of a tournament that culminates in all of the feelings that it should. Sacrifices,
Doch, Klimbacher. Keiner mag den.
and of course, greatness.
Niemand mag ihn.
Only one of these teams can
Er ist immer in diesen Teams, die kein Team finden. Das sind immer so diese Überreste.
So Berlin, I ask you one final time.
Keiner will die im Team haben. Die finden sich immer zusammen. Er ist einer davon.
Boss. Symantec. Luki. Lanon. Angel Boy.
Ja, vor der Kamera, Klimbacher. In deinem Rücken will ihn niemand. Kannst mir vertrauen. Das weiß er auch selber. Er ist unbeliebt.
It is time. Grand finals time for Humble and Foot Esports. We are on Hideout. No, we are on Ring of Fire to start us out today. And now it's going to be the defending Brawl Cup champions. They take on
Das ist
the
unbeliebt.
number
Drake.
1 seed from their own home region.
Aber viele andere auch. Nicht nur er.
Will Humble prove once more that they still are the LAN Warriors? They're still the best team when it comes down to play on stage.
Well, I know that Lanon is opening drops, so... oh, that's a nice fame right there.
Soft
You mentioned, Sonny, as you said, coming into this match and how Humble are preparing. It must be said that Ring of Fire is not a map that they've
Das ist auch
played in
unbeliebt.
this competition. Going back to
Wenn ich das jetzt sage, mache ich mir keine Fans.
versus for
Wirklich?
They played Ring of Fire. They managed to land themselves a winning comp of Crow, Penny, and Chester. So, with that in
Humble
mind,
ist
they
entstanden, weil Symantec und Boss haben kein Team gefunden. Haben sie sich zusammengetan und haben dann Luki als Newcomer, als Talent genommen.
drafts. It's an open map.
Die haben kein Team gefunden.
So that PS band in the beginning even more value. That's that's some commitment right there in the crowd from some of our friends from last night.
Absolutely. You know, huge support coming in.
Ist das Ang?
All round in the crowd. As you said, you know, some kind of preparation might be a big thing for these teams.
Hast Angel wohl gesagt? Beide Footbahn, hat er gesagt.
Expected to even get this far, to be honest with you. I'm sure they're happy that they are, but Humble at the end of the day probably will have expected to come through here. But you mentioned, Sonny, they were frantically preparing just before. So obviously they've had to change some global bans. They've had to change probably what bands they're going to play, depending on who they're playing against. So I think that's really going to hurt them, and I think FUT Esports can kind of just throw stuff at the wall and hope it sticks.
If you want to become the Brawl Cup champion, a lot of things have to go right. Now, if this was only a matchup of raw mechanical skill, guys, who do you think who would take it?
It's so hard to call. It really is. I feel like Angel Boy, though, might have that edge this year. I've never seen him play this good. I've never seen Nob playing this good. Like, it just feels like the same way that I looked at that very
Muss Fische füttern. Wie Spaß dir, Bro. Du bist das Mina Mods Global Ban. Ich finde es ein bisschen schade. Ich hätte es geil gefunden. Aber kann ich verstehen, dass Humble die Band. Aber ich hätte es geil gefunden, wenn man die sieht. Wieso, Gott sei Dank. Ja, Foot hat Asien rausgehauen und Humble hat NA rausgehauen. So geil. Ja, stark, Cracky. Warte, bist du der Cracky?
In the end, it's not only raw mechanical skill, it's also who has the cleanest draft of the day. We have some really great global bans. We already discussed them. Mina as a targeted ban towards FUT, and then Pierce against Humble. Finks is going to be the first pick here for FUT Esports on Ring of Fire.
Mach das, Rühren.
Finks, one of the best brawlers on Hot Zone. Finally, he's actually picked up on Hot
Ich glaube auch nicht,
So
Paulina.
many times also on maps like Bridge to Far, where, my opinion, not the best. Worked out. Okay. Chester and Leon now coming from the left-hand side.
Aber irgendwie der Name, das Badge, irgendwie, ich weiß nicht.
Yeah, I think it makes sense for it to be as well. It's just super well-rounded. On Finks, I think, as you said, Sonny, it's coming in on maps we wouldn't have expected to do. So, and it's worked. So, on a map that it's expected to be good on, surely it's going to absolutely cook. Ruffs has been a brawler, honestly, that kind of seemed to slip away through the Brawl Cup. The first day it was getting picked so much.
Ach, wette. Hab ich doch.
More recognized ban or just not being picked up as thoroughly. So with this Ruffs, you kind of want to pair it with something that's going to have a really strong high.
Doch, die ist ein 12-Stunden-Stream.
Providing that to them and have that be the game-deciding play.
Yeah, I was burning.
Das ist der Draft, mit dem ich mich anfreunden kann. Hier bin ich mich zu Hause. Scheiß mal auf NA, Indien, Asien oder wo auch immer. Das ist ein Draft. Ja, und Mortis auch. So.
I kind of like this Chester and Leon. I feel like it is really quite safe at the moment. I don't really even mind what they land
Okay, Gott sei
Dank. But the Kenji has to be answered, and that's my concern at the moment.
3-1, besser 5, Bro. Müssen 3 Sets sein.
Could be a potential good Kaze matchup. Sirius also left open. Of course, also a really decent brawler on the right-hand side. You can basically use him as a turret. Trev, your call. 5 seconds. What is this gonna be?
Ja, verständlich, Krimbacher.
I did not
I
expect
wouldn't have guessed Draco, I'll tell you that for free.
Oh, Draco, geiles Matchup.
Definitely not what we expected.
Ja, David.
Once more, an unpredictable draft.
Also Draco hat verdammt geiles Matchup.
In the hands of two of the finest voices in esports. It's ready and Uber.
Thank you very much, Sonny. We'll take it from here. This one's been on the calendar for quite a while for Humble since their last LAN showing in November. And for FUT, since they picked up Guesty at the beginning of the season, but I don't think this is what they expected to make a near miracle run with Lana in their ranks. Berlin, are you ready to witness destiny?
And we got a Ring of Fire. It's Angel Boy who takes most of the lickings early on. Lana took a route that
Das mal so Chance. Ja, dann genieß es. Durch jedes Mal kannst du viel lernen. Gameplay-technisch.
Toward the Kenji way. Angel Boy occupying all of the space in mid. Luki trying to push forward.
Boah, ist ein bisschen aggro von den Lane.
But the Chester, he's countered so much by Angel Boy, also at mid, having to back away. Boss now pops the gadget, retreating back.
Das war auch zu agro vom Boss.
Perfect distance away to snap up that kill.
Boss made a bit of space though, and that's what Luki's looking
Was, spielen beide sehr aggressiv.
Space that Lenar very quickly reoccupies. With that Fink super still in play, it's very difficult for Luki to put any pressure down. But another Draco super is going to be a problem for the Kenji, and he is cleared away.
Angel Boy on this Sphinx matchup knows exactly what he's going to be facing at the hands of this Draco. He pollutes that time warp with all kinds of fire that you can't push towards. You can't dodge it out. So anytime he has that super, it is a death sentence for any control that Foot Esports have. Lenar in a forward position, looking for the kill on Luki, gets it!
Boah.
Both swipes connect. Now deep in enemy lines, punishing.
Ich muss Foot jetzt Control holen. Aber Boss macht das gut.
In the meantime, though, is actually getting this point capture going, and Luki's holding a hyper into the time warp, though. Easy enough to dodge this, but it's going to keep Nob out of the picture for a little bit longer.
Hat Boss gut gemacht.
Is still at large in the backline, though.
2 Leute aufgehalten. Und Control behalten für das Team.
Angel Boy not anywhere near picking it up. It's going to be reserved for Lenar, but he needs the super first, and they're going to have to make a miracle happen now. 10% to go for Humble. Boss pushing forward with the Draco hypercharge. Semantic and Luki on the flank, ready to survive, and nothing left for Foot Esports.
Von außen siehst du halt Fehler, Klimbacher. Wenn du im Game bist, bist nervös, angespannt, bist gefokust auf deine Lane, du siehst viele Sachen nicht. Von außen siehst du halt alles in Ruhe. Also ich meine, deswegen macht man auch Analysen und so von Scrims oder Turnieren. Wenn du von außen in Ruhe drüber schauen kannst, daraus lernen.
Well, they need Angel Boy to connect the shots is pretty much it. But the thing is, Draco has this gadget that's going to keep him alive. Angel Boy with the teleportation and ammo restoration.
Also Boss ist unfassbar gut gerade, ne?
That is called identifying the target and hammering down with every member of the team. Luki and Semantic know that Draco is their win condition. They're really just here for support. And Boss on the mid.
Ich bin beide sehr aggressiv.
Just playing around, trying to keep that super away from him. One connection is all it takes for Boss. Now into the dragon form once again, into the Fink super as well.
Haben wir noch den Break da? Vermutlich wegen Draco, damit Draco sich nicht hier verkämpfen kann.
Luki returns to the point though. Those sandbags are a bit of an issue for Chester. He has to spend ammo on working them down. Lollipop drop means Boss can get pretty close to Lenar here, but another time warp on the point.
In-game Nico ist ausgeschaltet, damit es keine Lags gibt.
Lenar on the left side, hiding behind these obstacles, but still looking to pick a fight with either Luki or Semantic. He's just trying to get that super, looking for the next hypercharge. Nob is ready to the system, and here comes the hypercharge from Boss. Moves Angel Boy all the way out of the zone, but Lenar is ready to take advantage of a vulnerable Luki. Nope, not quite vulnerable. Has the fourth shot, and an easy two-shot takedown.
There's a free hypercharge that's going to be handed over to the Kenji, though. That is dangerous. Lenar is in a playmaker's position, but Foot Esports need to assert themselves again pretty quickly. Is Humble have edged.
Das hat eine Hyper, es wird sehr schwer für Foot. Es wird sehr, sehr schwer. Stark.
And a second one onto Semantic could follow, but they need to get Boss out of these back lines. That was nearly an easy kill, and the health restoration alongside the survival. Humble still can't push in.
Weiß nicht, Nico. Am Ende drücken die mal ein paar Punkte rein. Vielleicht ja. Das ist ein geiles Match. Ein sehr gutes Match.
No trios here in the grand finals. Surely not. Not between the top two in EMEA the last time they faced. It was a 3-2 series with Humble taking the win. But Humble was noticeably absent from the April monthly finals. They got taken down in the quarters.
Big talents, baby.
That's right. And it's going to take a huge amount of skill from either of these teams.
Ja, Shadow. Die machen Split Taken wieder an, sobald das Turnier fertig ist. Notfalls streamt mal die POV.
It's Humble in second place. And it put them on the same half of the bracket as Foot, but Foot getting bested in the group stage is what led them to the bottom half of the bracket today. It's what ultimately leads to them facing in a grand finals
noch, Nico.
EMEA versus EMEA Brawl Cup in history.
Good start here for Humble. Lenar's not been able to be much of a factor. Some of the maps starting to get cleared up. That's much to Lenar's chagrin. He now can't hide behind his barrels as he approaches, and Luki can poke down in the direction of the Kenji. Hard now to deal with that damage.
Stark von Foot. Jetzt müssen sie Control holen.
Lollipop drop for an extra second or so of capture progress. And now it's up to Luki.
Sicher, Retix.
Not ready for the hypercharge. Who's it going to? Back to Nub. Okay, he's got a power up, so that helps, but he's not going to be able to do anything with that hypercharge buff on the right side. Lana looking for blood. Won't be able to draw anything. Instead, just be cycling forward, but he's on 1 HP.
Stark von Angel Boy. Sehr stark von Angel Boy.
And here come Foot Esports now in a position to get back into the lead. Luke is going to come forward now with a hypercharge super, and yes, Nob just simply ceases to exist. Humble get back in the lead. Boss is sitting on a super now as well, and Semantic will be able to go invisible, dive that back line. We need to see him play here, but Lana, is he the one to make it? Boss seems to be handling the Kenji quite admirably. Posumaki healing pretty crucial there for the Kenji to keep him alive, and a big sashimi now to get himself the elimination. Semantic and
Stark, Angel Boy.
screaming heap. His Foot have to make their run back here.
Bringt nix.
Narrowly survives to keep Foot on this point. It's a 2v1.
Was heißt nix?
Not gonna use the solo hyper. Goes for the kill on Luki. Gets it now right on top of Boss. Cycles the super once more. Boss equipped with his hypercharge super. This one should get them control. But he's doing his best to keep him on low HP.
Draco hyper.
Just now pulling ahead. One more push for Humble.
For the raw stats, and that might be enough. It's now returning back to the point. 93 plays 88, but Luki's unharmed so far.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
What a set to start this series. It doesn't get much closer than that.
An incredible precedent for the sets to follow. I just can't believe it. Manon now also put on a comfort brawler. It's a trend that we have seen throughout his addition to the roster. Somehow, some way, Foot finds a way to get the brawlers he is comfortable with. One thing that has held him back in the past has been a limited brawler pool. It's one of the things that
Boss geisteskrank gespielt. Lane auch.
He has a deep brawler pool. He's able to play so many different things. And now with their drafter, their caller, and of course their biggest playmaker removed, Foot Esports still stay in it, but only fall behind by a hair.
One of the biggest components of SK Gaming's run in that 2024 Worlds out in Helsinki was
Hallo Rainer.
Kenji, though.
Wie war's, Rainer?
Very potent on those tanks. Ash and Kenji both very popular at the time. Got them within striking distance of championship, but
Schaut Luke im Hintergrund. Er ist fast gestorben.
Serious faces were on there for Humble, and the prep has paid off at least so far. Boss has a rip snorter of a game here on the Draco.
You can see the preparation in the quality of their drafts, but it's like they snap right out of that analytical state. They march onto stage, you see the head-to-head between Angel Boy and Semantic, and they're both really happy to be here. Oh, they're amped up to be on stage. Set 1 put away in favor of Humble. We're headed to Bridge Too Far.
Get ready for this map where both teams want to try and snap up that Kaze early, so you might see
Boss spielt, also wirklich, Boss spielt ein unfassbar gutes Turnier. Sag Boss Top 2 Brawl Cup.
Yeah, 8-bit.
Angel Boy Top 1.
Available. Primary counter to 8-bit, just in generally speaking, is going to be Bell. You see Colette has been taken out of the mix as well. Just one that you can't afford to let your enemy have as a first pick, but also one of the primary counters to 8-bit. It's going to be taken immediately.
8-bit first?
Pretty safe pick to bring in here. If you can set Lin with that damage boost, start to put that tower pressure down, you are going to be in very good shape. I wonder if we think about the alley here. Of course, alley can traverse these waterways between lanes, but with her band out,
Dann gehen sie 8-bit.
start thinking if there are other assassin-esque options. I've seen
Bug noch?
Nee. On this map before. I don't think it's astonishingly good.
Also, denk nicht.
But it has been a pick of Foot Esports in the past.
Has good mobility, really solid damage, and of course, you can dive bomb repeatedly. It's worth it to get your hypercharge. It depends on the brawler matchups that you're up against. Whoa, hold up, whoa, a peek of the brawlers they're selecting.
Crow also a pretty viable option here as well.
Yeah, you can get lots of damage on the safe that way. Use a hypercharge, and also plays a tank counter. That's the Edgar, and it's starting to get spicy.
Yeah, obviously this is a bit of a tipping of the hand by Foot Esports, right? Kind of tells Humble.
Okay, vielleicht fühle ich mich doch nicht wohl mit dem Draft.
Okay, they might want to just dive on us here, really pressure us down.
Maybe.
8-bit has a lot of health, but low mobility. Someone who's always going to get caught in the trap if the Edgar comes to call. And that hypercharge means he can cycle that super pretty effectively. So now you ask yourself, okay, what is going to give us the level of stopping power we need? I don't think this is a terrible idea at all. The Chester is just... Isn't it interesting that the brawler that's based around randomness and the idea of chance is actually the most consistent damage-dealing brawler in the game?
It's actually something that I mentioned to Adrian earlier, and he goes, well, you know, the supers are of equal strength, or, you know, they may be situational, but still strong. I don't think pop rocks are going to be helping you here, but having a jawbreaker at your disposal is going to be a huge...
Dass noch keine Bell gepickt wurde, finde ich krass, ehrlich. Keine einzige Bell.
You would think 8-Bit is capable of pumping out a lot of damage, but his reload speed isn't too great, and he can get juked out by Edgar. Has a whole lot of HP.
Otis gebannt. The Bell ist gut, Cracky, bro.
Melody coming in as the last one. This was the high mobility that we needed to see. It is the primary damage dealer on the safe for Humble. Not to say that 8-Bit isn't capable of it himself. It's just going to take a while to get started.
I was sad that Humble actually banned out the alley here because they actually had a alley melody game in scrims at one point, which they won. I was really hoping they'd try and run back that composition. That's maybe a little too hyper-aggressive. And Predator to 8-Bit in Bell, a very serviceable sharpshooter with a gadget that can also snare up those, you know, those potential divers. If Melody walks into a nest egg, she's probably cooked.
Yeah, she could dash around maybe, but it would be
super.
It's difficult to get that super far
back
up, especially when you're
Arsch.
ranged. That Bell addresses a couple of things here, but the biggest one is 8-Bit. The only issue is this isn't a last selection that Foot were planning for necessarily. This is just a reaction to what Humble are going for. Humble are writing their own story, and Foot are just trying their best to hang in there.
We need to find out who the main character is. That's guess why we're here, I guess. Luki here trying to at least already pinch onto mid because there's been an early lane switch, getting Edgar out of the Melody lane.
Lenard doing his best also to avoid the shots from Luki, getting a few...
Der Angel Boy, was? Digga, dass sie die Kamera nicht gezeigt haben. Wie Double Kill.
Whereas Luki's being held at bay at the top of the map here by Lenard. There's a huge damage
Man hat nichts gesehen.
differential starting to emerge.
Luki still trying to sneak around the right side. Will be able to avoid the shots from Lena. Wants Angel Boy to just jump over him, basically. Now, gonna take advantage of that gap of pressure. Whoa, expecting the second.
Digga, Angel Boy ist so krank, ne?
Angel was having a fantastic game so far. Semantic is one of the brawlers.
Das Finale, Lux, ja.
But what is the super of choice here for Semantic?
Digga, Angel Boy! Meine Randoms werden Edgar auf der Map picken.
Edgar has 3 different mobility abilities, so it's so difficult to escape his clutches. It's going to be a missed mark for Lenard that isn't so helpful on a Semantic.
Okay, das war vielleicht nicht so schlau.
One blow, that's the lane rotation that Humble needed.
Yeah, Semantic now has a chance to go up and test this safe a little bit more. Gotta watch out though, Angel Boys is going to pop super. They trade each other out. Semantic finds the explosive super, but here's Luke King now. An opportunity to tap the safe, but Humble are not even in the same postcode as Foot Esports in terms of progress.
Ich muss Edgar merken. Ich muss mir das merken. Digga, die Mitte ist einfach zu. Schau das mal an, Cracky. Wie sollen die durch die Mitte kommen? Das sind alles Minen. Das geht doch gar nicht. Krank. Wow.
I feel like I cursed them. Mentioned the Edgar in draft. To be fair, we also saw it on the camera being thumbed briefly. It doesn't seem like the Chester is a consistent enough option to answer this Edgar. A player like Angel Boy always seems to be able to find his edges here, and straight away Semantic says, "Okay, I got this, bro. Hold up, let me cook."
The difficulty with Chester is that he just doesn't have flexibility in the lane matchups. Also, look at Bridge Too Far. It's like the worst map to rotate lanes on because you have all this terrain blocking you. But Semantic diffs the matchup to boot. Now going to go onto the safe. Has the next couple of shots lined up for Angel Boy. Also a super Pop Rocks down.
Aber jetzt machen die Damage. Fester 8-Bit dran.
Now Semantic's right on top of the safe because of those Pop Rocks. Wanted to get it down to 75%.
Das ist Schild.
He's going to have some assistance.
Aber Nani wäre auch dran. Wird auch das Schild. Ich bin immer noch dran. Luki wird jetzt auch rankommen.
And now, yeah, Angel Boy's going to go after Boss. It's unwinnable for Boss, and he knows it. He simply concedes. And once again, Foot have found themselves a nice
Sag von noch.
trying to play defensive, but Edgar is just impossible to deal with. Sky is out of control.
Und Schild raus. Die haben nur noch ein Schild. Also gar keinen mehr. Das letzte Segment. Boah, 100 HP. Eigentlich könnte Nani Damage machen. Nicht? Einfach durch. Damage. Getippt. Boah, das war schlau. Oh, warte mal, was bist du oben? Jetzt verlieren die, oder? Oh mein Gott.
Luki comes back off spawn just in time. The hypercharge super thrown down by Semantic. Now though, Mark on Boss. One more push for both teams. Surely would be enough. Boss comes forward, marked up as he is. Semantic.
Wir müssen echt betöten. Und Melody, das wird nichts. Was?
Semantic tries to block. The Pete gets him. And here comes Angel.
What?
Will do it. On the very brink of defeat. It's a set snatched up here.
Was passiert hier?
Oh, drink it in. You're not seeing another set like that here. Two extremely close sets in a row. A hot zone set that came down to 3%.
Der Humble ist die richtige Antwort. Humble. Semantik ist die richtige Antwort. Auf der Webseite, was ihr voten wollt. Das geht nicht mal, unmöglich. Das geht nicht. Vorhin 3% und die haben sich gegenseitig getötet im letzten Moment. Dann hier. Also, wow. Das ist das, was ich jedes Mal meine. In E-Sports, dieses Micro-Gameplay, ein kleiner Fehler und das macht das ganze Game aus. Ein kleiner Fehler. Hätte die Melody da beim Dashen eine Note mehr getroffen, hätten sie gewonnen. Als Beispiel.
That's a truly ridiculous situation. It's all instinct from our players on stage at that point.
Das ist so, ja, sehr.
And Angel Boys is just that little bit sharper. And hey, I'm not complaining. We've tied up the series now. Let's have a look at our stats after the game. 393 DPS and 13 eliminations from Angel Boy. Not
13 Kills auf Edgar.
Just dominating.
Pretty much just on the sidelines, winning the individual lanes, making things a nightmare for Chester.
Timo, ich werde heute Edgar draften, nein, Bur.
Another geography dependent map coming up. It's Super Beach here on Brawl Ball. It's all about that mid. And can you
Wieder Kacke, ja stimmt, Bella Kacke.
It's where all the plays are made. That is where you reconnect and wrap around with your mid to get a ball across the line.
This map
Wer Edgar war.
from Humble.
Spielen wir gegeneinander? Heute ist Bur, ja. Jeden Sonntag.
In the last week on Super Beach, it's crazy. However, there's a lot of
Muskelmacher, muss.
teams' preferred styles. Let's have a look at the bans here. I think they're quite telling. Willow's going to be first picked here.
Real Place. Na, dann bande mal lieber.
Crow, Naja, Colette banned out. Shade, Griff, and Stu on that foot side.
All smart, all things that can completely undo what you want as a last pick. Also just all very Willow bans, basically. They wanted this Willow first. Willow hasn't been a first pick on Brawl Ball in a hot minute, like I would say several months, so I can see why it flew under the radar, why it wasn't a top priority. Also, just look at what Humble are going for. Naja's wide open, you can't let Colette through. Crow's gonna dominate the mids.
Machen die jetzt Otis und Chester? Picken die jetzt beide?
Anti-tanks, but you have to address the elephant in the draft. This Willow cannot go ignored.
How do you pressure that position down? Willow not the longest range thrower, not the highest damage thrower either.
Better thrower.
Yeah, but a super that threatens to just take the game away. Ruffs is also open, so that's someone who can break over the map a little bit. We can go back to Edgar Land.
Den beide.
Okay, so we're going to see Humble not want to try and tip their hand too much, but there's actually a ton of different options. You're right, though, they need to find something that could pressure this Willow, with Shade taken away, and also Stu. Something else needs to close.
Spielt man jetzt dagegen?
Now, Mortis has been banned, as has Mina. Lumi's been a go-to for Humble on this map. I think they're all good on control brawlers for the time being.
Yeah. Yeah, they have exactly what they need. They can really just have Otis play mid here. They're saving that last pick for their aggro. Maybe something that can break walls. So they know that Willow's going to have
Hey, die haben ja Last Pick, Ruby.
in the game. You have the mind control. Another brawler that has strong CC, so Footer opening up for possibly something aggressive in the last one, or maybe they just decide to take the same approach as Humble and counter every possible tank and win on skill alone.
Pick Edgar, you won't. Do it again.
Into the Otis, into a mute,
Yeah,
and
it would
into
be
a
crazy.
possible stun from Chester.
Hey, oh, Chester wasn't quite enough on that previous map, but you know, Kenji's also available. Like, they are trying to play anti-tank here by bringing the Charlie in. What's it gonna be? Oh,
Okay.
Tank?
Triple T would be proud. Swings that bat around, and
Bro,
she's got a lot of
was?
healing as well. But do you really trust in her ability to walk in a straight line into these anti-tanks? I feel like there is stuff that could deal with the BB. You could go bull here. Very much so. It would be a pretty classic reaction to the BB. Remember when BB was meta earlier this year? Bull
Ne, Bull sehe ich nicht.
was enough to take her down a notch.
Edgar ist gut, aber Bull sehe ich nicht.
Heals for heals. BB is just made of a whole lot of HP. Doesn't matter that she heals up with her gadget because Edgar has really fast reload speed. He should be able to win that war of attrition. But Brawl Stars is a team game. If anyone knows how to play it, it's humble. Foot Esports have found some commonality. They found good comms, found some synergy over the past several days. It hasn't even been a week since they joined forces with Lina.
I mean, it's kind of insane. I think it speaks volumes about EMEA that a free agent of the caliber of Lenar just happens to be floating around, conveniently within reach to fold into the roster. Let's see how this plays out. The displacement of the BB is going to be important. Look how much space Angel Boy's already made. Semantic, though, knows what his job is. Go after the Willow early and often.
Lina now getting pressured by Semantic.
Boah.
Because Edgar's just different. Semantic wants to walk this through, but Angel Boy has the nod.
Digga,
But not soon enough.
was ist das für ein Finale?
Slots it right on through.
Devastating. It's such a simple game plan here for Humble. Find out where Willow is and go in that direction. Gotta respect the displacement here of Angel Boy, but Luke, he has that anti-tank potential. Nope, Super was popped there, but it doesn't really seem to have got much
Ja, stark von Lane.
on the Edgar. Fine. But
Oh, Timing
control
verkackt.
is definitely in the hands of Humble.
The Cocoon is clearly not enough to deal with the Edgar. He was a difference maker in the last set. It's shaping up to be the one this set too. Angel Boy marches forward on the right side. Muted, but only temporarily. Can still fend off Semantic, but he's in a 1v2. Can't even get a single swing off. Still waiting to see some greatness from Nob to move Semantic away. But Semantic, when he jumps in, is going to go for Lina first. Gets that Cocoon. No assistance from the team just yet. Has a Hypercharge.
Bro, what?
Range that the Hypercharge gives you.
And Nob tries to dive there, but that gadget's not going to be enough to keep him alive. Angel Boy goes for a swing. Boss respects the BB. As does Lukey. Just poke Angel Boy down. This is such a hard brawler to play in this spot.
Here comes Angel Boy once again, but it's only a trade in the mind control onto Semantic. All it's going to do is waste some shots. That was not a very
Extrem, Amara.
Nob wishes he had it now as he gets pinched between Boss and Semantic. Hypercharge. Oh, but a stellar defense on that Cocoon to keep Humble from a potential goal.
That could have been game over there. There's the gas cloud on Angel Boy though. It's going to be annoying. It's going to take much longer for the
Der Bibi-Pick gefällt mir nicht.
Nob here across the map.
Alle, Gabor, das Finale.
Scarf, and Angel Boy's able to knock the Edgar away. For now.
Semantic again. Nob's going to dive. He's going to be ready as soon as he comes out from underground. But here's the Hypercharge.
Ich weiß es nicht, Shadow.
By far. Can't get any
Ich weiß
kills
es
off
nicht.
of that. Just a single swing to put Lukey down to half HP is successful.
Stark von Lane.
On the left side, but he cannot afford to pressure.
Aber überlebt es nicht.
Rapidly changes course.
Edgar ist zu gut.
Willow, who has the Hypercharge, just
Ehrlich.
the ordinary super. But Humble are up by one goal
Edgar
right
ist
now. Impossible at
broken.
this rate for Foot Esports to bring this back. Nob's going to try and be the hero, Hypercharge style. A tip off to Lina. Lukey also right to intercept things at the goal line. 2 seconds to go, and no ankle break before Lina.
Nice try. But not quite close enough there for Lenar. Oh yeah, a bit more of a competitive late round there. But we're able to see what the Edgar can do. Continue to jump and jump. There's Cocoon being used. There's the dive gadget. There's the BB knockback. Every brawler on Foot's side has something to answer this dive, and yeah, it's still not quite enough. Because then you've got to account for, I don't know, the small issue of the Chester and the Otis going to town on you.
BB apparently not in the math. Angel was still going to go for it though. Wants the hit with that gadget. Gets a bit of healing.
Oh
my
Ja.
with the team wipe.
Was ist Semantic?
19 seconds in, Edgar already puts it through.
Super cool star power, Edgar. Main's big fan of that one. Just unkillable, Semantic. Getting health back for the damage that he does. That was nice. 9 control there on Semantic just to keep him at bay. He'll be ready to fight soon enough.
Weiß ich nicht, ob das schlau war von Luki. Da bin ich mir jetzt nicht sicher. Ich glaube, das war richtig... Boah. Ich glaube, das war das Gegentor.
dedicated execution for Foot, however. All
Seine eigenen Mates dann, ne?
they needed all of their cooldowns ready. The most important one was Lena getting that cocoon in an aggressive position rather than a reaction to Semantic jumping on him. They found Semantic first. It was a mind control that helped them do it. Hypercharge in for Semantic.
Boah.
Whoa, a little weird on the jump there. Angel Boy still alive.
Der Ball! Oh, der Ball!
A second set for Humble.
So at this point, I think it's pretty clear that it's not possible to ban all the problematic brawlers right now.
No.
Whether it's Semantic or Angel Boy, there's a player that's going to be threatening to take over the game. You just have to be that much more impactful. This is gross. The first pick Willow is just...
Nee, best of
it
5.
represents Foot
Bis check.
begging Humble to do something about it. And they have an answer. Cooked to perfection.
Also wer zuerst 3 Sets gewinnt.
Foot Esports did get a single goal off the backs of a Willow play. They got a mind control, and Humble just didn't really know how to respond. It was really, really messy how they played into it. Foot Esports also just had their other super abilities ready in reserve. But the Willow was repeatedly battered by Edgar throughout the set. Look at the stats here for Semantic. 11 kills. That's a lot on Nob, a bunch on Angel Boy as well, who only has 1 knockback to work with. Takes a wind-up as well. That leaves room for Semantic to anticipate it and use one of his movement abilities to jump to the sky temporarily.
Now, you might be forgiven for thinking this is just a hyped-up, grandiose monthly final, because these two teams played each other in March, and it went to 5 sets. It was a double match point scenario that Humble just managed to squeak out. That was with Guesty on the lineup, but with Lena, Foot Esports have found a way to be just as impactful. The question is,
Das
can
Game.
they do
Wenn
more?
Humble das gewinnt, ist das das letzte Game, ja. Sonst noch 2. Also Foot muss das gewinnen. Das sind die zweite Platz. Das ist recht wichtig sogar, abgesehen vom Preisgeld. Weil je nach Platzierung vom Brawl Cup kriegt man eine gewisse Anzahl an BSC-Points. Und dadurch, dass Foot und Humble so nah aneinander sind mit BSC-Points, das wäre schon wichtig für beide.
Brawlers that close in close range that would normally deal way too much damage to Ems and just be an issue up close have been locked away. They've also banned Sandy, not so much of an issue for an Ems, but Ems is going to be great at pressuring these bushes with the speed here.
Sicher, auch dort, das kann auch sein. Ich bin aber nicht sicher. Kann sein. Das ist Brawl Cup. WM ist im November. Brawl Cup ist quasi, man spielt für die eigene Region und wenn man gewinnt, kriegt man für die eigene Region einen Slot mehr. Humble und Foot sind jetzt im Finale, das heißt EMEA kriegt 2 Slots mehr. Einen für World Finals, den anderen für LCQ. Kit? Hab ich gerade einen Kit gesehen? Das war ein Kit. Ich bin dafür. Fürs Gewinnen. Nee, ich glaub nicht. Für die Leute vor Ort, die kriegen einen, ja. Wieso Okto? Ich meine, wer Brawl Cup gewinnt, der qualifiziert sich eh für WM. Also. Geht ja nicht anders. Ja, schon alle mit. WM spielen mehr Leute mit. Das größte als Turnier. With Lily reliably hiding behind the indestructible walls, Nita should be able to help pinch there and profit the most. Takes only 5 shots to get a bear. It's going to force Lily all the way back. It's going to force Mo all the way back. Nothing so far that's particularly great at dealing with the bear. Janet's much better. But they need Janet. They need something that ich glaube 35.000 Hamada. Aber ich bin mir nicht sicher.
Pretty reasonable to leave it until last. You have a safe mid and a way to make your opponent's mid feel particularly unsafe. Being able to dive away, I think,
angefragt. Es geht, sollte ich jetzt mal callen.
draft a lot. And you know it's just as well because they are on the precipice of giving up this Brawl Cup final to Humble. 2-1 is the
Ja,
series
Pelikan.
score, and Humble are
Foot hat Crazy Raccoon und Zeta rausgehauen.
and hungry for another brick in their wall, a campaign for another World Championship in 26.
Here come the lanes. Well, they didn't think Angel Boy was going to run right up mid because who does that at this level of play? He's in
Stark von Semantic.
running all the way to the back lines, but couldn't get the second shot off in time.
And that's why M. Smith
Nicht gut von Lane. Boah, hat Kid 2 jetzt gefeedet. Wie viel jetzt noch, Kid? 12 für Hyper?
Has the super as a result of his efforts, boss, with an immediate reaction of the Nita Bear and a couple more.
Der wird nicht mehr lange brauchen.
His way. Exactly in position where he wants to be. Knob on the right side, getting pressure.
Noch 7 Hits oder so.
He's just keeping a visual on this brawler, threatening to dive a gem carrier. It's non-existent. Gem carrier either.
Hat schon
Angel Boy
6.
forced into the shadow realm. He's not going to be exposed as he goes backwards. Luki
Nee, Pelikan. Futtert die überrannt.
stay alive. Knob wants to use the super to get over. Just gonna have to pull the trigger and go for it.
Stark von
Also
Knob.
pressured. Death from above in the hands of Lena. And Foot Esports, despite having all the gems in their hands, can't really confidently push back into this bush.
Die wissen es nicht. Die wissen es nicht. Oh Gott. Oh Gott. Digga, was ist das für Games? Hilfe?
Knob can play a forward position. Lena also. They're going to give number 10 to Angel Boy. Humble's got to do this in only a few seconds, otherwise Angel Boy's going to vanish into the Shadow Realm. 10 seconds to go. Knob with a hypercharge. Looks for one or
Nicht
two,
gut von
but
Knob.
can't get either. Semantic with a jump, and Angel Boy wants
Boah,
to ready.
der stirbt. Oh mein Gott.
They can't kill him in time.
Oh mein Gott.
Just like Heist, that was a matter of mere seconds. But the gadget's up for Angel Boy to duck
Digga, was ist das für ein Finale?
and make sure that countdown is completed.
Was
That's a
ist das
frustrating
für
result
Finale?
there for Humble. But it's pretty clear to see that it's tricky.
Jedes Game in jedem Set ist alles close.
Different rollout for Angel.
Jedes Set, jedes Game ist 50-50. Alles 50-50. Draft auch. Außer Edgar vorhin.
Reposition Boss Semantic with a sneaky push over towards the top side. Fit Esports also created space so as to not feed him his super instantly. Angel Boy.
Gibt es Sportwetten bei eSports?
Can't get one on Semantic, looks for another onto Boss. 2 more shots will do it. And there's
Chat-Wetten ist nicht gut.
Yeah, was hesitant about whether he would go for it. Also going to go for the gems, but with Semantic respawning with a super that I don't think they anticipated he will exchange.
Semantic at least able to keep the gems on the side of Humble, but Foot Esports have been able to double their total so far. Lena has been extremely solid as a mid in this game, always being ready to use that gadget to escape. But Angel Boy is unsuccessful on the dive. Semantic
Boah, ich glaube, ich hätte das sogar geult, weil ich Knob. Ich glaube, ich hätte Kid geultet.
she has super in hand.
Maybe wäre dumm,
He's
aber.
gonna come crashing back down to earth this time without a super on the right side.
Boah.
Narrowly wins the interaction. Has to retreat into this bush. Angel Boy has that hypercharge, and now he's been discovered.
Zu was, Rainer?
All of Humble knows he's here. Semantic gets a dip on the right side, stays alive. But Esports could get possession of the bushes if they want it. Knob, likewise, on the left side, pushing it. It's a hypercharge for Boss on the right side. But it's not going to do all that much. Angel Boy still has other plans. He just wants to find an enemy to sit inside of their radius, grab his super, then hypercharge and a theft.
Sieht nicht gut aus für Foot.
Just taking over the game here. Look at him forcing Lena back into his spawn. And this puts Humble up to 9 gems. Here's the 10th. Semantics.
Sieht nicht gut aus.
Interference now as Angel Boy shows himself. Couple of slashes. Warded off.
Welche Pause, Klimbacher?
Knob in from the right side, has no super. Lena's just going to go for it as much damage as he can. Angel Boy also has the hypercharge. So where's the connection? Luki, so far away. Angel Boy.
Boah, wer hat ihn getötet?
As soon as it looked like Foot were in control, Humble advance on to match point.
Hua 2, Jesse.
Kind of insane, the snowball effect that Nita can give you. Cycle a couple of supers and you're
Wie
playing with
Spots?
4 brawlers for a
Nee, der spielt immer noch. Auch wenn er kein Team hat. Der spielt mit Covert und mit A.
You had to use his super to dodge a kid dive or to dodge being taken down by the aftermath. And that left Foot with very little to work with.
Angel Boy's going to go for the gadget up mid. This time, Boss was ready.
Ja, Semantic.
With a gadget away, Semantic with a victory on the right side also.
Ja, Jesse.
Utter decimation of Foot Esports in the early game. Humble with full control. They just
Nee,
don't have the
Rainer.
abilities to show for it. Boss would like to be further along onto his super. Also, note the lane swap with Angel Boy on the right side. It's an instant success.
Worth spending the super on taking the pesty kid out of the equation. Now, though, Angel Boy can be a menace from behind this wall and build yet another super. Here's the dive into the shadow room. He goes. Semantic there doesn't need to be attached to Luki as Angel Boy is revealed, but Luki's going to be on his own in a few seconds. Foot Esports content, though, to keep this map controlled and not press the issue.
Just keep that fight as forward as they can. Allow the gems to spawn behind them. Nob doesn't seem to believe in how much they can sustain, but Nob rings true.
Das Finale gerade, Mika. Wenn Humble das gewinnt, haben sie gewonnen. Best of 5, ja.
The gem total, big long dive by Semantic goes after Nob, but no one's gonna help him really. Angel Boy emerges, but Luki has that super. And Boss is able to handle the Lily. This should get Humble back into the map, at least enough that Luki can get to 5 gems.
Yeah, Boss can even just pop that hypercharge as is. Once a visual on the enemy first, Semantic gonna get the initial interaction on the Nob, but it's no kill.
Dem Lily Hyper. Nicht Hyper raus. Das ist jetzt eigentlich gut für eine Foot.
Honest word from Luki, just picking up these gems as his teammates frankly
Lily Hyper weg.
make the space for him. Humble on the precipice
Wann hat er sie benutzt?
victory in this set. Foot very close to taking his
Gute Ult, aber...
Angel Boy drops into the Shadow Realm now.
Jetzt wieder der Kit.
Intercepting, yes. The hype charge comes through. It's not going to be enough. Nob here putting pressure down. Humble, 8 gems and counting. Foot Esports have the map control though.
This was the go-ahead for Foot Esports to go for the enemy gem.
Den brauchen sie, den Gem. Foot braucht den. So, der nächste Spot unten. Den darf Humble haben. Aber dann brauchen sie den oben. Den oben brauchen sie jetzt. Kriegen sie nicht. Lily Hyper. Jetzt spawnt der Gem oben. Hat sie zu früh genommen, der Gem. Jetzt darf er nicht sterben. Hit Hyper, Hit Hyper! Humble hat gewonnen. Hit Hyper daneben! Lily Hyper! Oh mein Gott! Humble hat gewonnen. Oh! Krankes Finale. Krankes Finale. Wie viele Points? Ja, ich los aus, Die Kanalpunkte kommen, Chat, die Kanalpunkte kommen. Keine Sorge, die kommen. Ergebnis wählen. Foot. Viel Spaß mit den Channel Points. Das hat Foot gewonnen. Cracky. Also die Bell. 970.000 Kanalpunkte gehen an Yonka und 16 weitere. Wie viel Plus hast du gemacht, Yonka? 274.000 Kanalpunkte. 274.000 Kanalpunkte. Und dann sagt ihr, meine Fälle ist teuer, ja, oder?
And foremost, I would like to say we are joined on the main stage by Kenny himself to deliver you your medals. I would like to quickly tell you the importance of these medals right here. These are created
ja, also 630.000. Du machst Laura und Aaron Konkurrenz.
Who's built some of the most iconic sports trophies of all time, like Wimbledon tennis, the Golden Boot. So look after these with your life and enjoy wearing them as well, boss.
Ja, die Ampelfett habe ich gesehen. Hat die meisten Points. Entweder Laura oder Aaron. Einer von beiden.
It feels so fucking good. Everyone on Humble of supporting. We could hear you anyway. Like, it was fucking insane. I'm so happy about this. And even more my teammates that are from Germany.
Also Boss ist MVP von Brawl Cup. 100%. Ich glaube, da sollte jeder, der das Game versteht, mir zustimmen. Nee, Jase.
Luki, I'm not going to forget about you, Luki. In fact, I'm going to do... Yeah, come over here. I was going to cross over. I tell you what, Luki. You've been cold as ice this entire tournament. You've been laser focused. I've been watching you. It's been phenomenal to see you show up on the main stage once again. Tell me what's going through your mind right now and how that experience was on the main stage.
I mean, honestly, I was just trying to avoid the microphone because last time I said back-to-back, we're not gonna make it, but this time we did back-to-back and we're the only team who actually won Brawl Cup twice now.
That is right, the only team to win the Brawl Cup back-to-back, and the only team to win a Brawl Cup full stop. Lukey, I'm going to get you to join your teammates over here, because for one final time,
Ja, Okto.
Uber Eats Music Hall, Berlin, make some noise for your 2026 Brawl Cup champions. It's Hamburg!
Crazy. Ehrlich. Nee, Nob ist nicht schuld. Das sind Finalisten, Jungs. Die sind ins Finale gekommen. Die haben Sete rausgehauen, die haben Crazy Raccoon ohne Probleme rausgehauen. Das World Cup? Nee, das war das Brawl Cup.
Competing so fiercely. Thank you to the production for putting on such a phenomenal event for both all of the fans at home and right here in the Uber Eats Music Hall in Berlin. Thank you to the talent.
Nee, der ist nicht schuld, Joni. Nein, nein. World Cup ist 20., 21. und 22. November. Ist das Lukis Bruder? Loki sieht aus wie Luki.
And I tell you what, it's going to be an absolutely incredible
Ja, Schreiber.
showdown. You can better believe it. But for now, I will leave you in the capable hands of Team Humble right here on the main stage, having an elation moment, having an incredible time. Once again, thank you so much, and good night!
Wie fandet ihr es, Chat? Brawl Cup? 1 bis 10? Overall? Tag 1, Tag 2, Tag 3? 10, 6,7, 8, 9, 7, 6, 6, 8, 3. 3? 8, 10, 8, 7, 6, 7, 6, 8, 9, 6, 8, 6, 7, 2, 2, ja, okay, trollt. Nee, Okto kriegst du nicht. Einer auf einem Film, 30 Punkte. Ich sag Skill Issue. Man hat so viele Punkte bekommen, ich sag Skill Issue. Naja. GG's an Humble. Cooldown ist viel zu hoch. Von was? Beschwer dich mal, Maple. Beschwerden zum Maple-Chat. Hallo Phil. Hallo Phil. Ich glaub vielleicht Chat. Bin morgen nochmal live. 15 Uhr. Ihr wisst, wie der Hase läuft. Und dann machen wir, entweder ich mache Fakes auf Master, wenn er Zeit hat. So, ich muss schauen. Ich denke, es wird ranked. Jetzt ranked? Nee. Danke, voller Cracky. So.